When the Holy Angelic Sword and the Dark Demonic Sword were presented to him, he took the demonic sword without hesitation, but it wasn't because he didn't want to choose the angelic one. It was because between the two swords, only the demonic sword resonated with him. However, he wasn't surprised by this, as it felt as if it had been fated all along. Even if you were to live again, you would still choose me, wouldn't you? It turns out that in his past life, he used the demonic sword to become the Empire's strongest assassin, only to die a humiliating death, betrayed by the brother he had trusted his entire life. If he were given a new life, he would live differently. This time, he would only trust himself. He would seize everything he wanted without following anyone's orders but his own. As fate would have it, he was given a new chance to start over. This time, he was determined to walk his own path. Will Sanver succeed on his chosen path, and what challenges will he face? Let's dive into the story to find out. In a desolate wasteland, a battle is raging. Everyone surrounds a man in black, as a voice constantly echoes in his head. You must live for the family. That's what my father always said. What he meant was that I shouldn't desire anything, just live aimlessly like a shadow beside my older brother. The man in black kneels on the ground, his hands powerless, as if his last ounce of strength has been drained. From a distance, someone approaches and remarks, "What a priceless sight." The man in black, his face covered in blood, looks up slightly. He is surrounded by countless knights watching him warily, while that voice continues to mock him. A single knight fighting against the strongest commanders on the continent. On the ground lie rows of fallen knights, a testament to the man in black's resistance. A man dressed like a priest stands out from the crowd and praises him. So this is his brother. How interesting. Sanver coldly looks at the man before him and calls out, "Boris." Boris puts on a vile expression, looking like a total creep. Sanver summons his black sword and asks, "Who put you up to this?" The king, a black and red mist envelops him. Boris is forced back by the oppressive aura he creates and says with a frown, "That disgusting black mist. So the rumors were true. You're the assassin from Mist." Sanver then unleashes his power, his aura overwhelming everything around them. Boris grits his teeth and says, "Your organization, Mist, is nothing but a fleeting mist to us Knights of Light. I will report to my superiors that I have eliminated the abomination who dared to ally with heretics." Sanver refuses to back down, gripping his sword tightly and taunting him. "Fine, just try it. Even if I give you a month after this fight, I guarantee you won't have any teeth left to talk with." Boris, unafraid, confidently retorts, "If you're planning to use your secret power, you'd better give up. There's a 9-star magic barrier here." Sanver thinks to himself, "I have to find a way out of here and expose the real culprit to my brother." Sanver's eyes glow crimson as he raises his sword in defiance. "A barrier? I'll tear it to 100 pieces." Suddenly, a voice rings out, "That's enough, Sanver." A man in golden armor approaches. Boris immediately steps aside, bowing respectfully. Seeing who has arrived, Sanver is stunned, and his fighting spirit vanishes. He silently recalls the words, "You must live for the family. That's what my father always said." Your older brother is the face of this family. His success is the success of House Vert, and the person who arrived was none other than his brother, Ale. Sanver was bewildered, only to realize a moment later that the mastermind was Ale. While Sanver was still in shock, Ale approached him. Sanver couldn't believe it, his body collapsing as if crushed by a heavy weight. Ale calmly said, "It seems you're confused that I'm here." The two brothers faced each other, but the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Sanver, still clinging to hope, asked what was going on. Ale calmly said, "Sanver, you have fulfilled your duty well, to the family, to the people, and to me." Those last words seemed to seal Sanver's fate. Ale continued his justification, "So I just want you to let go of that burden," Sanver asked in confusion. "I don't understand. What did I do wrong?" Ale frowned and said, "What did you do wrong? That terrifying mist. You're nothing more than a murderer. I can't even see you as human anymore." Sanver lowered his head without retorting. He never expected Ale would use his own powers as a reason to kill him. Meanwhile, Ale acted righteously, blaming him as if he were in the right. "You've deceived everyone for so long, and you still don't realize your sin?" Sanver's face was covered in blood, his mind filled with swirling thoughts. "A murderer? My sin? What nonsense is he spouting?" Sanver's eyes, now burning with hatred, glowed crimson. He recalled the War of Succession in the Empire, the raid of the Demon King's army, and the war to unify the continent. "I was the one who helped you achieve everything, simply because I was born to serve you." Sanver angrily slammed his fist down. He thought to himself, "And now you're just going to cast me aside? I've worked like a dog for you for 20 years. A black mist erupted from Sanver's body, which was already covered in blood. He told himself it didn't matter if his body was exhausted. "I will use every last bit of my strength, as long as I can destroy you." His resentful thoughts erupted along with an immense, heaven-shaking magical power. The surrounding knights were terrified. "He still has that much mana? Impossible. He's not human anymore." Sanver held his sword, ready for battle, and sneered contemptuously. "How foolish! The great hero is trying to kill his own brother out of fear. Aren't you ashamed?" These words seemed to have struck a nerve with Ale. Veins popped on his forehead. Sean charged forward with his sword, a red mist surrounding his body. Ale and Sean exchanged many blows, and it was clear their strengths were nearly equal. Just one time, Sean picked up his pace, thinking to himself, one time is all it takes. Seeing Ale fighting back, Sean charged with all his might, thinking if he could just strike his weak point, he wouldn't be able to recover. Just as Sean swung his sword, a shield materialized in front of Ale, blocking the attack. Sean was stunned. He looked around and immediately understood the situation. Boris had helped him. Sean cursed in anger. Damn it, Boris. A contemptuous voice rang out, cursing the lowly bastard. Then, an attack pierced through Sean's abdomen. His own black sword fell to the ground. Ale, holding the sword that pierced his brother's stomach, looked disappointed. Because you are my brother, I intended to grant you a painless death, but you've shown your true colors. Ale frowned, acting self-righteous, as he continued. I knew all along you were a demon. It's a good thing I never trusted you from the start. These words came as a huge shock to Sean, who had devoted everything to Ale. Ale coldly kicked Sean's weakened body, then he turned without a shred of pity and said to Boris, "Let's go." Boris happily bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord." Sean lay on the ground, his body completely drained of strength. He looked up at the distant sky and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Sean's thoughts drifted. Is this how it ends for me? I've lived such a foolish life. His eyes slowly closed. Sean cursed himself. Idiot! Suddenly, Ale sensed something was wrong and turned his head. It turned out Sean had struggled to his feet and was rushing toward him. Sean screamed, pouring every last bit of his strength into this one attack. Just as the sword reached Ale's neck, a blast of light sent Sean flying. In the endless darkness, Sean thought he heard a voice calling, "Young master, young master." He sat up with a start, clutching his neck, gasping for air. A maid with an angry expression scolded him. "How much longer are you going to sleep? Get up, you need to get ready, young master." Sean called out her name in shock. "Emily, why are you here?" At that moment, he felt something wasn't right. Sean observed Emily, thinking, "It's been almost 20 years since I last saw her. She looks exactly the same as the last time we met." While Sean was bewildered, Emily clutched her frightened little heart and asked, "What are you talking about? Are you still half asleep?" Sean ignored her, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "I remember this place. It's the room I lived in as a child. The decorations are still the same." Suddenly, he realized something and raised a hand to his face. "Wait, have I gone back to being a child?" Just then, Emily, with her hands on her hips, called out loudly, "Young Master Sean," causing him to look up in a daze. Emily said with a knowing look, "You're trying to stall so you don't have to go to training, aren't you? Snap out of it and let's go." Sean couldn't remember at first and asked blankly, "Training? What training?" As soon as the question was asked, the room fell silent. In the Duchy of House Vert, today was a beautiful day, with no clouds or rain. Sean looked at the shining sun and told himself, "I've definitely returned to the past." He wondered in confusion, could this be my life flashing before my eyes before I die? Recalling the current events, Sean had a realization. I remember now. 20 years ago, in the year 985 of the founding, on January 1st, the year after I entered the academy, the duchy held a combat training session every year. My father, the master of this duchy, Duke Vert, also participated, making it a major event. My opponent was Gran Vert. He was my age, my half-brother. His mother, Marguerite, was the duke's wife. Because of that, Gran received a lot of attention, even though we were both the youngest sons in the family. Sean recalled his useless self back then and thought, I was a spoiled brat. After being ridiculed in this match, I became a laughingstock for everyone. Back then, Sean's father had said in annoyance, "Don't even bother trying." This very match was the reason his father stopped paying any attention to him. Emily whispered to him worriedly, "You should just surrender." But Sean replied calmly, "It's fine. I just have to win." He thought with frustration, "Even the maid looks down on me." As soon as he drew his sword, Sean was startled. He tried to lift the sword. "It's just a sword. Why is it so heavy? My strength is the same as it was back then." Emily waved and advised, "Don't get hurt, young master." Sean gripped his sword, lost in thought. This feeling isn't a dream, nor is it a pre-death illusion. I've never heard of a spell that could cause such a powerful hallucination. At this thought, he pursed his lips nervously. Have I really returned to the past? Stepping onto the dueling ground, Gran taunted arrogantly, "You didn't run away, huh?" At that moment, only one thought appeared in Sean's mind. Can I change the future? He glanced nervously to the side. Duke Vert raised his hand and signaled, "Begin." The moment he finished, Gran charged with his sword, shouting with a smug look, "Where are you looking, you idiot?" Gran swung his sword down with a gleeful laugh. Sean watched it all unfold and thought coldly, "What is this? Is he a snail or something? Why is he so slow?" Sean took a step back, and Gran lost his balance. His momentum carried him forward, and his sword stabbed into the ground, causing him to lose face. Gran gritted his teeth and cursed, "Stop dodging, you coward!" Just as he was about to attack again, Sean casually swung his sword and knocked the weapon out of his hand. Then he followed up with a kick to Gran's knee. Tears welled up in his eyes from the pain, but to save face, He tried to grit his teeth and endure it. Finally, unable to bear it, Gran fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. Gran's mother screamed worriedly. Gran! Sean's eyes glowed red as he thought coldly. Now I just need to point my sword at his throat, and this duel will be over. But that's not enough. Sean tightened his grip on the sword. He remembered how Gran had always bullied him since they were kids, using him for amusement. It was the same even when they went to school, and he could never forget that despicable, smug look on Gran's face. Just like that, Cian was left with only one thought. He had to crush him so he would never dare to do it again. Cian gently prepared to kick Gran. He told himself, in this life, I will carve my own path. Meanwhile, Gran screamed in fear. In the end, Gran lost the match. He lay on the floor, foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, the Duke ordered Cian to visit him and also gave him time to rest. He wondered if his victory was really that impressive. Cian glanced at the large knight beside him, realizing he was even being escorted by the high-ranking knight uncle, the Duke's right-hand man. Just then, Marguerite and her servant approached. Seeing her, Cian could guess what was coming next. He thought with contempt that she was probably about to complain about her son. She looked like she had just stepped in dog poop, and Cian couldn't resist provoking her. Is Gran all right, madam? Marguerite angrily gritted her teeth and yelled, after beating your own brother into that state, you still dare to ask that? You shameless bastard. Cian paid her no mind, slipping his hands into his pockets as he walked past her. With an unconcealable look of triumph, he said, that's how a duel should be. See you later. But unexpectedly, Marguerite retorted, this is why bastards like you shouldn't be treated like a real son. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, as Marguerite continued her tirade. Like mother, like son, it's all because of your filthy mother. You should have been begging on some street corner, and yet you still dare to cause trouble? You should be grateful instead. Those words enraged Cian. He turned his head, revealing his blazing red eyes and a terrifying expression. He thought to himself, she's crossed the line. Should I kill her? Cian smirked cunningly. More than anyone, he knew the best way to torment her. He would make her feel the pain slowly. Cian spoke deliberately. Madam, you know I'll be going to the academy with Gran, right? Marguerite immediately became wary. What do you mean? Cian gave a sinister, threatening smile. Surely you want your son to graduate in one piece, don't you? I guess you're not that worried about your son, are you, madam? Marguerite gritted her teeth, her blood boiling as she raised her hand. You insolent brat. How dare you? Cian looked expectantly at the knight beside him, who then stopped Marguerite. My apologies, madam, the knight said politely. The Duke has summoned the young master for an urgent matter. I don't believe we can delay any longer. We must leave now. The knight's words were flawless, yet they conveyed a sense of impatience. Marguerite bit her lip, though she didn't want to. There was nothing she could do. Cian smugly hid behind the knight, thinking that the Duke's command was absolute, and he was being protected by the very knight carrying it out, a knight who wouldn't even yield to the Duke's wife, a kind and trustworthy person. Cian was led to the Duke's room, and after knocking a few times, he heard a voice from inside. Enter. Cian stepped into the room and greeted him respectfully. Cian, the youngest son of House Vert, has come to see you, father. Cian bowed his head, thinking, it's been almost 15 years since we've met alone like this. Duke Willius Vert spoke and gestured. Sit. He was the great lord of Vius, a western territory of the Empire of Eufen. The world also knew him by another name, the guardian of the continent, the hero who once stopped the demon invasion. With his immense magical power and profound wisdom, this man shouldered a responsibility that no one forced upon him. Until his last breath in the battle against the Demon King's army, all he wanted was peace for the entire continent. But my memory of him is different, a man who willingly spent his entire life serving others. A fool. Cian maintained an innocent expression while silently judging Willius. Willius was the first to break the silence. Your eyes followed and dodged the blade with precision. Cian looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant, so Willius elaborated. The moment Gran charged, you looked directly at the path of his swinging sword and turned your body to evade the blow. Willius had pointed out all the key aspects of Cian's fight. Then he asked, when did you learn to wield a sword? Cian tensed up. Just like always, he's so sharp. He tried to appear calm as he replied, it's not that I learned it, I've just been practicing by myself every night. Of course, Willius didn't believe this excuse. He asked again, as I recall, you never had any interest in swordsmanship, so why did you hide your abilities? Cian scratched his head, feigning shyness. To be honest, I didn't want to attract attention. Willius continued. Even so, you truly did your best to defeat Gran. But when Willius paused, Cian was startled. Willius mentioned his final kick, saying, wasn't what you did afterward a bit excessive? Cian immediately understood the point, so father was asking these questions to test me. Ah, is he trying to gauge my abilities? He quickly found a seemingly legitimate explanation and replied, I wanted to prove myself. Willius asked skeptically, prove? Prove what? Cian answered frankly, to prove that I'm better than Gran, even though we share the same blood. That's the meaning I took from this duel. As soon as he finished speaking, Willius burst out laughing. He praised him joyfully. Excellent. A clear and precise answer that shows your class. I never expected you to be so talented. I'm very pleased. Willius thought, one day, you will surely become a great help to Ale. The moment Ale was mentioned, Sion flinched. His whole world seemed to collapse. What? Why would I become his subordinate? The memories from before his death flashed before his eyes. Sion looked at Willius, his resentment as strong as ever. He still only thinks about Ale. Sion clenched his fists, trying his best to remain calm. Willius didn't notice anything unusual, was still happily saying, this isn't a trophy, but I want to reward you for the recent match. Just tell me what you want. Sanver, having made up his mind, thought to himself, then I'll destroy everything that bastard Ale wants to do. With that thought, Sanver confidently said, the thing I want is to return to the front lines. Emily shrieked in horror after hearing Sanver's wish. What? You want to go to the battlefield? Sanver calmly replied from his bed. Yes, but nothing is certain yet. Emily screamed. You're insane! Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what that place is like? It's crawling with terrifying demonic beasts. The thought made Emily shudder. The western territory of the Empire of Yufan. It's the only place on the continent considered a battlefield. Even so, within this territory, only Limwell Valley is the front line. It's a brutal arena where the war against demons has raged for hundreds of years. Therefore, my father, who was strongly against it from the start, set a condition. I have 1 month to prove I'm worthy of going to Limwell Valley, though I don't know what criteria he'll use to decide. Sanver looked at his weak body and told himself, during that time, I have to build up my physical strength. I'm still weaker than others my age, unless I was lucky enough to retain my combat instincts from before my regression. And with the small amount of mana I can feel inside me, if I train my body along with my abilities, I can definitely make good use of it. Great. I'll start training today. Looking at the red mist in his palm, Sanver became even more determined. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door. Sanver! A girl burst into Sanver's room. And recognizing who it was, Sanver called out in surprise, Alice! Before he could understand what was happening, Alice rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. Emily asked in confusion, Are you all right, Lady Alice? But Alice ignored Emily and angrily scolded Sanver. Are you crazy? I heard you ask, Dad, didn't you? Sanver, struggling to breathe with his collar being held, said with difficulty, Alice, let me go. Alice let go of Sanver's collar. Looking at her weak little brother on the floor, she said irritably, I guess beating Gran has made you arrogant, huh? That's not it at all, Alice ordered seriously. Follow me to the castle walls. Now. The sky had already grown dark. On the castle walls, Alice stood opposite Sanver and commanded, We'll start when you draw your sword. If you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, I'll let you go to war, Sanver asked helplessly. Do we really have to do this, Alice? Alice replied seriously, I don't care. Just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for the family's succession? Alice's gaze turned sharp. Sanver understood the problem and thought with frustration, so that's why she's doing this? I don't even have the slightest interest in it. When he didn't answer, Alice assumed her thoughts were correct. She drew her sword and said, So it's true then? Draw your sword. Sanver wearily drew his sword. He had only rested for half a day after the match with Gran, and the whole day had been chaotic. Seeing Sanver had drawn his sword, Alice charged straight at him. Sanver thought she was just kidding, but it turned out to be real, and he stared ahead in a daze. Alice quickly attacked him. Luckily, Sanver instinctively blocked the blow, using skills from his past life. This astonished Alice. No way, he blocked my sword? He's only 10 years old. While Alice was surprised, Sanver was gritting his teeth to block the attack. She's really planning to go all out against her little brother, who's 7 years younger. Alice stepped back. She assessed that the willow sword's blade was very thin, yet he still managed to block her longsword. These 2 times must have been luck. A vein popped on Alice's forehead. She gave a strained smile and said, Your instincts are better than I thought. Huh, my dear Sanver. The moment he saw that smile, a chill ran down Sanver's spine. He thought to himself, I'm screwed, and called out to Alice with difficulty, hoping for a little mercy. But Alice paid him no mind and charged again, attacking relentlessly. She spun and swung her sword, creating a beautiful technique. Sanver struggled to block the heavy blade on his shoulder. He quickly slid along the blade for some distance. Seizing the opportunity to escape Alice's hold, Sanver immediately swung his sword at her. This horrified Alice, who had thought Sanver was weak. As soon as he broke free from her hold, Sanver took the chance to thrust his sword at Alice, but the difference in strength was too great. Sanver gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. He put force into his wrist, rotating the sword once, then quickly knocked Alice back. Sanver jumped back, increasing the distance between them, and landed on a nearby stone pillar. He panted heavily, fear welling up inside him. That last move could have been really dangerous. If I hadn't rotated the sword to change its direction just then, I would have killed her. The Mythbone sword style mostly contains skills that strike vital points for instant assassination. It's hard to fight without hitting my opponent's weak spots because my current strength is so low, Sanver thought worriedly. How much time is left of those 3 minutes? His sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. He thought tensely, I'm compensating for my weakness by enveloping the sword with magic, but I'm about to reach my limit. Meanwhile, Alice was furious that she couldn't defeat her little brother, who was 7 years younger. She gritted her teeth and chanted an incantation. Earth, wind, water, come and strengthen my blade. Sanver recognized it as soon as he heard it, startled and alarmed. Sixth circle magic? As expected, Alice had used the water sword technique to envelop her weapon. She got into a fighting stance, preparing to use all her strength. Sanver cried inwardly, Is she trying to kill me? I thought this was just a test of strength. It seemed Alice's competitive spirit had flared up, and she said with determination, I can't lose. Sanver watched this scene helplessly. It's over. I can see the killing intent just from the look in her eyes. Sanver prepared a defensive stance. He worriedly thought that he would fall off the castle wall even if he managed to block this attack. I can only believe that's what will happen next. With that thought, Sanver immediately dashed forward. He charged straight towards Alice, who was preparing her ultimate move. Sanver swung his sword while praying, Please, please, someone come and stop this fight. Alice turned, preparing to attack. Sanver screamed Uncle's name in his heart. Sure enough, just as the two were about to collide, a voice shouted, Stop! Uncle grabbed Sanver by the collar with one hand and blocked Alice's sword with the other. The clash of the two swords created a huge shockwave across the castle wall, and a blue light illuminated everything. Uncle said with a serious face, Lady Alice, you're being too harsh on an opponent much younger than yourself. Sanver breathed a sigh of relief. I was wondering when he would show up, but thankfully, he was just in time. It was at this moment that Alice snapped out of it and cried out. She hurriedly hugged Sanver, sobbing. I'm sorry, Sanver. I must have lost my mind for a moment. Alice cried pitifully as she explained. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I was so obsessed with that idea that… Sanver helplessly felt his sister's tears. He thought to himself, this is just like her. She always tries too hard with everything. Sanver's sister was once an elite among elites, achieving an S rank in all subjects at the Royal Academy, where all the talented children gathered if they had a gift for swordsmanship, magic, or other academic fields. Above all, her beauty was so astonishing that people called her the Child of God. From a young age, she underwent rigorous swordsmanship training. She was mentioned as a future defender of the continent, alongside the eldest son. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was murdered. Memories of his past life came flooding back. Sanver emotionally hugged Alice tightly, thinking, I missed you so much, Alice. This time, I will protect you. Alice, bewildered, sensed Sanver's unstable emotions and called his name, Sanver. Getting no response, Alice remembered something and turned to ask Uncle. That reminds me, aren't you the Count's guardian knight? But the Count has already left for the battlefield. Unkel looked away guiltily and replied, I am under the Count's orders to protect the young master for a while, although I couldn't tell you because I had to keep it a secret. Sanver knew he was lying, thinking scornfully to himself, I've sensed his presence ever since I left the Count's office. Would he have appeared if this fight hadn't happened? But why did Father order Uncle to protect me secretly? Sanver suddenly felt drowsy, his eyes about to close. He fell into Alice's arms, sound asleep. Alice sighed, looking at him with a helpless yet affectionate gaze. Looking at the starry night sky, she remarked, he's still just a child. Soon after, Alice returned to the academy, as she had only returned for a short while to see their father before her graduation ceremony. At this time, Sanver was doing push-ups, counting to 9. After a struggle, he managed to do the 10th one. Sanver thought to himself, I feel like I need to get stronger. So I've been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks. But 10 push-ups is my limit. I've been stuck at this limit for 2 weeks now. Realizing this harsh reality, Sanver was extremely desperate. He recalled his past self with envy. I used to be quite confident in my strength in my past life. I want to go back to how I was. I need a solution to increase my physical strength. Suddenly, Emily came in and announced, Young Master, a package has arrived from Lady Alice. Sanver asked excitedly, Really? Emily, pinching her nose, held out a vial filled with a pungent odor and said, What is this? It smells disgusting. Sanver only dared to answer in his mind. It's a bit of hellhound's blood that I asked her to get for me. It's a rare item that can only be found in Limwell Valley, but I guess the rumors about it appearing on the black market are true. As Sanver poured the vial of blood into a bowl, the contents began to bubble violently. He said to himself, The blood of this demonic beast is considered a poison because of its terrible stench, as well as the burning sensation when consumed. But in reality, it permanently increases a user's mana and strength on the first use. Many people think this is just a false rumor, but I know it's true. From my experience in my past life, seeing Sanver pick up the bowl, Emily asked worriedly, Young Master, are you really going to drink that? Sanver nodded in response. He added a thought in his head. Don't worry, Emily. I'm the only one who can adapt to your cooking. Sanver raised the bowl and drank it in one gulp. His mind couldn't help but recall the past. I still remember the first time. It was that wild mushroom soup, right? My heart stopped the moment I took the first bite of that stuff. Compared to that soup, this is nothing. An image of the soup bowl moving like a monster appeared in his mind. Sanver slammed the empty blood bowl down on the table. He tried to convince himself it was delicious, but the blissed-out look on his face made Emily wary. Suddenly, Sanver shot up and called for Emily, making her respond in confusion. Yes, Sanver's eyes were glowing red. He smiled and said, I'm going for a little walk, Sanver thought excitedly. Now, let's see if it worked. Sanver went to a clearing. This place is quite far from Manhwa's castle. It's been a while since I was last here. I've been waiting for this moment for the past 2 weeks. A private moment when Unkel isn't following me because of his regular reports to father. He's so annoying, always tailing me. I used to come here whenever I wanted to be alone. One day, Ale received a revelation from the god of light, Lumen Deo. It said that an ancient temple is hidden somewhere in these mountains. I didn't fully believe it, but there really is a place where the flow of mana is concentrated. It seems to be somewhere around here. Of course, the divine revelation has come. Cian excitedly channeled mana into his hand, happily thinking that he was the only one who knew about this. Now Cian uses his mana to tear up the earth and rock beneath his feet, thinking smugly, Ale, I bet you can't even imagine what I'm doing right now. It seems to be right here. Sure enough, after the ground was torn apart, a tunnel leading underground appeared. Cian thought to himself, let's go. Cian went deep inside, looking around and assessing the place, completely different from the last time I was here. This place was an ancient temple dedicated to the god of light, Lumendel, until the history of this land was erased. Due to the war between gods and demons that took place 3 years ago, Cian looked at the shining temple ahead, his face impassive as he remarked, who could imagine that this place existed right on the mountain behind the castle? Cian walked to the altar and saw the shining object in front of him. He said excitedly, I see it. What this place holds is none other than Ale's sword from my past life. In the year 999 before the founding of the nation, on the 12th day of the last month, humanity finally succeeded in driving the Demon King's army out of Velius. The Demon King's army was many times stronger than humans, but humanity found ancient holy relics called the Weapons of the Gods, which helped them achieve victory. One of those holy relics was Duran Drak, the holy sword carrying the power of the light god Lumendel. This sword was probably the main reason humanity was able to defeat the demons. And I will also die a bitter death in the future under this very blade, the one Ale possesses. It was fine when I didn't remember, but now that I do, this sword is an eyesore. Cian looked at the shining sword before him. It seems Duran Drak is related to my regression. Cian reached out and touched the exquisitely engraved surface of the sword. Not seeing what he expected, Cian sighed, but he had predicted that nothing would happen. He kicked the sword hard in frustration. Cian turned away, gritting his teeth and cursing, completely losing his enthusiasm. This damn sword, let's just get this over with and go. If the sword could speak, it would have definitely cursed him back. Cian recalled a saying, once you step past the light, a strange shadow will appear. He strode to the side opposite the sword Duran Drak and found what he needed. At a glance, you would think it was the shadow of a sword, but it wasn't. There was no shadow at all. He smiled happily and placed his hand on the spot where the shadow should be. Cian used his mana, thinking to himself, where there is light, there must be shadow. This was a passage leading to another room, a secret path hidden beneath the altar of light. Cian followed the passage to a door. He cracked it open and peeked inside. Sure enough, the sword he was waiting for appeared here, Cian said cheerfully. There you are, my sword. Cian gripped the hilt. The demon sword Karam was different from the sword Duran Drak. This time, when he touched the demon sword, a powerful surge of energy erupted. The gem on the sword sparkled as if welcoming its new master. Cian excitedly raised the sword. Good morning, Karam. He swung it a few times. Cian felt that it wasn't like his past life. He asked in annoyance, you haven't awakened yet? But that didn't diminish Cian's happiness. He laughed excitedly. This familiar feeling is the best. I suddenly feel like slashing something. Suddenly, black mists rose from the ground, and a shadow appeared, asking, hey kid, aren't you scared? Don't you know the consequences of waking me? Cian replied coldly, don't know? Does that mean this sword is mine now? The black shadow rose up to reveal its giant form. It began to threaten, waking a sleeping demon sword. It's too late for regrets. The little shadow figure laughed cunningly. It quickly rushed forward, roaring loudly. Your body is mine now. Who would have thought Cian would catch the shadow's neck with just one hand? He calmly watched the shadow transform into a humanoid figure, struggling to breathe. You weren't in such a hurry last time. The shadow struggled to speak. What are you? How can you touch me? Cian said with a smug smile. I already told you, this sword is mine. The shadow refused to give up. It raised its hand to reveal its vicious, crimson claws. It swung its arm to attack Cian, screaming, "Begone!" Taking the opportunity when Cian let go, it quickly retreated. The shadow looked at him warily. Who are you? Don't tell me you're the successor. In the shadow's eyes, Cian was enveloped in a bizarre black and red demonic mist. It was suspicious. Why do I feel the aura of Eru emanating from you? Cian calmly replied. That's right, I am the successor of Eru. He gave a wicked smile and said, Your master has returned. Now kneel. Demon sword Karam. Karam angrily gritted its teeth and cursed, "You're just a kid. I don't accept you." With those words, Karam lunged to attack Xian, but was blocked by its own physical form. Although Xian was smiling as he parried, he thought, talking any further is probably useless. The ultimate goal of a demon sword is to take over the body of its wielder. Watching Karam attack with all its might, he thought to himself that he had no other choice. I'll have to concede a little. With that thought, Xian took a slight step back, making Karam think it had the advantage, and pressed the attack. Suddenly, Xian used the demon sword subjugation technique, causing Karam to fall to the ground, screaming in pain. Xian asked, "I'll only say this once. Why won't you accept me as your master while I'm still being nice?" Karam struggled against the pressure of the technique, cursing with difficulty. "How do you know that technique, you arrogant brat?" Xian coldly used demon sword subjugation again, slamming its head into the ground. He repeatedly chanted, "Demon sword subjugation, demon sword subjugation, demon sword subjugation." After a few times, Karam was now halfway buried in the ground. San took pity on it and asked, "Now what?" Of course, there was no other choice but to say, "I accept you." Seeing that Karam's attitude was still insolent, San prepared to use that technique again, causing Karam to immediately tremble in fear and call out, "Master." With everything settled, San walked out the door, thinking to himself, "Now that I've done what I needed to do, I guess it's time to go home. I've been gone for too long." With that thought, San took his sword and left. Karam, residing within the sword, exclaimed joyfully, "It's been so long since I've breathed fresh air. This is so refreshing." Karam playfully emerged from the sword, forming a small, cute shadow. It circled around him and asked, "Hey, master, what's your name?" San replied coldly, "San." Karam was puzzled. "San? I've never heard that name before. Did Eren really choose a brat like you?" San answered seriously. "Yes, from my previous life." Karam was confused. "Previous life? What the hell are you talking about?" San said nonchalantly. "I've died once before." Karam thought in astonishment. "What?" Its eyes scanned him inquisitively. Suddenly, San walked up to the sword Durand Drak. Karam remarked, "Is he still sleeping?" San then said, "He'll have to wait for his master for another 20 years. Hearing him speak with such certainty, Karam was contemptuous. "You talk as if you know the future." Suddenly, San raised his sword and sliced the hilt of Durand Drak in two. Watching the sword fall to the ground, Karam was horrified. "What do you think you're doing?" San smirked sinisterly, looking at the severed hilt in his hand. "Who knows, maybe this will make the future more interesting." As dawn broke, a carriage had already departed from the castle. The wheels stopped in a desolate wasteland. The carriage door opened, and San, clad in armor, stepped out. He looked around, assessing the area. "I can't believe this day has finally come. Time really flies." San approached Wilvert and bowed to greet the Duke. Wilvert spoke seriously. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you determined to go to the battlefield? If you want to back out, I won't stop you." San replied with a determined and confident expression. "Yes, father. My heart belongs on the battlefield." Hearing this, Wilvert didn't ask any more questions. He turned and gave an order to Uncle. "Open it." Uncle immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." He took out a scroll. San instantly recognized it as a magic scroll. Are they trying to summon something? He then saw Uncle wave the magic scroll, and a magic circle appeared, from which a beast slowly emerged right in front of them. It had giant paws with sharp claws. A ferocious dog appeared, growling in front of San. He was surprised to recognize the Hellhound. San smirked confidently. "A low-level beast from Limwell Valley? Father and the knights must have put a lot of effort into preparing this test." With that thought, he grew even more excited, holding his sword in a ready stance. Surrounding them were knights with their hands on their sword hilts, ready to help at any moment. San noticed this. He pondered, will they intervene if the situation becomes dangerous? Wilvert stood behind with his arms crossed, instructing seriously, "You must take responsibility for your actions, so prove your abilities. Pass this test and show us what you've got." Meanwhile, Uncle was lost in thought, thinking about the test. He recalled a few days ago when he was walking with his sword, and Unkel looked in panic at the person before him, asking, "Young master, did you just say you want to duel me?" San stood before him, acting as if he had no other choice, and said, "There are only 3 days left until I have to fulfill my promise to my father. I can't just keep swinging my sword at the air, right? I need to learn how to fight for real, so please help me," San asked Uncle with a sincere expression. Uncle replied nervously, "A duel at your age? Young Master Granwood." Before Uncle could finish his sentence, San said, "I don't know why, but every time he sees me, he runs away, so." He recalled the sight of Gran running for his life and his terrified screams, "Don't come near me." Unkel thought in despair. What a pain. Unable to find another excuse, Unkel helplessly agreed. "If you insist, then fine." San grinned with joy. Unkel raised his sword and set a condition. "Instead, I will only use the scabbard to fight you. I'll focus on defense, and you can attack with all your might." San drew his sword and replied with a bright smile, "Thank you, Unkel." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Oh, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. From now on, no matter what happens, don't say anything to my father. That's an order." San's expression changed in an instant as he threatened Uncle. Uncle frowned suspiciously, but in a flash, San lunged forward, attacking Uncle at a dizzying speed. He hastily raised his sword to block the surprise attack. Uncle silently assessed, "This sword is heavy. I can't believe it belongs to a mere 10-year-old child." San used his small frame and speed to his advantage, quickly moving to the side. Uncle thought in amazement, "He's so fast." Suddenly San vanished from before his eyes. It turned out San had leaped into the air and somersaulted behind him, startling Uncle. Since when? He quickly composed himself and spun around, their swords clashing and creating a powerful shockwave. San didn't give up and moved to another spot to continue his assault. His eyes glowed red with killing intent as his small body rushed forward. They exchanged a few more blows, with Unkel managing to block all of San's attacks. He jumped back and sighed. "As expected, I still can't beat you." San sheathed his sword, turned, and said, "That was great, Uncle. Thank you for your help." Unkel, panting, praised him. "Well done, young master," he thought to himself. I never expected the frail young master San to have improved so much. A memory of San's bright, happy smile flashed in his mind. Back in the present, Unkel told himself, if my intuition is correct, the young master should be able to pass his test now. At that moment, San was standing opposite the Hellhound, which suddenly charged forward to attack. Sanver thought nervously, "Here it comes." The demon hound opened its maw wide to reveal its sharp fangs, but suddenly it saw a sword slash flying toward it. Sanver's attack forced it to change direction. He coolly observed and thought, "With my current strength, fighting this monster is overwhelming. I have to end this battle as quickly as possible. I'll finish it with this next blow." As soon as he thought it, Sanver charged forward to attack. He stood tall and twisted his wrist to swing the sword, the slash stopping right at the demon hound's neck. Not only that, Sanver then leaped into the air and threw his sword, pinning the demon hound's head to the ground. All of this stunned the surrounding knights. Willius smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the demon hound's corpse on the ground, Sanver couldn't help but think, what a waste. This much blood could fill a few bottles. He pulled the sword from the monster's head, thinking to himself, if I do this here, they'll think I'm crazy. I should have at least brought a cup. Willius approached from behind, clapping in praise. "Well done, Sanver." Then he turned and said, "I'll see you on the battlefield." His cape fluttered dramatically, which Willius must have thought was cool. Sanver bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, father." Just then, Karam slowly emerged. "Master," it asked angrily, "do you think I'm some kind of fruit-peeling knife or what?" Sanver answered guiltily, "Of course not. You're a demon sword, right? Why do you ask?" Karam gritted its teeth and cursed. "Then use me, damn it. I need to absorb blood to get stronger." It flew miserably over to the demon hound's corpse and begged, "Please, just let me have one sip." Witnessing this, Sanver could only feel helpless. He tried to comfort it, saying, "Don't worry." Sanver gave a sinister smile as a shroud of black mist enveloped his body. He held Karam in his hand and explained, "Because soon enough, I'll be using you for some real business. Just you wait." On the battlefield, ferocious monsters were rampaging and attacking everything in sight. The knights immediately surrounded them, shouting, "Ogres! Ogres from the northwest." They quickly rang the bell to sound the alarm. Willius spurred his horse to the front and commanded, "Form a defensive line and annihilate them for me. Leave none alive." As the monster suppression campaign began, the knights immediately raised their swords in response. A giant magic circle formed, enveloping the horde of monsters. It then split into smaller circles that appeared beneath the ogre's feet. From these magic circles, chains shot up, tightly binding the ogre's limbs. Seizing this opportunity, Willius ordered the attack. The knights quickly charged in, cutting down the monsters. Every single one of them was focused on complete annihilation to prevent any future threats, especially the giant ogre leader, which was about 10 times the size of a normal person. But a knight still charged forward coldly, sword in hand. With a single slash, he sent the ogre's head flying. The head landed right in front of Sanver. While he calmly stared at the head, Emily, who was behind him, screamed in terror. "Oh my God," she cried out. "Young master, Emily still can't understand why you would want to come to a place like this. Aren't you scared?" Sanver didn't answer her. He looked around and remarked, "Coming back here makes me feel so nostalgic. This place is still a living hell." After handling matters, Willius came over to ask, "Sanver, how does it feel to be on the front lines?" Sanver's expression didn't change as he replied gently, "I'm just a little nervous." Willius advised, "As you can see, the battlefield is a place of death. You never know when you might lose your life, so never let your guard down." Sanver replied seriously, "Yes, I will remember that, father." He thought to himself, on the front lines, a situation like this is perfectly normal. There could be as many as 3 or 4 battles a day, each requiring its own detailed strategy. The talented, high-ranking knights formed the core of the force, dealing with any monsters that managed to break through the front line. When the battle ended, the group returned to their tents to rest. Sanver peeked out from his tent, observing that it was located in the rearmost area, which was also the safest place. Sanver thought in annoyance. With the guards watching so closely, there's no chance for Karam to absorb any blood. Do I really have to wait until dinner? He turned and saw Emily trembling under the blankets, and he wondered, "What are you doing?" Emily poked her head out from the blanket and shrieked, "The Duke said we could die at any moment, so I'm scared." Sanver sighed helplessly. "I can't believe it. Are you packing up to go home?" Seeing his expression, Emily scolded him angrily. "Do you think I could, even if I wanted to? When will you ever be able to be independent without me?" Emily criticized through gritted teeth. "There are monsters everywhere. If I ran away, who would take care of you, young master?" She stormed out of the tent in frustration. "Let's go. It's almost dinner time," Sanver suddenly asked. "Emily, what about the cloak I asked for?" But Emily had already left without answering him. Veins bulged on Sanver's face. He thought to himself, maybe I should fire her? Is this really how she treats her young master? That night, Sanver gently placed a life-size doll of himself on the bed and covered it with a blanket. He observed it carefully for a moment and thought, this should do. Suddenly, a voice asked, "You're planning to go out and train, even here?" Startled, Sanver replied, "Oh, did I wake you?" Emily groggily rubbed her eyes and praised him. "You're so diligent. The Duke would be so proud if he knew." Hearing that, Sanver scornfully pulled up his hood and said, "Anyway, I'm leaving now. Just act normal. I'm still sleeping. Got it?" Emily replied wearily. "Yes." Sanver used magic to increase his speed. He thought to himself, since this is the front line, the soldiers' night watches are heavily reinforced, and the security is quite strict. So if I don't leave the camp now, it'll be difficult to act freely. With that, Sanver ran out of the encampment. He used the third form of bone density, descending mist, to leap off the cliff. Landing on the ground, San realized that if he remembered correctly, this place was crawling with monsters. Sure enough, a pack of bloodthirsty hellhounds had already surrounded him. San's eyes turned red as he gave them a sinister, appraising smile. A perfect place to let Cam absorb some blood, right, Cam? As he spoke, he summoned the demon's sword. Smelling the scent it had craved for so long, Cam said excitedly, "The smell of blood is so strong. Master, I don't think I can hold back any longer. Hurry and let me slash something." San didn't disappoint it, raising his sword. He watched the hellhounds charge forward, completely oblivious to the danger. San charged forward excitedly, saying, "All right, Cam, I'll grant your wish." He slashed powerfully at the hellhounds, then spun his sword to attack from behind. He used the fog sword dance technique. In a single move, he wiped out countless hellhounds. His agile movements and sharp blade left the monsters no time to react. The night was still long, and the sky remained pitch black. San forcefully stabbed a tube into the neck of a dead hellhound, then used a cup to catch its still warm blood. As soon as the cup was full, San raised it and drank, downing all the blood he had just collected in one gulp. Not only that, but San was also a considerate master. He held Cam up to the cup and offered, "Here's yours," Cam exclaimed excitedly. "After awakening, this is the first time I felt this refreshed," San said cheerfully. "Great, let's keep training like this," Cam replied supportively. "How long will it take to get stronger by just dealing with these bugs?" San smirked. "Have some faith. Don't worry, the night is still young. And there are plenty of monsters. In San's line of sight, an army of monsters was preparing to attack. Cam, of course, saw this too. It trembled and cried out, "This is so exciting!" Meanwhile, on a mountainside, a convoy of carriages was on the move. A young woman with white hair sat in a carriage, looking out the window, as a worried voice from across her advised, "I still think the front lines are too dangerous. Let's go back, Princess." The one called Princess stood by her decision, saying, "I've told you already, don't treat me like a child. I am the princess of this kingdom, and I have a responsibility to help my father, the king. How many more times do I have to say it?" Her voice was filled with seriousness. The princess threatened, "If you mention it again, I'll get really angry." The attendant replied awkwardly, "Yes, your highness." Suddenly, the handmaiden spoke up. "Ah, that reminds me, there's news that the youngest son of House Vert has also gone to battle. He's around your age," the princess asked in surprise. "He brought his youngest son with him?" The handmaiden quickly explained. "The Duke didn't intend to bring him along. The young master requested it himself. Since you're both the same age, perhaps you could get to know him." The princess shyly turned her head away and said, "You make it sound like I care about such trivial things. Forget it. I need to get some sleep." The handmaiden, thinking she had angered her, quickly bowed and replied, "Yes." A moment later, the princess suddenly asked, "What's his name?" The handmaiden hurriedly answered, "It's San, I'm quite sure. His name is Sanver." The princess mumbled his name to herself. "Sanver?" She crossed her arms and looked out the carriage window, the gentle moonlight illuminating her beautiful face. A harpy-like monster, slashed several times across its body, shrieked in pain. Willius rode around on his horse, giving orders, "Check if anyone is injured." The knights immediately shouted back, "Everyone is all right, sir." Willius nodded and continued, "Good, let's head back quickly." The knights obeyed, replying, "Yes, sir." He looked around pensively. In the distance, a sword was pulled from a monster's body. San stepped on its corpse, sighed, and sheathed his sword. Willius approached and asked, How were you able to adapt and survive your very first battle like this? San bowed respectfully and answered, I learn something new every day, father. Of course, Willius didn't believe him and said, Is that all? I thought you'd be eager to return to the family. Willius smiled gently. You've endured out here for quite a while now. I'm very proud of what you've accomplished on this battlefield. San thought in astonishment. What? He's proud of me? Willius turned to leave with Uncle. Before he left, he instructed, I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Come to my tent in the morning, San replied. Yes, father. He was still reeling from his father's sudden praise. He thought to himself, Father has never treated me this well before, not even in my past life. Night fell again. A giant monster swung its tail, destroying everything around it, and San's feet slid backward. He gritted his teeth, looking at the monster before him. Seeing the massive, writhing creature, San immediately recognized it as a death worm. They usually only appeared deep within the valley. Cam quickly suggested, Master, it seems you're having trouble. Please, switch with me. Let me possess you to fight, San said contemptuously. Switch with you? You think I don't know what you're after? Cam replied confidently. I swear it will only take a moment, and I'll switch right back. Green veins bulged all over the deathworm's body, looking grotesque. Seeing the slashes on the monster's body heal, Cam seized the opportunity to persuade him. See that? It's instantly regenerating its wounds. Continuing to attack it is useless. San also realized the problem. He thought worriedly. He's right. This won't work if I keep this up. It's been 1 month since I came to the front lines. Recalling the monsters he had defeated, San thought to himself, I've drunk the blood of countless monsters, but it's still not enough. Facing the giant monster rushing towards him, San sighed. I guess I have no choice. He said seriously, I agree to switch with you, Cam, no matter what you're planning. Cam said cheerfully, All right, let's do this. San used the 9th form of the fog technique, Demon Sword Burst. With Cam possessing his body, he attacked the monster with a single powerful slash. Sean thought to himself, I'll tear your thick hide to shreds. The deathworm screamed in agony as it was slashed. Sean leaped into the air, illuminated by the bright moonlight. He continued to use his misty sword technique, the flower-catching slash. He slashed powerfully from top to bottom along the worm's length. The monster was split in two, just like that. Sean took the opportunity to land many more slashes, completely annihilating the monster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people were examining the corpses of monsters on the ground. This one has been dead for a while. Unkel, leading the knights, assessed the situation. The residual magic here seems immense. A demon might have done this. Willius looked at the bloodstain on his subordinate's hand. We can't take this lightly. If this involves the demon race, he ordered an immediate search of the area and the disposal of these corpses. The knights immediately shouted their assent. Looking at the wound on the demon hound's neck, Willius mused, This slash looks very familiar. Or am I mistaken? Willius frowned, not wanting to think about it anymore. Suddenly, Uncle called out from behind, Sir, you should see this. Willius walked over to him, curious. Is this? Unkel nodded. Yes, it is. It's a death worm. Looking at the tragic state of the high-level monster before him, Willius was horrified. Who could have done this to it? He thought worriedly. Perhaps it was that organization. Meanwhile, on Sean's side, he was thinking about the recent incident. Demon Sword manifestation. It allows Karam to control my body and unleash its full power. But I can still control my body if she lets her guard down during a fight. Recalling that scene, Sean lay in bed thinking, That's why I let her control me when fighting monsters. I drank all the monster's blood after defeating it, and my strength has increased a little. A month ago, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Sean sat up, clutching his head and groaning. My body hurts so much. Suddenly, Karam spoke up. I get it now. It flew over and said confidently, You look like a kid, but you don't talk or act like one. When you act with me, you're very fast and proficient. You're also very knowledgeable about the geography of Limwell Valley. Your swordsmanship is as if you've practiced for at least 30 years, and plus, you said you died once, right? I'm sure of it now. Karam smirked sinisterly. Seeing Sean's surprised expression, it asked him, You were reincarnated, weren't you? Unexpectedly, after hearing its conclusion, Sean looked at Karam like it was an idiot. Well, I did say I died once. It's pretty obvious. Karam, embarrassed and angry, yelled, How is it obvious? You never explained it to me, Sean said coolly. I was too lazy. Karam clicked its tongue, then asked doubtfully, Anyway, killing someone like you isn't easy. I guess you were killed by the wielder of Duran Drak. There are two possibilities. You were either killed in a one-on-one battle, or you were betrayed. Karam's speculations were all correct. Sean's face immediately darkened. Then he heard Karam say confidently, I have a feeling it's the second one. Sean asked doubtfully, Why do you think so? Karam then explained, You hold great contempt for the Holy Sword, so I guessed you don't have a good impression of it. Realizing it had guessed correctly, Karam flew in front of Sean and said, So your purpose is revenge. Whatever the case, always remember, if I find out you failed or lost heart, I will devour you. Karam laughed smugly, threatening him. Sean calmly swatted it away and scoffed. Absorb me? I'm not stupid enough to let you do that. Karam crashed into a bookshelf, lying dizzy and unconscious on the ground. Sean chuckled, thinking, It hasn't changed at all. It still has the same personality as in my past life. With nothing to do, he stepped out of the tent. Seeing everyone around looking tense, Sean wondered, what's going on? Everything seems to be in chaos. Just then, Emily ran over. Young master, you're awake? Sean asked her. Emily, what's wrong? Emily immediately replied, yes. A high-level monster's corpse was suddenly discovered at the entrance to the valley. Sean was startled, thinking nervously, is she talking about that worm? Fearing he wouldn't understand, Emily explained the seriousness of the situation. It's been a long time since a monster like that appeared near the campsite. Sean asked her, is there anything else? Emily replied with a confused, huh? Sean hurriedly asked again. Besides that, is there anything else? Like a suspicious person being spotted or anything about me? Suddenly, Uncle approached, calling for young Master Sean. He bowed respectfully and said, the Duke wishes to see you right now. Sean thought worriedly, this is bad. I couldn't dispose of that monster's huge corpse right away. Remembering the other corpses, he told himself it was because the patrol soldiers suddenly appeared. Sean gritted his teeth, worried about his plan to enjoy life before entering the academy. He entered Willius's tent and bowed respectfully. Father, I have arrived. Sean hoped his father wouldn't realize he was the one responsible. Willius called him over. Sean, have a seat. Seeing his father's serious expression, Sean thought to himself, if he asks about yesterday, how should I explain it? Sean pressed his lips together, looking at Willius. Willius sat opposite Sean and began the interrogation. I'll get straight to the point. What did you do last night? Sean answered awkwardly. I went to bed early because I was too tired. Willius doubtfully recalled what he had seen last night. Went to bed early? But those slashes were clearly Sean's swordsmanship. He frowned, looking straight at Sean. Am I overthinking this? Sean put on an innocent face and asked worriedly, why do you ask, father? Willius looked at him and thought, it's hard to believe a child like this could handle a death worm. Furthermore, when Sean saw he wasn't speaking, he asked nervously, Father, is something worrying you? Willius continued to observe him, and then replied, you must have heard about what happened near the camp last night. He probed. I still need to investigate, but it seems there are traces of activity from a secret assassin organization. The Mist. Cyan tensed, his face serious as he asked. The Mist, William immediately explained. That organization has existed for 1,000 years, and no one knows their true purpose. But they have assassinated countless nobles under the guise of purification, wherever they went, leaving behind a distinctive black mist. Then one day, they completely disappeared. The last time they were active was 300 years ago, but the death worm from last night was surrounded by that black mist. The black mist is the trace left by the EU god, the god of darkness, whom the Mist organization reveres and from whom they draw their power. Willius confirmed, if my guess is correct, that Deathworm was created by them and the monsters that killed it. Cyan listened to Willius's analysis, feeling tense and amazed. Just from that, could his father already guess who was behind this? Although that organization was last seen 3 years ago, William didn't know what he was thinking. He seriously warned, not knowing why they reappeared. But you need to be careful. I will report this to the king and investigate further. Cyan obediently replied, yes, father. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking maybe his father finally trusted him. Indeed, Willius was thinking it was unreasonable for San to be involved with this organization, especially since he was still so young. Thinking that, William said, that's all. Suddenly he asked, by the way, who did you say came to visit today? Cyan honestly answered, I heard the king would visit, but it was supposed to be today. William smiled and said, I also want to ask you for a favor. Cyan asked curiously, what is it? Outside, the knights raised their trumpets, their voices echoing everywhere. The king has arrived. Willius led the troops in kneeling to pay respects. Lord Commander Vass greets your majesty. The king rode forward, his face joyful as he called out to Vili. He jumped down from his horse and approached, helping Willius, who was kneeling on the ground. The king sincerely said, we've been longtime friends, so don't be so formal. Willius replied seriously, but your majesty. Suddenly, the king looked behind Willius and asked, oh, is that the child? Cyan knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. It is my honor, your majesty. I am Cyan V, the youngest member of the Va family. The king looked at him kindly and praised, so young and already out on the battlefield, your children are truly exceptional. Cyan thought to himself, wondering what his father wanted him to do, but never expected to be introduced like this. He recalled that in his past life, he always had to hide indoors whenever the king came. Being trusted by his father like this was truly touching. He thought of himself on the upper floor, looking out the window excitedly, saying to Emily, look, Emily, it's the king. Back then, Emily always pulled him back inside, calling him a spoiled young master. Suddenly the king spoke, Slender, I want to introduce someone else. Small Feet stepped down from the carriage. The white-haired princess appeared and bowed as she introduced herself. This is the 5th princess of the U-Ship Kingdom, Irene Severus. Sean immediately recognized Irene Severus, the tragic 5th princess. He recalled his father's order. I need you to escort Princess Irene that day. Sean didn't understand why and asked, what? How come? William didn't say much but instructed, don't worry, just stay close to her. She's about your age, And you'll meet her again when you enter the academy. Cyan lowered his head, remembering he had met her a few times in his past life, in classes at the academy. William continued advising, getting close to the royal family won't hurt. It won't last long, but I want you to be friendly with her. Cyan thought bitterly. I don't want to at all, but I understand my father's intention. Maybe he wants me to have a relationship like his with the king. He sighed thoughtfully, but his father chose the wrong person. She can't be my friend. Cyan felt helpless, though he couldn't say why because it was knowledge of the future only he knew. It was really frustrating, but he would pretend to comply. Thinking that, he followed Willius and the king's group ahead. Suddenly, a groan sounded in his ear. Irene coldly asked, "Why is that river red?" Cyan was curious. "You mean the Blood River?" Hearing the name, Irene questioned, "Blood River?" Cyan explained, "This river flows through Limwell Valley. There's no complicated reason for its red color. Old or dying monsters that can't survive jump instinctively into the Blood River. Then their bodies decompose along the river, transforming mana and turning the river red." Irene shuddered in horror after hearing this. "So it's really blood and flesh?" Cyan replied coldly. "Yes, they even drink and bathe in that river water, so it's disgusting. Don't go near it." Irene's face showed clear disgust. "Gross. So what's at the end of the river?" Cyan continued. "The demon realm?" Irene asked. "The demon realm? Where demons live?" Cyan teased. "Yes, if you follow this river, you might even meet the Demon King." Cyan smirked mischievously. But who would be crazy enough to do that? Just scaring her a bit. Suddenly, the sky lit up brightly as a flare shot into the air. Irene asked curiously, "What's that light?" Cyan explained, "That's the signal from the third plantation to the west. Yellow, signaling the presence of demon beasts." His expression darkened seriously. Irene was shocked. "There are monsters here?" Meanwhile, Willius was ordering the knights to protect the king, escort the scouting knights to the third plantation in the west. Suddenly, the king spoke up. "Don't be like that, Willius." Willius called out to the king in confusion. The king raised his sword and said coldly, "Do you think I came here to sightsee? I'm getting quite bored." Willius understood his intention, sighed helplessly, and replied, "Yes, your majesty." The king turned and ordered his subordinates, "We will join the raid on the demons. Kill every last one of them." The knights cheered in response. "Yes, your majesty." Willius turned to Cyan and said, "You'll be joining too, Cyan." He quickly replied, "Yes, father." Aaron asked worriedly, "Can you really fight those demon beasts?" Cyan nodded and replied, "Yeah, but I'll just be providing support from the rear. You should get to a shelter." To his surprise, Aaron said, "Take me with you." Cyan was shocked. What did this girl just say? The maid beside her also disagreed and tried to persuade her. "But, princess." However, Aaron shouted, "You said you're the same age as me, so I want to go too." Cyan warned her, "People die out there. This isn't a playground." Aaron yelled in a fit of anger, "I don't care. I want to go, and no one can stop me." Annoyed, Cyan called for Uncle. Uncle quickly approached and said, "Yes, young master. I, Uncle, a royal knight, will escort the princess to safety." He turned to Aaron and said, "Let's go, princess." Aaron suddenly turned, pointed at Cyan, and scolded him. "You traitor! How dare you treat a princess with such disrespect?" Cyan glared at her, his patience wearing thin. "Many knights could die because of your stubbornness. A single moment of carelessness decides life and death on the battlefield. So, do you dare take responsibility? Responsibility for those lives?" Cyan's aura was incredibly powerful. It frightened Aaron. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Cyan paid her no mind and turned to leave. "Go back and cry like a child, princess." In the end, only Uncle, Aaron, and the maid were left standing there. A giant monster attacked from above. With a slime-like body, it swallowed countless knights. The others immediately surrounded and attacked the monster. A sword was raised as a voice commanded, "Into formation. Protect the king and kill them all. Spare no demon." Willius shouted to rally the knights. The army immediately charged into battle. Dion, king of the Empire of Euphan, had 2 wives. Diana Quazel was his first wife, but she has passed away. Cassandra Nepolis is his concubine, considered a powerful figure in the empire. The former queen gave birth to 2 grand princesses and the second princess. The current queen is the mother of the 3rd and 4th princes. However, Arin Severus, the 5th princess, was a daughter of low birth, her mother a commoner. People treated her like a puppet princess because of her mixed blood, but she never cared about what others thought and always fulfilled her duties as a member of the royal family, studying harder than anyone else. However, those who were jealous of her branded her a traitor. She was then exiled by the royal family and the empire. Rumor has it the princess died alone from an illness on an island. Therefore, people call her the tragic princess. She would have lived a happy life if she hadn't been greedy. It's better for someone like her to live without ambition. After hearing the story, Karam wondered, "Isn't that what your father always told you in your past life?" Cyan retorted while slaying a monster. "It's different. Royal politics are just like that." The monster was struck by lightning magic. Watching the groaning monsters fall one by one, Cyan marveled that the king was truly a talented man. A blade covered in lightning stabbed into the ground. Dion held his sword and used the Holy Thunder technique. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the monster. Xian, witnessing the whole thing, thought in awe, the Emperor is famous for being a level 8 mage. If he hadn't taken the throne, he would have become the head of the Mages Association. Looking at Dion's powerful back, so different from Willius's, Xian gave a helpless smile and thought, a mid-level monster is probably nothing to him. Being king is probably just a hobby for him. After everything was settled, wine was brought out. Looking at the bottle on the table, Dion remarked, "It's been a while since we've had a drink together, hasn't it?" "Willie, I feel lonely drinking by myself." Willius replied seriously, "Forgive me, your majesty, but I cannot allow myself to drink on the battlefield." Suddenly, Dion brought something up. About what you asked me regarding the situation in the Empire. There have been many assassinations of nobles recently. It's worrying." Willius frowned and asked, "Is there anything in common with the assassinations?" Dion replied, "Yes." His expression turned serious as he said, "All the murdered nobles were corrupt officials, and a black mist appeared at every scene. What do you make of it?" Willius stroked his chin, pondering. Willius began to recount the situation here. "Yesterday, I found traces of them here. It seems the followers of the Black Mist cult, those assassins, are active again." Dion nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, but you need to investigate thoroughly." Dion cheerfully poured wine and said, "Thanks for taking out that trash," Willius reminded him, "but we can't just sit by and watch them live in constant fear." Suddenly, Dion spoke up. "There's one more thing that's bothering me." Willius wondered. "What is it?" Dion said slowly. "Those damn nobles are rambling on, blaming the fifth princess." Willius was shocked and understood. "You mean they're intentionally pinning those cases on Princess Erin?" Dion explained. "I've dismissed those ridiculous rumors to shut them up, but it seems a certain faction wants to use the girl." Dion said seriously, "I want to ask you a favor, as a friend, not as a king. If I pass away before you, please take care of the girl." Willius replied with a solemn expression. "I, Willius V, obey your majesty's command," Dion said with satisfaction. "Thank you." It was raining heavily outside. Emily suddenly asked, "Is that all?" Xian was puzzled. What else was she expecting? Emily quickly said, "She's a princess, you know, and you just escorted her here? At this rate, you'll never get married." Seeing Emily's angry expression, Xian was bewildered. "I'm not on a date." Xian stepped out of the tent, and before leaving, he instructed her, "While I'm gone, I'm leaving everything in your hands." Emily wondered, "Are you going to train again?" "It's raining really hard." Xian advised, "Don't worry, and don't wait up for me." Suddenly, a figure appeared from the front through the rain. Emily screamed in fear. "Who's there?" The hood was pulled down. "That person asked you, 'Where are you going?'" Aaron asked, seriously. "Excuse me, but if you're not busy, could you talk with me for a moment?" As soon as Emily saw Aaron, she got excited, her eyes sparkling as she called out, "Princess, outside the tent, countless guards are keeping watch in the rain." Aaron observed her surroundings and then asked, "How long have you been here?" Xian replied coldly, "About a month." Then he asked, "Why did you come to see me?" Aaron froze, glancing at him guiltily. Aaron turned to look at the excited Emily and hesitated. "Could you give us a moment alone?" She kept staring. Xian, embarrassed, ordered, "Get out, Emily." Emily happily left, smiling and saying, "All right, you two have fun." As soon as Emily left, the atmosphere became quiet and tense. Xian thought with disdain, "Have fun with a 10-year-old kid? No way, I'm 40 years old." Just then, Erin spoke up shyly, her cheeks blushing. "I'm sorry about earlier. I feel like I didn't act befitting of my status as a princess." Xian scratched his head and replied, "You don't need to worry about it, and I'm sorry for being rude." Seeing his apologetic look, Aaron chuckled and said it was nothing. "If I were you, I would have said the same thing." Her expression darkened. "How many people acknowledge you? Unlike me. Besides, you're much more mature." Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking with some surprise, "So this is her personality." Suddenly, Aaron spoke up. "Oh, by the way, you're planning to join the academy too, right?" As if guessing her intentions, Xian coldly refused. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you with anything." Aaron was startled and shocked. Xian continued, "If you came here to make friends, you can leave." Aaron said, trembling, "I just want us to have a good relationship. Why are you so difficult, or do you also think I'm nothing more than a princess in name only?" At this point, Aaron's expression had changed. Two streams of tears flowed down her face. Xian said nothing, neither refuting nor explaining. Aaron cried in anguish, "I understand. Being friends with me probably offers you no benefits. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I must have been blind. I thought we could at least talk, but it turns out you're completely different from Sir Ale." The familiar name suddenly came up. Xian froze in shock. He quickly turned his head to look at her. "Huh?" she just said. A surge of anger rose, and Xian grabbed her arm, his strength making Aaron cry out in pain. Unable to escape his grip, Aaron shouted, "What do you want?" Xian asked coldly. "Ale, how do you know my brother?" Aaron, holding her arm in pain, answered, "I met him last year while walking around the Royal Academy. He advised me not to care about what others think and to just focus on being a princess. Sion's eyes went blank. He couldn't believe his ears. Advised? What a joke. I know that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone. From the moment she met him, everything was already set up, a plan to overthrow Princess Erin. Sion gritted his teeth and growled, "I'm warning you." Suddenly, a loud noise from outside forced them to stop their conversation. Emily ran from a distance, calling out, "Young master!" She hurriedly screamed, "You have to run!" But it was too late. From above, the tent roof collapsed. A monster holding a pillar smashed it right into Sion's tent, right in front of Emily. The surrounding knights also shouted in panic, "Damn it! That's the young master's tent. Hurry and see if the young master is in danger." Emily collapsed to her knees, a lump in her throat preventing her from speaking. She cried and screamed desperately. Her calls for the young master echoed through the camp but didn't move the monster to pity. At the same time, in Willius and Dion's tent, both were shocked after hearing a subordinate's report. "What?" Dion's face darkened as he asked, "What did you say?" The reporting knight immediately replied, "High-level monsters have just ambushed the camp at the borderlands, sir. I believe the princess is there." Hearing this, Dion quickly stood up and ordered, "All royal troops, get to the camp immediately. We must ensure the princess's safety." The knight quickly accepted the order. "Yes, your majesty." At that moment, Dion wondered, "She's at the camp? Who did she go to see?" On the other side, several monsters were wreaking havoc. They carried weapons and walked around the camp. Cian was off to the side, observing and assessing the deathworms and the aggress. They only live in the deeper parts of the valley, but suddenly appeared here. Something must have changed. Behind him were Emily, Aaron, and the other knights, hiding and waiting for a chance to counterattack. Just as Cian was wondering if it was his fault, Emily called out, "Young master." Tears and snot streamed down her face as she said, "I thought you were really gone. From now on, I'll never leave your side again." Back then, as soon as the tent roof was smashed down, with his quick reflexes, Cian had managed to grab Aaron and run out of the tent in time. He snorted contemptuously. "I even killed the Demon King back in the day, as if these things could kill me." Suddenly, Aaron asked with concern, "Do you think the knights in the camp will be okay?" Emily's eyes lit up as she answered confidently, "Princess, don't worry, the knights are very strong." Aaron covered her mouth and sobbed, "If I hadn't come here, this wouldn't have happened. All the knights with me are." The surrounding knights quickly reassured her, "We're all right, princess. Protecting you as knights of the kingdom is our duty." The other knight agreed with a bright smile. "He's right, princess. We will protect you with our lives." It was a touching scene, but suddenly Sean shouted, "Get out of the way." A giant hand appeared from behind that knight. It squeezed the knight tightly, causing him to cough up blood. Just like that, right in front of Aaron, the knight who had just sworn to protect her was captured by the monster. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Before Aaron could even react, Sean quickly dashed forward to shield her. "Get back." The monster grinned triumphantly as if it had found its target. Just from its gesture, Sean knew it instantly. "It's aiming for me." The monster tossed the knight aside and stepped forward. Sean quickly gave orders to the others. "I'll distract the monster. You get the princess to safety." Emily immediately obeyed, replying, "Yes." This made Sean pause for a moment. He felt Emily grab the princess and run. A vein popped on Sean's forehead. He thought irritably, "Is she really in that much of a hurry to leave?" Emily, holding Aaron, didn't forget to call out to the remaining knight. "Sir Knight, what are you doing? Let's go." The monster had waited long enough. It roared in anger and raised its hand to strike. Sean gripped his sword and charged, quickly leaping up to slash at the monster. As he attacked, he wondered, "Why do I keep attracting these high-level monsters? It feels like they can smell something on me." Karam emerged and reminded him with a laugh, "You've drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger. That's why you smell like them." "It'd be strange if they didn't target you," Sean said angrily. "You knew this too? Why are you only telling me now?" Karam laughed sinisterly. "Did you forget? What I want is your body." Sean mercilessly squeezed Karam, making it cry out in pain. He stopped running and summoned the demon sword. Karam, startling it. "What are you doing?" Sean impatiently snapped. "Shut up," Karam pleaded tearfully. "Please be gentler with me." Sean stood before the monster, 10 times his size, and replied coldly, "I don't care how many monsters target me." Sean charged forward as the monster swung its fist. He quickly leaped into the air and delivered a powerful, roaring slash. With just one slash, Sean sent the monster's head flying. He landed gracefully as if he had just performed an artistic piece. Sean sighed in relief and said, "Now that no one's watching, time to drink some high-level monster blood." He was surrounded by countless ferocious monsters. Karam exclaimed excitedly, "It's like a grand feast." Suddenly, Sean's expression turned to horror. "Wait, what's that?" From a distant cliff, a monster landed. Sean realized in terror, "It's an evil dragon." The evil dragon roared furiously. Karam calmly retorted, "No, it's still young. It probably smelled you too." Sean laughed sinisterly with excitement, thinking, "It doesn't matter why this dragon appeared here. What matters is that I'm going to catch it." His body was enveloped in a red mist. Karam said in amazement, "Hey," Sean commanded, "you have to catch it?" No, you have to devour it. He pointed his sword at the evil dragon. Elsewhere, the monsters were being struck by countless bolts of lightning. After finishing off the last one, Dion asked, "That was the last of them, right?" Willius nodded in reply. "Yes, it seems so." Dion frowned and asked, "What about the princess and your son?" Willius replied worriedly, "Coming from the tents, I couldn't find any trace of them." Dion sighed and comforted him. "It's all right. You must be very worried about your son." Willius frowned. "Why would I need to worry about that boy?" "The princess is what's most important," Dion asked, confused. "You're too cold. Is he even your biological son?" Willius just said indifferently. "A member of House Vert must know how to protect themselves." Just then, a royal knight ran up to report, "Your Majesty, we found the princess." Dion was astonished. "Really?" Irene ran over, calling out, "Father!" Dion also rushed over, calling for Aaron. He worriedly asked his daughter, "Are you hurt?" Aaron said hastily. "Hurry, father, we have to save him." Dion wondered. "Save who?" Aaron replied tearfully. "Sean, because of me." He. Behind them, Willius's face darkened as he said tensely, "Calm down and tell me what happened." Willius stood before Emily and asked, "You are Sean's servant, aren't you?" Emily quickly replied, "Yes, that's me, my lord." Willius's eyes were filled with killing intent as he asked, "Tell me what happened to Sean." Emily, terrified by his aura, thought, "So scary. I've never seen the Duke this frightening." She hurriedly answered, "The young master acted as a decoy to buy us time to escape." Willius's eyes narrowed even more. The knight beside them quickly spoke up, "I remember where he was. Just give the order, and I will go with the others to rescue the young master." Hearing this, Dion urged, "What are you waiting for, Willius? Hurry up." But unexpectedly, Willius said two words, "No need." The entire group stared at him in astonishment. Dion asked, stunned, "Willius, are you serious?" Willius said calmly, "I must deal with the current situation first. If the camp falls, the monsters will flood into the kingdom. I must rebuild this place immediately. It's the only way to prevent more casualties." Emily couldn't believe her ears. She asked in a panic, "What about the young master?" Regarding that matter, Willius just said coldly, "He has fulfilled his duty by keeping the princess safe. That is the way of House Vert." Aaron was horrified and afraid. "Why? Why?" No. In despair, she blamed herself. "It's all my fault." Just then, a roar echoed everywhere. The group was terrified by the sound. Aaron looked up at the sky in fear. That sound, a dragon? In the sky was the same evil dragon that had confronted Sean. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes shot open. She called out Sean's name. It turned out he was currently clinging to the leg of the flying evil dragon. He was hugging the dragon's leg tightly, crying in terror. Dragons are the creatures closest to the creator. They are noble creatures one is lucky to see even once in a lifetime, a supreme species that a lowly race like humans can barely approach. While fighting, Sean V thought to himself, what an honor it is to be fighting alongside such a noble species. But why does it keep flying back and forth towards someone I can't see? Down below, Aaron Severus watched the sky, seeing only the massive dragon flying back and forth. Suddenly, as if she saw something, her eyes filled with tears, and she cried out in alarm. King San and Duke Vert couldn't believe their eyes either. The king said in astonishment, "Unbelievable, that's a dragon." Then he asked Duke Vert, "Why is your son on that dragon? What are you even thinking? Go save him." Ignoring the king's words, Duke Vert furrowed his brow, his eyes deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sean was still struggling to control the dragon. Annoyed, he thought from its back, "Damn it, I really want to drink its blood. I can't believe this is happening." Just then, the dragon seemed to transform, becoming even more ferocious. Observing this, Sean determined it was a truly wicked dragon. To adapt to the fight, Sean transformed into another form, pointed his sword at the dragon, and said he had to eat it. Then, facing the horde of monsters swarming toward them, Sean gave a clear command. He shouted, "All of you, get lost! I don't have time for you." Sean used his mist sword, unleashing a storm of mist. With a single slash, he cut down countless monsters, filling the air with their piercing screams of agony. After finishing off the monsters, Sean flew toward the dragon. Looking at the ferocious beast, Sean said, "It's not a fully grown dragon. Its size gives it away." From within its mouth, the dragon condensed its power and unleashed a breath attack. Sean was hit head-on, sending his entire body flying backward. As he struggled to regain his balance, he cursed angrily. "Damn it, you insolent lizard. We just met and you dare spit in my face? Fine, I'll carve you up." As the words left his mouth, Sean's sword struck, leaving two distinct gashes on the dragon's face. The painful wounds made it roar and thrash about, and Sean was thrown off. Despite its injuries, the dragon didn't stop attacking. Its sharp tail stabbed down toward where Sean was falling, but he reacted instantly, using his sword, unleashing the 8-flower slash. Struck by 2 consecutive hits, the dragon lost its power to attack and fell from the sky. Having defeated his opponent, Sean massaged his arm, panting heavily as he said, "I can't ride it now. My shoulder is killing me, and I'm almost out of time." Aware that time was slipping away, Sean gripped his sword firmly and stared forward. Although injured, the dragon was still powerful. It took to the air again, ready to attack Sean. This time, Sean was cautious, thinking, I won't fall for that trick a second time. But just as he was about to attack, the dragon suddenly turned and flew in another direction, making Sean yell in surprise. It's getting away! Stop right there! Don't you dare run! With that, he gave chase. After a short pursuit, Sean caught up to the dragon, sighing in relief as he thought, finally caught it. That was close. Now, how am I supposed to handle this? Sean was now on the dragon's back, trying to figure out what to do. Just then, Cam appeared, asking irritably, What's the matter? Why aren't you doing anything? Not understanding her, Sean retorted irritably. What are you talking about? Can't you see all those people down there watching us? Her anger unabated, Cam shot back. So what? If you've chosen me, then you should act like it. Sean wasn't backing down either. He retorted, What? You want me to use the demon sword and slaughter everyone below? If they saw me do that, they'd burn me at the stake. Cam didn't relent. She pressed on. So what? Are you just gonna ride this dragon forever? Sean replied. I'm trying to think of a way, aren't I? Down below, Duke Vert was doing something with his sword. Sean recognized it and thought in astonishment, Is that 8-star magic? Is he really going to use the celestial secret sword, knowing his own son will get caught in it? Duke Vert set up his formation on the ground, and above, the dragon flew right into his position. Without a moment's hesitation, Duke Vert attacked the moment his target was in place. This move made Sean ecstatic. He thought, Father, you truly live up to your title as the continent's guardian. As the dragon reached Duke Vert's position, it found itself unable to fly any further. It was immediately assaulted by a barrage of sword strikes from the formation. Sitting triumphantly on the dragon's back, Sean said, Oh, there we go. That's my good little dragon. Just as he was trying to figure out how to get off, one of the swords from his father's formation flew right at him. Sean tried to get off the dragon's back while also dodging the attack. He yelled, Dodge it! But the outcome wasn't quite what he'd hoped for. He said in dismay, I don't think that's how you were supposed to dodge it. The sword pierced one of the dragon's legs, and Sean was thrown from its back. Now, Sean was in a freefall. He covered his face in regret, saying, Damn it all, I can't believe I just missed my chance for a special meal. He was thinking about a feast of dragon meat, oblivious to the fact that he was plummeting to the ground. Cam appeared, furious, and yelled, What are you doing? Fly, you idiot! Do you want to kiss the ground? Sean replied nonchalantly, I can't. If I use the mist technique, I'll run out of juice. Unable to win the argument, Cam furiously shouted, Then just fall to your death. Sean replied with a smirk, I don't know. Maybe I should reconsider that. Sean glanced behind him. An idea flashed in his mind and his eyes lit up. Sion turned over, his face full of excitement, and said, Wait, I've got a way. Not understanding Sion, Karam asked doubtfully, You don't want to kiss the ground, do you? Looking down, Karam saw they were about to land in a lake. She asked doubtfully, That's water, but Sion didn't explain. He just replied, There's no other choice anyway. With that said, the two of them plunged into the lake below, much to Karam's dismay. Elsewhere, someone was watching. It was the Demon King. Looking at the dragon flying in the sky, he spoke. An evil dragon flying around here? What a rare sight. Another person behind him also spoke up. It's quite small. It seems to have lost its prey because of some trouble. The Demon King continued. It seems to be a rather strong demon beast. But his companion replied, No, that's a human. This astonished the Demon King, who asked doubtfully, A human? There's no way an evil dragon would lose a human. After he said this, they all fell into deep thought. The Demon King's companion spoke up, Is something wrong? The Demon King pointed forward and said, I feel a strange energy over there. It's strange, yet somewhat familiar. His companion suggested, Then let's go check it out. But he also didn't forget to warn the Demon King. But please, don't go on a random killing spree just because you're bored. The Demon King, just waiting for this, replied nonchalantly, all right, I won't cause any trouble. Then he spread his wings and flew away. Many air bubbles rose from the lake. A moment later, Sion emerged from the water. He struggled onto the shore, then leaned wearily against a nearby cliff. Sion seemed to be in pain somewhere. He frowned slightly, cursing under his breath. Sion turned to his right and asked, Karam, are you still alive? Karam, as grumpy as ever, replied, Don't you dare open your mouth to talk to me. I'm busy thinking of ways to kill you. Hearing this, Sion sat up and said seriously, Don't be crazy. I have to go back there. Karam didn't pay much attention but still asked doubtfully, So, you really want to go back? Let's go together. There are demons down there. Sion understood Karam's concern and replied, Don't worry, there's no reason we'd run into a high-level demon in a place like this. The moment Sion finished speaking, a voice rang out. I knew it. I knew some fun was waiting for me. The voice made Sion anxious and his eyes widened. Sion thought to himself, I remember this voice. This voice is deeply etched into my mind, and I still haven't been able to forget it. The Demon King was now standing behind Xian, and looking at him, he asked doubtfully, Are you a human? In his mind, Xian already knew who this voice belonged to. The Demon King Valkyrian. Xian recalled that in the past, everyone who met him said it felt like they were looking at the very embodiment of evil, and that was the very person standing before him now. Damn it, why now? As Xian thought this, he immediately snapped to his senses, taking a defensive stance with his sharp sword held firmly and pointed forward. The Demon King, slightly annoyed, spoke loudly to Xian. I asked if you were a human? Why aren't you answering me? The Demon King's eyes narrowed, his pupils slowly turning a deep crimson. The Demon King now seemed furious, completely losing his composure as he yelled, You little brat, do you want to fight me? Xian looked at the sword in his hand, then glanced behind him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the Demon King. The blade flashed, and a single strand of the Demon King's hair fell. One might expect him to be angry, but instead, the Demon King let out a delighted laugh and said, I've heard that you humans have limitless potential, and it seems to be true. The Demon Sword Kai in his hand spoke up, asking, This might be a bad time to ask, but who is that? Xian replied, The Demon King. Hearing this, Kui exclaimed in a panic, The Demon King? How do you plan on defeating him in your current condition? Xian knew it was impossible as well. He figured his only option was to try and escape. His hand tightened on his sword as Xian thought, But can I even survive when my opponent is Valkyrian? While he was lost in thought, the Demon King spoke to Xian. Hey, relax a little. What could I possibly do to a tiny little kid like you? Just calm down. Seeing that Xian wasn't convinced, the Demon King changed his demeanor. He lay down on the ground and said again with a sincere expression, Look, I'm not going to do anything to you. Seriously, if you're that scared, I can just lie here and talk to you. Even a scoundrel wouldn't pick a fight with a kid. These words and actions left Xian completely baffled. He wondered, Huh? Why did he suddenly lie down? The Demon King said to Xian, Let me ask again. Are you human? Xian replied, Yes. The Demon King continued, How did you get here? Xian answered, By following the river's current. The Demon King didn't stop there and asked again, So, is this your first time in the demon realm? The aura around you is a bit strange. Who are you? Xian, still wary of the Demon King, answered cautiously, Just a normal human. The Demon King repeated with amusement, A normal human? Then he continued, But it seems you know who I am? Xian was sweating by now, but still replied, We've never met before. The Demon King rolled onto his back, calmly resting his head on his hands as he replied, That's true. This is my first time seeing a human too, so when could you have possibly met me? Seeing the Demon King's nonchalant attitude, as if nothing had happened, made Xian even more guarded. He asked him, Why are you here? Internally, he wondered, with this calm demeanor, Is he really the Demon King that I know? The Demon King replied, I felt a strange energy while I was patrolling the area. Sanver asked, Patrolling? The Demon King explained, That's right. As the Demon King, of course I have to look after the territory I rule. After saying that, the Demon King suddenly sat up and with a goofy laugh asked Sanver, Hey kid, what did I just say? Sanver repeated his words, As the Demon King, you have to look after the territory you rule. After Sanver finished, the Demon King naively asked him again, Aren't you surprised? I'm the Demon King. Then he jumped up irritably and shouted, I knew it. You must have heard about me somewhere before. What kind of kid reacts like you do? Did your mother never scare you by saying the Demon King would take you away if you didn't behave? These words and actions made Sanver even more certain that this was in no way the Demon King he once knew. Sanver then recalled, If things unfold like in my past life, the demon invasion is about to break out, but this guy doesn't seem like the type to do that. If this is his true nature, then what caused him to change? A series of thoughts raced through Sanver's mind. Sanver asked the Demon King, If you truly are the Demon King, what is the wish you want to fulfill? The Demon King laughed and asked Sanver in return, You're asking the Demon King a question like that? That's bold of you. The Demon King rubbed the back of his neck and answered, It's nothing much. I just want my people to eat well and live well. But if anyone dares to stand in my way, I'll kill them all. That is the responsibility of this Demon King. These words were filled with killing intent, striking directly at Sanver's mind. Sanver thought that just for a moment, he had definitely sensed the true, aggressive face of the Valkyrian he knew from his past life. Right now, it was being suppressed. But something must have happened to break the chains binding this side of him. I need to prevent that from happening. After thinking it through, Sanver asked the Demon King, Hey Demon King, do you want to make a deal with me? Sanver said, Something is going to happen to you soon, and it will threaten the people in your territory. The Demon King frowned at Sanver and said, What are you talking about? I don't understand a thing you're saying. Sanver continued, I don't know what it is, but I'm certain that some event will trigger a great war between humans and demons. These words angered the Demon King. He clenched his teeth tightly, his pupils changing color as he growled at Sanver. Are you implying that I would want to take over your lands? Faced with this pressure, Sanver calmly said, That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will not start a war. Although the Demon King didn't understand what Sanver was saying, he compromised and said, What nonsense are you spouting? Fine. Let's say I won't start a war. In return, what will you give me? Hearing this, Sanver smiled with satisfaction and replied, I will help you. No matter what happens to you, I will do my best to help you. Sanver's face was very serious and sincere. Hearing these words, the Demon King moved closer to Sanver, looked at him, and said, You know something, don't you? Being seen through like that, Sanver felt a bit tense, but then the Demon King laughed and asked Sanver, What's your name? Sanver replied, Sanver 5. The Demon King continued, All right, Sanver, as the master of the demon realm, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your lands. With that, the Demon King spread his wings. He flew into the air, about to leave, but didn't forget to add, But you should also take responsibility for your own promise. After all, we have a pact now. Sanver looked at the Demon King with a determined gaze. The Demon King understood and smiled, saying, Very well, then the pact is complete. After making the pact with the Demon King, the investigation team easily found the unconscious Sanver, and he successfully returned. Afterwards, Sanver learned he had earned the nickname the boy who survived the evil dragon's claws. They returned to a monastery on the VS border, which was being temporarily used as a hospital by the army. Sanver was being treated there. He had woken up and heard something that made him ask in surprise, What? Severus said to Sanver. Let me repeat myself. Sanver, both surprised and a little tense, thought to himself, I thought everything had been resolved smoothly. Severus stammered, and after mustering all her courage, she said, Will you become my person? Hearing these words, Sanver froze, thinking to himself, What is she talking about? Sanver replied, No. This blunt refusal stunned Severus. Then, saddened, with tears welling up in her eyes, she said, Of course, I'm just an incompetent princess after all. Sanver looked at Severus with pity and thought, She's really something else. I already knew she was incompetent, but that attitude makes her even worse. Obviously, that's what's going to happen in the future, but I can't stop thinking about how that bastard is connected to her tragic death. With that in mind, Sanver began to speak. You're right. You offer me no benefits at all. You have no influence or courtesy whatsoever. Given your current uselessness, getting close to you would actually be a disadvantage for me. However, I will continue to watch you from a distance until you have fully developed into a better person. Hearing these words from Sanver, Severus's face darkened. She repeated, Watch me. Yeah. Sanver wanted to comfort her but didn't show much emotion. He replied, Yes, don't be disappointed by it. He thought she would be upset and angry, but she calmly regained her composure and said, No, I understand. I just need to get good enough for you to acknowledge me, right? With that, she pointed to the food cart, then told him excitedly, Just you wait. I don't know when, but I'll become so strong that you won't be able to ignore me anymore, Sean replied on the outside. I'm looking forward to it. But inwardly, he thought with some helplessness. She bounces back so quickly. After all, she's still just a kid. She turned to leave but had something else to say. Oh, one more thing. She glanced at Sean and said sincerely, Thank you for still being alive. I really mean it. With that, she opened the door and left, leaving a confused Sean sitting on the hospital bed. In the camp area at the edge of the forest, someone was moving very cautiously. He carefully observed his surroundings. In his hand was a cube. It was emitting a flickering light. This person was Renan Crimson, a 7-star engineer from the Garum Kingdom. Looking at the cube in his hand, Renan Crimson said excitedly, There's not much time left. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So it was you, Renan Crimson. These words made Crimson's face pale. His body was now restrained and unable to move. He tried to move, but to no avail. He thought to himself, Why can't my body move? It's as if my body is bound by invisible chains. The mysterious voice continued. A small space box. It seems its surrounding magic has already spread out. An artifact that can create a dimension and has enough mana for infinite capacity. It's a masterpiece from the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, isn't it? I've been observing it for a whole year, because I had a feeling someone from the Empire was smuggling it. As he spoke, the mysterious person used his energy to take control of the cube in Crimson's hand. The cube was now in the mysterious person's hand. The mysterious person said to Crimson, So that's how you do it. I'll be taking this. Renan Crimson, the 7-star mage knight of the Garum Kingdom. Crimson was stunned. His face a mix of astonishment and fear. He stammered, You're Sean V? The mysterious person is Sean? Sean now stood there majestically, holding the spoils he had just acquired. Crimson backed away in fear and asked Sean, Why are you here? Sean didn't answer his question, instead looking at the mess next to Crimson. Then Sean picked up one of the items and said, I assume you've been extracting blood from the corpses of demonic beasts and smuggling them across the border on supply carts. It seems you also had a mole helping you in the department that supplied this box. Crimson, having been found out, flew into a rage and retorted, What the hell are you talking about? I don't know anything. Sean cut him off, saying, There's no need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. Crimson looked at Sean and thought, It seems Alice got the Hellhound's blood through him. So who was the traitor? Aside from their freshness, they're too big to be passed off as food, and besides, I can't let him get away. I don't know how he's restraining me, but I can slowly start to move again. As he thought this, Crimson's hand gathered energy. He used Dragon's Breath, and a second later, attacked Sean, and arrogantly shouted, "Die! Let your guard down and you die, kid." A powerful blast of energy shot towards Sean. After the attack, thinking he had won, Crimson panted and said to himself, "Damn it. At least I'm not dead." So the rumors about him were true. In front of Crimson, the traces of his recent attack still remained. He said regretfully, "I've lost the precious space box. I can't believe this happened during the transport." Crimson was so focused on the item that he didn't notice something wrapping around his body. Immediately after, Crimson let out a pained scream. His hand was attacked, and his hand was instantly severed. Crimson clutched his bleeding arm, blood gushing out. He looked at the black smoke swirling in front of him and wondered, "What? What is this black smoke?" Suddenly, Sean appeared before him. Crimson stammered in disbelief. "No way." Before he could finish, Sean punched him in the throat. Sean slammed Crimson against a tree trunk, pinning him. Sean said to him, "Make your choice. 1. Tell me the smuggling route and the mole's name, and you'll have an easy death. 2. Die so painfully that even Satan would pity you." At the western exchange point of Velius, people were bustling with activity. 2 young men exchanged a familiar glance. They quickly met up and looked at the goods before them. The young man in the white hat said with delight, "2 barrels?" The young man in the red hat replied, "We'll be able to get a little extra this time." One of them excitedly reached over to open the lid of a nearby barrel and said, "So, how much for this one?" The opened barrel made them jump in shock. Looking at the contents of the barrel, the 2 of them screamed, "Sir Renan, who did this?" In the middle of the bustling exchange point, people were passing by. The 2 young men stared at the barrel on their cart in a panic, not knowing what to do next. This entire scene was being observed by someone from a distance. It was Sean, the demon sword. Karam asked him, "Aren't you going to do anything to them?" Sean replied, "No, a warning is enough." Renan Crimson, the 7-star mage knight of the Garam Kingdom, had been smuggling the blood of demonic beasts from the front lines behind the Yufan Empire's back. The smuggled items were all sourced from the Garam Kingdom's Magic Association. The Garam Kingdom's Magic Association, MOT, is a place where all mages obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and fundamentals of magic, as well as the art of creating new magic. They are an association dedicated to surpassing human limits. Currently, they are creating artifacts like the space box, but in the future, they will create all sorts of crazy things with the blood of demonic beasts. Hearing this, Karam teased Sean, asking, "Did you just change your class from assassin to problem solver?" Cyan paid no mind to the taunt and said, "Shut up," resolving to put a stop to this. Karam didn't let up, adding, "I thought you were going to live for yourself, but this isn't even about you in the slightest." Cyan's gaze was pensive as he replied, "I just don't want anyone else using the blood of demonic beasts." In a residential area within the Yufan Empire, a young man stood inside a building, looking out a window. He was holding a piece of paper. After reading it, he said in annoyance, "Cyan Vert is going to the front lines with father?" In the room, a woman sat on the bed, a blanket covering her body. She tossed her hair and asked, "Sean V, you mean that half-brother of yours?" This man was Cyan's older brother, Sean. He gave a cunning smile and replied, "Yes, he's been a bit of a nuisance lately. I'll need to go and see him for a bit." The suitcases were packed. Emily squealed with delight. "Finally, this horrible life on the front lines is over. I'm so excited." The academy has to be better than this awful front line, right? While Emily was lost in her dreams, Cyan said wearily, "Yeah, and for me, it's the beginning of a new hell." The academy was nothing like what Emily expected. In reality, it was a place rife with intrigue, where all sorts of political interests were intertwined. It was a place for forging connections, where envy and jealousy ran rampant, and building connections was more important than actual studies. Unaware of all this, Emily remained cheerful and excited, saying, "I heard the academy has a lot of handsome teachers. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do?" The more excited Emily got, the more depressed Cyan became. He wondered why she was so thrilled. Emily continued to dream. "Maybe I'll meet a new love?" Cyan thought helplessly. "Is she really planning on coming to the academy with me?" The next day, Cyan arrived at the academy. Suddenly, he noticed something. Standing before him was Granvert, his half-brother. Upon seeing Cyan, Granvert stammered his name in fear. "Cyan." Cyan was a little surprised, but then began to greet him. "Granvert? Hey!" But before Cyan could finish, Granvert had already bolted. Seeing Granvert's panicked state, Karam asked, "What was that? Who's that fool?" Cyan replied, "That's Granvert, my half-brother. Don't pay him any mind." Karam then said, "Why are you so at odds with your family? It's just like when you met your father." Cyan refuted this, saying, "That's not true. My sister Alice and I get along quite well." Cyan thought to himself, "The one I'm truly at odds with is someone else." A door opened. Cyan stood there, and inside, all the servants bowed their heads and said in unison, "Welcome back, young master." This scene was unfamiliar to Cyan, and it made him a bit tense. He thought, they wouldn't even spare me a glance before, and now they're being so pointlessly polite. Just like when father or that bastard is around. It's only been 1 year, but so much has changed. I guess my efforts paid off. Cyan opened his room's door and stepped inside. As the door closed, Cyan felt that something was wrong. He thought in alarm. I know this presence, a presence that makes me tremble this much. Cyan gripped the doorknob tightly, his mind racing. Yes, that bastard was on the other side of that door. Vert appeared, smiling as he said, "Long time no see, Cyan." Cyan forced himself to remain calm. When Cyan didn't respond, Vert continued, "Don't you remember me?" "Ah, I suppose that's understandable. The last time I saw you was before I enrolled in the academy." Cyan kept telling himself to stay calm, but it was difficult to remain calm. Cyan's eyes changed as he thought desperately, how can I possibly stay calm? I'm going to kill him now. Cyan looked like he was about to snap, his hand gripping his sword, radiating killing intent. Just then, Karam emerged from the sword. She grabbed Cyan's hand and said to him, "If you don't want to get your head smashed in, get a grip. There's nothing to be gained by killing him, is there?" Hearing her words, Cyan's eyes gradually calmed. He lowered his gaze, then bowed deeply and said, "Cyan, the youngest son of House Vert, greets you, eldest brother." Seeing this, Vert asked, "So you do remember me after all?" Cyan, still bowing his head, replied, "How could a younger brother forget his own brother's face?" Vert reached out, patting Cyan's head and said, "That makes me happy." Cyan's jaw clenched tightly, trying to keep his composure. Vert continued, "I was worried you might not remember me, but this is a relief." With that, Vert turned and said, "I hear your swordsmanship has improved a great deal. One day, you'll be able to assist House Vert. No, you'll be able to assist me and run rampant on the battlefield." He glanced at Cyan as he spoke, his words laden with hidden meaning. Hearing this, Cyan seemed to be losing control again. His eyes started to change, but he still replied, "Yes, I'm very much looking forward to that day." His eldest brother, Vert, looked at Cyan suspiciously, but still responded, "Hearing you say that puts me at ease. After all, the only reason I came here was to see you." Hearing these deceitful words, Cyan thought, he's the type who won't even spare a glance for someone he deems useless. Now that I understand his intentions, I've become strangely calm and rational. With that thought, Cyan forced a friendly smile and replied, "I wanted to see you too, eldest brother." Meanwhile, Emily was outside, carrying luggage with both hands and grumbling, "Honestly, he doesn't even have that much luggage. Would it kill him to help me carry some?" After walking a short way, Emily was exhausted. She set down her 2 suitcases, panting and whining, "I'm so tired." Then, Emily threw open the door and yelled, "Young master, how could you just leave all by yourself like that?" After speaking, she looked at the person in front of her, stunned, and said, "The eldest young master?" Ale gave Emily a warm smile and said, "I heard you're very close with Sean, and it seems you two have a great relationship. Please, continue with your work." With that, Ale walked away. Once he was gone, Emily regained her composure. She sighed in relief, saying, "I thought I was going to die from the stress." With that, she turned to scold Sean. "Young master, if he was coming, you should have given me a heads up." Sean paid her no mind and said, "Emily, could you step outside for a moment?" Emily was a little confused and replied, "What?" But before she could finish, he cut her off. His eyes had now turned red. He growled, "Don't make me repeat myself." Seeing Sean like this, Emily grew worried. Sean collapsed over the toilet and threw up. After he finished, Sean struggled to his feet. He asked Kui, "Why did you stop me?" Kui asked in return, "Shouldn't you be thanking me first?" Sean continued, "That was your chance too, wasn't it? The moment I collapsed was the perfect opportunity for you to take over my body." Kui laughed and replied, "Don't get it twisted. I simply want your rage to grow even stronger. It'll be much more delicious that way." Hearing this, Sean scoffed, "Right, that's more like you." Someone was walking down the hallway. Standing before a large door, he knocked. From inside, Ale's voice called out, "Come in." The man entered, bowed, and began his report. "I have followed your orders and have located the second young miss." Ale, who was sitting and reading a book, looked up and asked, "Where is she?" His aide replied, "It has been confirmed that she is in the northern part of the continent, in the land of the White Elves, Brina." Ale rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. "Bruna, you say? I never expected her to be living with a race that despises outsiders. That just goes to show how charming she is. Report to me immediately if there's any sign of her returning to the Empire." The aide acknowledged the order. Before leaving, he asked Ale, "If I may ask, has something happened to put you in such a good mood?" Ale asked in return, "What makes you think that?" The aide replied, "Because you seem much more cheerful than usual. Was your meeting with your brother that interesting?" Ale laughed loudly at the question. "Interesting, you say? I suppose one could interpret it that way. But you're mistaken. I'm actually in a terrible mood right now." As he spoke, Ale's pupils turned blue. Seeing this, the aide immediately realized his mistake. He bowed low, saying in a panic, "Please forgive my inability to gauge your mood correctly." Ale recalled his meeting with Sean, thinking to himself, his eyes. It was as if he were looking at an enemy. "Did I misunderstand something?" Ale then said aloud, "Truly, there are many things to worry about when it comes to that boy." I'll have to watch him closely to make sure he doesn't stray from the right path. Hearing this, the aide felt a sense of relief and replied, yes, I will assign someone to monitor the young master. I will take my leave now. The aide departed. Ale sat there, gazing out the window, the image of his meeting with Sanver replaying in his mind. He began to scheme and ponder. Sanver, what in the world is my dear little brother hiding? In the courtyard of the ducal estate, a group of people stood waiting, preparing to depart. Emily shouted, hey, young master, how could you do this to me? Sean replied from inside the carriage, my hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. Do you think I wanted this? The academy doesn't allow students to bring personal servants, so I have no choice. Despite what Sean said, Emily retorted angrily from outside, you knew about this, so why didn't you tell me, young master? How do you expect me to accept this when you wait until the very last minute to tell me? Sean said, exasperated, all right, that's enough. You stay here with the family and don't cause any trouble, okay? We'll figure things out later. Hearing this, Emily's attitude immediately softened. She replied gently, all right, young master, you don't have to worry. It's you I'm worried about. Whatever you do at the academy, don't cause any trouble. Sean laughed and replied, of course. I'm not a child. He then called out to the driver, all right, everyone, let's go. The convoy began to move. Emily tried to add, remember, young master, don't you forget. How heartless, leaving right after he said that. Once Sean's carriage was a good distance away, Emily grew sad, her eyes welling with tears as she shouted after him. Be careful at the academy, young master. Don't cause any trouble or let anyone bully you. If anything happens, you tell me. You have to study hard and come back to the family. Hearing her words, Sean thought to himself with relief. Asterisk, phew, I'm so glad she agreed to stay. It would have been a real hassle otherwise. Asterisk, Sean recalled a time when he was 8 years old. On a rainy day, he had come down with a terrible fever. He was completely delirious and unaware of his surroundings. Back then, no one in the family cared about him. Despite the raging storm and heavy rain, Emily was there. She carried him on her back all night long. She ran all over the city, knocking on the door of every single doctor. The scene flashed back to that rainy night, with Emily carrying Sean on her back, desperately shouting, is anyone home? Please, open the door and save my young master. Fortunately, a kind old man opened the door and said, all right, get in here quickly. Bring the boy inside. Sean recalled that if it hadn't been for her during that difficult time, he probably would have died alone in his room, completely unnoticed. Thinking about this, Sean stuck his head out the window, smiled at Emily, and said, all right, don't you worry. I promise I'll find a way to bring you to the academy. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll write to you. Sean continued to think. Asterisk. Because of everything she's done, I could never see Emily as just a maid. She's family. Asterisk. Hearing Sion's words, Emily happily waved goodbye to him and said, all right, young master, rest assured, I'll be good and wait here for your good news. Only then did Sion feel at ease, but he wondered to himself, now that one thing is taken care of, it's still quite strange when I think about it. Why would the family send a whole 6 knights just to escort me to the academy? Even though I'm a duke's son, I have no real status in the family that would warrant an escort like this. This trip to the academy is going to be complicated. There are so many things I can't possibly predict. Still, it's also something to look forward to. The carriage carrying Sion to the academy continued on its way. 2 of the soldiers exchanged a look and nodded. Sion was lounging inside the carriage. One soldier approached the window and spoke to Sion. It looks like we'll be making camp here for the night, young master, Sion replied. All right, if everyone is tired, let's rest here. How far are we from the family estate? The soldier looked at a map and answered, we've traveled quite a long distance, young master. We've almost reached the center of the Safarin territory. I estimate that we'll arrive at the city in that territory by tomorrow afternoon. After listening, Sion said, all right, let's do that. Everyone get some rest. Report to me if anything happens. The soldier acknowledged the order. Having given his instructions, Sion went back to his seat. His eyes grew pensive as he thought, they're lying. As far as I know, there are no forests anywhere near the Safarin territory. They must think that because I'm young and have never been here, they could fool me. It seems they've steered us slightly off course, towards the border. That's the only place with dense forests like this. I wonder what their purpose is in bringing me to this gloomy forest to make camp. While he was lost in thought, a soldier came to report, young master, the camp is set up. We've also started a fire, so you can come out of the carriage now. Sion stepped down from the carriage. As he walked, he asked casually, it's so quiet, and the air is so fresh out here in the forest, isn't it? But I don't understand why you've all surrounded my carriage like this. I wonder who sent you to escort me. Sion was now completely surrounded by the group. The soldiers glanced at each other, and one of them flashed a wicked grin. Sion observed their behavior and thought to himself, they're smiling? Sion's entire demeanor shifted. His eyes changed color. He repeated his question. I'm asking you, who is behind this? Who ordered you to do this? One of the soldiers let out a menacing laugh and replied, you're pretty sharp, young master, but a dead man walking like you has no need to know. As he spoke, his hand went to the hilt of the sword at his hip. Another soldier added, it doesn't matter what you ask. Our job is to follow orders from our superiors. We can't make our own decisions, even if we wanted to. On our honor as knights, we promise we won't make your death painful. We'll send you to the other side as quickly as possible. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the afterlife. All you need to do now is stay quiet and not worry. It'll be over quickly. The soldiers bantered back and forth as they closed in on Sion. One of them was now standing right in front of him. He raised his sword to strike and didn't forget to add, "All right, enough talk. Now, farewell." The soldier's sword came slashing down, but Sion dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. A moment later, something flew through the air, followed by a spray of blood. On the ground, the head of that same soldier now lay, his eyes wide open in death. Sion, sword in hand, addressed the remaining soldiers. "Well, now that one of you is dead, you should be scared enough to answer my question." The soldiers who witnessed what just happened were terrified, their earlier confidence completely shattered. Sion repeated, "Is no one going to talk? I guess you're all too scared to speak, huh?" Sion's entire body glowed red, filled with rage and a hint of madness as he added, "If you stay silent, the only outcome for you is death." Brian Kenrick watched the scene unfold, thinking in stunned disbelief. "I can't believe a little kid can be so decisive and powerful." The other soldiers tried to attack Sion, but all of them failed. Every one of them lost a part of their body, a limb at best, their head at worst. Agonized screams echoed all around. Brian Kenrick became increasingly bewildered, thinking, impossible. This kid is only 11 years old. How can he be so powerful and cold-blooded? With skills like this, it's no wonder he survived the battlefield after being dragged off to the demon territory by that dragon. This mission is definitely a failure. We were too overconfident. We never imagined he would be this monstrous. Nothing has gone as smoothly as I thought from the very beginning. Lost in his thoughts, Brian Kenrick suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face etched with terror. Sion was standing right in front of him. Sion said, "It's just you left. Are you going to talk?" His entire being radiated killing intent. Terrified, with tears streaming down his face, Brian Kenrick spoke. "Young master, it was the Duchess. Lady Marguerite ordered us to bring you into the forest and quietly assassinate you." Hearing this, Sion thought to himself, "This guy is a real coward, but I guess it makes sense. All his comrades are dead. If he didn't talk, he'd just be joining them." Brian Kenrick was terrified, his tears flowing non-stop. With the matter settled, the carriage continued on its way. Brian Kenrick was now the driver. As they rode along, he said, "From what I've heard, a lot of rumors have been spreading within the family recently. I'm not sure if you've heard them. After being so terrified of you, young Master Grand asked Lady Marguerite to do something about it. I'm guessing that this action by the Duchess was at young Master Grand's request. The madam did that to eliminate a future threat to young Master Gran." Hearing this, Sanver recalled his meeting with Gran and thought, "I see. So it was because of him. No wonder he kept running away from me like he was avoiding the plague during that skill test. The next time I return to the family and see him, I'll make sure to punish him thoroughly." Brian Kenrick hesitantly asked, "Young master, what about me? What do you plan to do with me? I beg you to spare my life. I've told you everything. I was only following orders from my superiors." Sanver asked him, "You look like you've lost all your will to fight, haven't you? But at least you still seem to cling to life." Brian Kenrick replied sorrowfully, "It's impossible for me to return to the family after failing my mission anyway. If you decide to kill me now, young master, I can only accept my fate. Even though I was ordered to harm you, young master, it is ultimately my fault." Sanver, too lazy to listen to his complaints, said, "All right, we'll deal with that later. Right now, I need an attendant, so just keep driving the carriage. We'll discuss whether you live or die later. I'm aware of what you did. I'll decide what to do with you based on your future conduct." That's what he said out loud, but inwardly Sanver thought with a smirk, "You're such a coward. I have no idea how you became a knight, but you're a decent carriage driver." Brian Kenrick was stunned by his words. He thanked Sanver for sparing his life. Sanver looked ahead and said, "It seems we've arrived." In the central city of Saphirin, at the House Vert estate, Marguerite was in a rage. She frantically smashed a flower vase, screaming in fury. What the hell? It failed? Her body trembled with indignation. She clenched her fists and demanded, "All the knights are dead? How could that be? And one is still unaccounted for, and that little brat has vanished as well?" The servant could only bow his head in fear and reply, "Yes, that is correct. Young Master Sanver reached the central city of Saphirin last week." Marguerite covered her mouth, asking again in a panic, 7 bodyguards couldn't even assassinate one little brat? How is that believable? This is completely beyond my imagination." The servant bowed deeply, replying with remorse, "It seems we have severely underestimated young Master Sanver. He may be young, but his power is truly formidable." Marguerite roared furiously, "You're the one who told me to do it. That brat is just a child. How could he possibly be that strong? I sent 7 knights along with him." Faced with Marguerite's fury, the attendant broke out in a cold sweat and hastily replied in fear, "This is my fault as well, but I suspect that another power might have aided the young master." He quickly begged, "I beg you, my lady, please give me one more chance. I will not be so careless this time. I will ensure success at the academy." Marguerite was beside herself with rage, hissing furiously. Just let it be. If we try again and fail, things will get out of hand. If he's pushed into a corner, he might do something unimaginable to me and young Master Gran. As she spoke, Marguerite unconsciously recalled Sanver's cold threat from that day. If you want to mess with me, madam, you'd better be careful with yourself and that son of yours. I will do things you can't even imagine. That threat constantly echoed in Marguerite's mind. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. She was terrified, and she quickly turned away, drenched in sweat, ordering in a hushed tone, "We'll end this here for now. Don't take it any further, or it will become a huge problem." The servant bowed his head and obediently followed her command. "Yes, my lady, I understand." Marguerite added one more thing. Furthermore, she scowled at the servant, her voice becoming threatening. "This information must not be leaked to anyone. Do you understand? This is a very serious matter. So, take care of everyone involved quietly." The servant bowed and replied, "Yes, my lady." Marguerite's attendant left the room, unaware that from a distant, hidden corner, Aile's assistant was silently observing him. A few days after leaving the central city of Safirin, Sanver was fast asleep. There was only a single driver for the carriage. The driver was Brian. He remained loyal to his role as both driver and attendant. As the carriage ambled on, Sanver thought to himself, the Duchess must have pieced things together after finding the knights' corpses in the forest. Of course, I can't predict her next move, but the only thing to do right now is to continue on to the academy. He thought he would figure things out once he arrived, but after this failed assassination attempt, she would probably have to be more careful about any moves she makes against me. Brian suddenly opened the carriage window, poked his head in, and announced, "Young master, we've reached the next city." Sanver lazily cracked open an eye to look at him, muttering, "All right," he thought to himself. This prosperous, bustling city brings back a lot of old memories. The academy building was visible in the distance, with flocks of birds weaving through the bright blue sky. The carriage carrying Sanver crossed a bridge, heading straight for the academy's gate. Sanver grew pensive, recalling the painful memories he had of this place from his past life. However, it was also at this academy that many events changed his life for the better. Sanver stepped into the academy and walked straight to the registration desk, presenting the crest of House Vert. He said to the administrator, "I am Sanver, a member of House Vert, here for my scheduled appointment." The atmosphere in the room seemed to stall for a moment as everyone heard the name Sanver, and they all stopped what they were doing to stare at him. The administrator suddenly forced a smile, stood up, and said quickly, "Yes, young master, everything has been arranged. Please follow me, young master. All you need to do now is register at the dormitory. You can rest there for now. In a few days, there will be an opening ceremony and a placement test for all students enrolling in the academy." Sion was a little surprised by the manager's enthusiasm, but he paid it no mind. He put the emblem in his pocket and thought to himself, "All right, this is settled. Now all I have to do is wait." The manager pushed a silver tray in front of Cyan, on which lay a letter formally sealed with red wax and a golden key. Cyan looked down and exclaimed in amazement, "Are these the items I receive at this academy?" Brian carried Cyan's luggage to the assigned dormitory room. The bags in his hands dropped with a thud as he saw the room with his own eyes. He froze, his jaw dropping as he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, young master, this room is far too luxurious." Indeed, the room for Cyan was several times larger than his room at the House Vert mansion, fully furnished and sparkling with an equally opulent golden sheen. Cyan had never stayed in a room like this in his previous life, and even he was surprised, thinking to himself, "Is this a room for royalty? What kind of terrifying dorm is this?" In the past, no student enrolling at the academy had ever been allowed to stay temporarily in a royal suite like this, not even my bastard of an older brother. Someone must be pulling the strings behind this. Even so, Cyan showed no particular reaction. He turned to Brian and asked, "You've brought all of my belongings up here, correct?" Brian was still stunned by the splendor he was witnessing for the first time. Sweating and dazed, he replied, "Yes, everything has been brought up. Please rest assured, young master." Cyan's voice suddenly turned ice cold as he slowly reached into his coat pocket while turning to speak to Brian. "All right, I've finally enrolled without any issues. All that's left is to wait for the placement test." He glanced at Brian, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and continued in a flat, cold tone. "Therefore, thank you for everything, Brian. But your journey ends here." Faced with Cyan's sudden, emotionless change in demeanor, Brian trembled in terror, sweating as he stammered and pleaded, "Young master, please don't kill me." But Cyan suddenly pulled out a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to him. Brian stared at the pouch of gold, asking in bewilderment, "Huh? What's this?" Cyan turned and walked away, waving his hand dismissively as he replied, "That's your payment. Take that money and run away. Don't even think about returning to the family. With that amount of money, you can live a different life peacefully. Listen to me. Don't you dare come anywhere near the family's territory again. If the madam finds you alive, you're a dead man. You understand what I'm saying, right?" Brian silently watched the young masters retreating back. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and hurriedly shouted, "This subordinate, Brian Kendrick, is a knighted man!" Cyan turned back in surprise to see Brian kneeling before him, his face filled with determination. He declared resolutely, "It is only by the young master's mercy that I am alive today. so if you have shown me mercy, I beg you to see it through. Please allow this subordinate to serve you, young master. No matter how arduous the task, please command me as you see fit. I will not refuse, even if it means death. Cyan glared at him and said cruelly, You talk a big game, don't you? What kind of knight are you? Your skills are far too weak. In Cyan's eyes, Brian was nothing more than a hired coachman and porter. Brian answered awkwardly, Yes, it's true I am a knight, but because I lack experience and my skills are still poor, I only perform more menial tasks than other knights. He bowed his head and explained hesitantly, but deep in my heart, I have always remembered my father's words. If I ever meet a master who treats me with true sincerity, and I can trust that person, then I must follow them with unwavering loyalty. I would do so without regret, even unto death. This subordinate's loyalty is now yours, young master. I beg you to let me serve you. Cyan pondered for a moment and then sighed, reminding him coldly, Do you really think I'm that sincere? It seems you still don't have enough experience, Brian. You need to think through a decision like this. Brian looked up in surprise and asked in confusion, Pardon? Cyan stepped in front of him, his sharp, emotionless eyes glaring at Brian, filled with killing intent. He asked again in a cold voice, Do you think following me will get you what you expect? If I lead you to your death one day, will you not resent me? Faced with his cold attitude, Brian, though a bit frightened, still affirmed resolutely, No, sir. Once this subordinate has pledged loyalty to the young master, I will have no regrets, no matter what happens in the future. Cyan fell silent, then patted his shoulder and replied, All right, I understand. He turned to leave the room, leaving behind instructions. You stay here and keep an eye on the situation in the main hall. If anything happens at the academy, report back to me. I have no interest in the academy's opening ceremony. I'll probably just wait until the placement test to show up. Brian looked up after him and immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. This subordinate understands. Brian watched the door close, confused and unable to figure out what kind of person Cyan really was. A few days later, in the academy headmaster's office, the headmaster was having a discussion with an instructor after the entrance placement test had concluded. He mused with his hands clasped before his chest. What a high-quality batch of new students. I never imagined so many talented students from all over the Empire would enroll in the academy this time. Hopefully, the Empire's future will be bright thanks to this new generation. At the placement test a few days ago, the new students are gathered around the assessment platform. The first student, Arin Severus, is standing on the platform in the middle of a golden aura. 2-circle magic, B-rank magical power, 52% holy body aptitude of the light attribute. The next student, Shaken, 3-circle magic, A-rank magical power, 53% holy body aptitude of the lightning attribute. The headmaster was extremely impressed as he read the results, stroking his beard thoughtfully. At a glance, these two students truly have extraordinary aptitudes, but there's another one who is also quite special. This kid, Sion. 1-circle magic, S-rank magical power, 92% holy body aptitude of dark magic. The academy's instructor, Sikiti, pushed up his glasses and exclaimed with some surprise, I really didn't expect him to have such an exceptional aptitude. The best top student to ever graduate from our academy was Alice, who possessed superior aptitude and intellect. She was called a sage from a young age. When she graduated, her holy body level had only reached 88%. The academy's headmaster, Kuno, replied with a slight frown. It's true that family always produces extraordinary talents. I thought that after Alice, there would be no one else like her. But no, a new talent has appeared in this exam. Her little brother is truly a talent that needs special training, Instructor Sirica said with some hesitation. However, one thing to note about this kid is that his aptitude is of the dark attribute. Headmaster Kuno nodded. That's right. With this aptitude, his power and agility are unquestionable. But if he can't control his dark power, it's very likely he will walk the path of evil in the future. The headmaster placed the information sheets on the table, slowly stood up, turned his back to Sirica, and mused. By the way, do you know why a kid this young was sent to our Royal Academy? Sirica answered frankly. Yes, there are many rumors about this, but from what I know, the headmaster calmly replied, he was sent to this academy by the Emperor. Hearing this, Sirica was startled with surprise. Kuno glanced at her and continued. After the campaign on the border against the demon tribe, the Emperor has already witnessed his power. Furthermore, he saved the princess from monsters, so the Emperor sees it as finding a good match for his little princess. His Majesty is very interested in that boy. He thought about the future of Princess Erin and Cian, then nodded thoughtfully. From this, we can see what the future holds if the 5th princess, who is said to have no chance of competing for the throne and is always considered talentless, were to be betrothed to a rare talent from the family of Duke Vert. What unpredictable changes will this bring in the future for the princess, as well as for our empire? Sarika came to a realization, covering her mouth as she speculated in astonishment. Yes, it's simple, incredibly easy to understand. A princess with no real power, always considered the underdog, has now become a rising power in the struggle for the throne. The war for the throne will become even more fierce. This could plunge our empire into constant warfare. The people and soldiers will shed endless blood, Kuno glanced at Sirika and reminded her in a low voice, "Now that it has come to this, we can only observe. This is the Emperor's decision. We cannot interfere. We cannot predict the future. The only thing we can do is observe the situation. Let time prove whether this boy can join forces with the princess to create a new power, or if they will perish in this brutal war for the throne." Xian returned after the entrance exam, walking alone down the empty hallway, lost in thought. 92%. I didn't think it would increase that much. In my past life, after the entrance exam, my holy body aptitude was only about 80%, so it seems things are very different now, he thought to himself. This increase in aptitude must be because I've drunk too much monster blood. Therefore, my physical constitution has improved a lot. Just then, he was surprised to run into someone in the hallway. It was Gran. Gran looked at Xian as if he had seen a ghost, taking a terrified step back and shrieking. "What the hell?" Xian thought to himself. "This bastard must have thought I died in the forest. That's why he's so surprised." While Gran was sweating in fear, his friend seemed calm. The friend, who was as big as an elephant compared to the scrawny Gran, stood behind him like a solid wall and asked in a loud voice, "Is this the kid? In your family, you treated him like a servant and taught him many lessons in swordsmanship duels, right?" Gran mumbled a nervous reply. "Ah, that's right. That kid is my younger brother. He's a weakling named Xian." Xian looked at Gran's friend. "This fat guy is Bob Fenelon, the son of Marquis Fenelon, who serves Duke Graham." In front of him, Bob curled his lip into a disdainful smirk. He looked at Xian with a smug expression and asked sarcastically, "Hey, little brat, you seem new to the academy, so there's a lot you don't know, huh? I heard you don't even know who your own mother is, right?" Xian didn't react, recalling his past life when he was bullied by Gran and Bob. He thought resentfully, "That bastard was a real nightmare for me in my past life. He and that damn brother of mine tormented me constantly during my time at this academy. But this life is different." Xian's lips curved into an excited smile, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. He thought gleefully, "It's great to run into both of these bastards at the same time here." Seeing Xian not bothering to answer and just looking at him with a smile like he was about to eat him alive, the prideful Bob patted Gran's shoulder and said arrogantly, "Looks like this kid is new to the academy. We need to teach him a little lesson so he'll be a bit more obedient, huh?" Gran didn't feel reassured at all. He warned frantically, "Hey Bob, wait, he might be weak, but you need to be careful." Bob thought Gran was just worrying over nothing, so he stepped forward and replied smugly, "It's fine. Leave it to me. Don't be scared. Since we've run into each other here, we might as well get acquainted." Gran, still sweating buckets, feebly tried to stop him. "I think we should just go. We can talk to him later. It's time to eat." Despite Gran's warnings, the competitive Bob charged forward, but before he could even make a move, Sean sent him flying into a wall with a single kick, shattering a large section of the stone. Gran trembled at the sight. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed in terror. "No, Bob!" Bob had foolishly rushed at Sean to challenge him, wanting to show off and defend Gran. The result was getting knocked to the ground with a single kick. Gran cried out in panic, "Bob!" After neatly knocking out Bob, Sean looked directly at Gran and calmly asked, "Shall we have a little chat? Now that it's just you and me." Gran sobbed in fear, trembling and stammering, "Yeah, what is it?" Sean didn't answer right away. He coldly approached Gran and slowly placed a hand on his shoulder. Just from that simple touch, he began to shake like a leaf, sweat mixing with his tears. Sean leaned down, glared at him, and smiled. He lowered his voice and whispered in Gran's ear, "I don't care what you're plotting, but I'm very merciful, as you've just seen. But if you dare to mess with me again..." Sean grinned, whispering a hair-raising threat, "You won't be graduating with your spine intact." A chill ran down Gran's spine. His limbs went weak, his face turned pale, and he sobbed. Terrified, Gran collapsed next to his unconscious friend. Sean turned and walked away, a smirk of excitement on his face as he thought to himself, "It seems my life at the academy is about to get very interesting." The academy library was empty, with sunlight slanting through the glass windows. Instructor Sirika was strolling through the restricted section, lost in thought. She pushed up her glasses, thinking about Sean. Whether he becomes a disaster or a hero in the future, I should keep an eye on that student, Sean. Sirika walked over to a bookshelf, searching through a stack of books, but discovered the one she was looking for wasn't there. Sirika narrowed her eyes in surprise, thinking in confusion, "It's not here?" Behind her, Sean was leaning against a bookshelf. Holding the book in his hand, he suddenly spoke with a smile. "Are you looking for this?" Sirika jumped in surprise. She quickly turned to look at Sean and said with a flustered, forced smile, "How did you get in here? This is a restricted area." Sirika thought to herself in confusion. "I couldn't even sense his presence." She walked closer to Sean and asked with a shy smile, "Your name is Sean, right? Could you give that book back to me? I need it for my research." Sean was holding the exact book she had been looking for. He smiled innocently and asked, "Oh, you mean this one?" "Of course, I have to give it back to you." Sirika reached out to take it, smiling politely and saying, "Thank you." Sean, suddenly, A sharp burst of dark energy shot straight towards Sean, making him freeze in surprise. The book in his hands was torn in two. He stood amidst the pages scattering in the wind, warily watching the purple energy dissipate in front of him. Then he smiled and asked with a hint of confusion, "Weren't you looking for this, Instructor Sirika?" "No," he asked bluntly. The leader of the Assassin Guild, Mist, Sirika Nigriti. Sirika clenched a black piece of paper in her hand, her arm still shrouded in a mysterious black mist. She glared at Sean and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you, kid? How did you find this?" Sean recalled his past life. His first impression of Instructor Sirika had been rather ordinary. She had once scheduled a talk with him and politely asked social pleasantries like, "How is your life at the academy?" Back then, Sean had been much more pathetic. He didn't answer, merely lowering his head in silence. At that time, Sirika had cheerfully encouraged him. "I know you want to end this boring conversation quickly, but face-to-face interaction is very important for a student's development." At that time, he had wondered how anyone could expect him to develop when all he received was bullying from his wretched older brother. He had wearily replied, "I don't care." To him, everything at the academy back then felt like a joke. Despite his cold response, Sirika had smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I'm quite interested in you, Sean." That statement had surprised him. Sirika continued, "An unusual dark element, amount of 84%, is quite rare." Sean lowered his head and replied, "But they say it's an element with no special properties." Sirika had used this opportunity to plant a thought in Sean's mind. That's because there are many aspects of the dark element that humanity has yet to fully understand. On the contrary, I think your potential for growth is limitless. Sirika's words had changed Sean. Back then, he had naively thought he'd had an epiphany, filled with a mix of emotions. Sirika maintained her friendly facade, smiling and encouraging him. "I wish you great success in the future." At that time, Sean had secretly wondered if she, who understood the dark attributes so well, could guide him. Now, knowing Sirika's true face, Sean watched her warily and thought with a helpless smile, "I was so mistaken. And yet, I was deceived." Sean thought bitterly about the deception from his past life, looking straight at Sirika's frighteningly silent figure. She stood amidst the tattered book pages. Her arm was enveloped in a black mist. Sean cautiously thought to himself, "Never let that friendly, smiling face behind those glasses fool you. Her position as an instructor at the Royal Academy is just a cover. Her true identity is an assassin." Watching Sirika slowly take off her glasses, Cyan thought to himself that she was one of the leaders of the Mist Assassin Guild, where many children of the continent's nobles gather. The organization she works for, the Mist Assassin Guild, has long hidden its identity behind demon masks. Holding the glasses in her hand, she calmly offered a compliment that surprised Cyan. "Very good." She turned, then looked back at Cyan with an emotionless expression and said, "You'll hear the details in the lab. Now go clean up that messy pile of books." Following her, Cyan stood frozen, still unable to process the situation. He was confused, wondering how she could remain so calm after what he had said. The Academy's laboratory was exactly as Cyan remembered it, with messy test tubes, chemicals, and quartz spheres on the table. He looked around nostalgically, thinking that the place was still the same. He leisurely took a sip of tea. Then he looked up at Sirika and asked with an innocent smile, "Did you poison the tea?" A thin wisp of purple smoke rose from the cup in Cyan's hand. He thought to himself, "No wonder she's so nonchalant." Sirika also laughed heartily and replied, "It's not fatal, so don't worry. It's probably just enough to melt a few of your internal organs." Cyan wasn't surprised, given that his opponent was an assassin. He lowered his head and chuckled, remembering all the things he had ingested before. He thought to himself, "That won't have any effect, because I've already drunk the blood of countless demons and the poisons created by Emily." He glanced at Sirika, smirking challengingly, hoping she would increase the dosage next time. Sirika was astonished by this. She glared at him resentfully and replied, "All right, can we start our conversation now?" She asked him directly, "How did you find out about my identity?" Moreover, she paused for a moment and then brought up the book from before. "You even knew the exact location of the Mist Organization's directive, placed among obscure books in the library." She grinned, rubbing her chin suggestively as she asked, "Or are you trying to tell me that you're also a part of the Mist Guild?" Cyan rolled his eyes and asked wearily, "What more do I have to prove?" Sirika suddenly glared at Cyan, her eyes filled with both bloodlust and excitement. She smirked and uttered a sarcastic comment, "Think you can brag just because your dark element value is high, kid?" Cyan didn't answer. He turned to look out the window, smiled, and started talking about something completely unrelated. "On the way to Xatran, everyone asked me, 'Is it really okay for you to bring only one knight?' Even though he was just the carriage driver for the whole trip." Before Sirika could understand the relevance of this story, Cyan continued, "I heard that recently, the children of nobles enrolling in the academy have been dropping like flies on their way here." Cyan glanced at Sirika, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "When did the purification process start?" Sirika seemed taken aback, muttering in astonishment. "The purification process?" Cyan had intentionally brought up the Mist Organization's signature act of assassinating nobles. She smiled, deciding that Cyan was a threat. Her eyes instantly turned cold, brimming with killing intent. She gave a chilling smile and replied frigidly, "I have no idea what you're talking about." A black mist erupted around her. A characteristic red mist swirled around Cyan like a vortex. He loosened his tie and asked coolly, "Isn't that kind of thing usually connected to the Mist Assassination Guild?" The look Sirika gave Cyan was terrifying. She gritted her teeth, her lips curling into a sneer as she hissed, "You'll regret the words you just spewed." Cyan wasn't intimidated. He met Sirika's gaze and asked with a smirk, "Are you threatening a student?" In a flash, Sirika kicked the table over. She hurled the large wooden table straight at Cyan with a gruesome smile. Cyan clenched his fist and asked coldly, "So you want to play it this way?" He punched straight through the large wooden table, shattering it in two. Sirika seized the opportunity to lunge at him from behind, two sharp daggers in her hands. He glanced at her and sighed in disappointment. "And here I thought I'd already proven who I am." Sirika smirked, swooping down like a hawk on its prey as she scoffed. "Even if you really are a member of the Mist, as one of the leaders, I know the faces of nearly every other member." She lunged at him, slashing twice, but Cyan dodged both attempts. Pressing her advantage, she laughed heartily and exclaimed, "You can't escape, kid." Cyan, tired of this cat-and-mouse game, sighed and muttered, "I guess I have no choice." He held out his hand and summoned the demon sword, Cam. Without hesitation, he gripped the sword and swung hard at Sirika, blocking her line of attack. He clutched the sword, charged forward fiercely, and muttered with a scowl, "If you won't believe me, then I'll just have to prove it." Cyan's attacks were so fast that Sirika couldn't even see them, leaving her no time to counter. Even though he deliberately avoided hitting any vital areas, Sirika looked stunned. She cried out, "Wait!" as Cyan's blow forced her to leap backward. She seemed completely shocked by the weapon Cyan was wielding. Her eyes widened, and she broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, That sword." She was referring to his demon sword, Cam. She blurted out in shock, the weapon that can only be wielded by the one chosen by AR. "The demon sword, Cam?" Cyan held the sword high for Sirika to see and asked, "So you finally acknowledge me now?" He then asked nonchalantly, "The organization is currently searching for the heir to their power. Isn't that right?" Sirika exclaimed in shock. "How do you know that?" Cyan rested the sword on his shoulder, looked at Sirika, and declared, "Look here. The heir you've all been searching for is right here. Take me to AR." That night, on a random street in Len, it was silent and deserted, with only the dim streetlights flickering. The entire street was dark, doors shut, deep in a quiet sleep. Sirika led Sean to a quiet, closed wooden house. The gate was locked tight with an iron chain, but she opened it with magic. The door swung open, making way for Sean. Seeing that his reaction was nothing special, Sirika asked coldly, "Aren't you surprised that the base of the Mist Assassin organization is in a place like this?" Sean didn't answer, and Sirika's gaze shifted to the deep, dark doorway. A biting cold wind blew out from inside. She continued nonchalantly, "This is the entrance to the hall you wanted to reach. From now on, you must walk alone." Sean stepped inside without hesitation. He was already very familiar with this house, so he walked briskly forward, thinking to himself, "This place is a separate dimension created by the power of the Mist God." He looked toward the end of the dark path and thought, "That's why it's much larger on the inside than it appears from the outside." As he walked, he thought, when 2 blades from the 4 o'clock position and 3 throwing knives from the 11 o'clock position attacked at once. In a flash, he drew his sword and swung it in a single arc, parrying all the throwing knives hurtling toward him. Just a moment later, 3 assassins from the Mist organization leaped down from the darkness above, heading for Sean. He glanced at them, his face expressionless, thinking with a bit of annoyance, "I knew this wouldn't be a normal welcome, but I didn't think they'd go this far. Isn't this a bit overkill?" He spun and leaped backward, successfully dodging the assassins' initial assault. Without wasting a second, they immediately pressed their attack relentlessly. Sean gracefully weaved through their every strike, the air filled with the sharp clang of blades and flying sparks. For a moment, the tip of his sword aimed straight for an assassin's face, making the man flinch in surprise. But he was quick to dodge and countered his attack. He watched as his blade was knocked aside, thinking, "He managed to block my strike in that brief instant? Impressive." He looked up at the assassin, who was now enraged. The eyes beneath the mask blazed with killing intent aimed at him. Gripping his blade tightly, he decided to use a secret art. At the same time, 4 assassins charged at Sean from all sides, simultaneously using the secret art, Omen of the Grim Reaper. Sean calmly raised a hand, countering with a different secret art. A red mist erupted from his body. The assassins cried out in shock. "That's secret art! There's no way a kid like him can use that! That's blood-tied!" Sean calmly held out his hand. The red mist emanating from him formed into sharp projectiles that blasted through the charging assassins. His secret art, blood-tied. It's a high-level secret art used by the organization's top assassins, allowing the user to manifest their bloodlust into physical attacks. The red mist still swirled around the assassins, choking them. They grabbed at their throats, their bodies stiffening as they struggled to gasp in terror. "I can't breathe." In a mere instant, Sean had defeated 3 of the assassins, leaving them unconscious within his red mist. He glanced over at them, his face expressionless, thinking they'll be unconscious for quite a while. His gaze suddenly shifted forward as he thought, there's still one more. He was surprised to see one person still standing, apparently having taken little damage. He wondered, one is still standing? Is he a high-ranking assassin? Regardless, Sean was unfazed. He parted his lips and whispered, "Mist sword." The demon sword materialized in Sean's hand, shrouding him in the red mist as his eyes began to glow with a deadly light. He was about to use his next secret art, the unshakable roots of the great tree. Suddenly, the final assassin charged toward him. To his astonishment, the assassin rushed him head-on, interrupting the technique he was preparing to unleash. He was stunned, a flicker of confusion in his thoughts. He was able to interfere and interrupt my technique? Just who is he? The final assassin tossed aside their mask and said in a low voice, "Looks like you've become quite proficient in the assassin's arts, haven't you?" It turned out the final assassin pressing him was none other than Sirika. She smiled, pressing her blade against Sean's demon sword in a challenge. "Then I won't hold back any longer." Sean froze, stunned to realize who his final opponent was. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh?" he uttered. "Hallmaster Sirika. She's looking a little strange." A mix of excitement and bloodlust made her seem wildly ecstatic. She panted, laughing loudly. "Show me your true strength!" Immediately, Sean used the 8th form of the bone-style, continuous slashes, launching a preemptive strike against Sirika with a flurry of blows that pushed her back. His attack only managed to sever the band, tying up her hair. Sirika crouched into a ready stance, a delighted smile on her face as she said, "So you've mastered both the bone-style and the sword dance. You're getting more interesting by the second." She shouted with excitement, "Show me just how vast your potential is, Sean." But before she could even finish her sentence, he had already turned and bolted into the room deeper inside. He wasn't running out of fear, but because he had realized something. His fighting spirit was affecting Sirika, causing the Hallmaster to become completely consumed by her lust for battle. As he sprinted away with Sirika right behind him, he thought in a panic, "She'll want to fight to the death. Anyone who's ever fought her would understand, which is why I have to escape now." The battle-crazed Sirika was hot on his heels, a demented smile on her face and nothing but pure bloodlust in her eyes. Her face flushed with excitement as she laughed maniacally and called after him, "Come back here, Sanver. You want to do this the hard way, don't you?" After saying that, she immediately used her Mist Storm sword dance, charging straight at Sanvert like a frenzied whirlwind. Quickly, Sanvert spun around and blocked her descending blade. He leaped backward, thinking to himself in annoyance, "I don't have a twisted desire for battle like you do." Sirika realized Sanvert wasn't fighting with his full strength, and she wouldn't accept this, looking him straight in the eye and saying, "This dimension was created by Eru. No one outside can detect your aura, so you don't need to worry." He looked at her, his brow furrowed in annoyance, thinking, "That's right, I can unleash my full power here," he thought to himself. "I'm strong enough to kill her." But Sanvert hesitated a little, because that wasn't the reason he wanted her to bring him here. Even so, he still had to raise the demon sword, forcing himself to use its demonic power. A red mist began to swirl around him. Suddenly, Sanvert felt dizzy, and he collapsed to the ground to Sirika's surprise and confusion. A strange voice echoed through the space. "I understand now." With that, the demon sword Kai in his hand gradually vanished. The demon sword slowly took its true form amidst a thick black mist and said to Sanvert, "You can rest now." Sirika was quite surprised by this sight and immediately asked, "Who are you?" The demon sword Kui crossed her arms, frowning at Sirika with displeasure and grumbling, "I don't want to waste my breath. You know who I am, don't you?" Sirika immediately knelt, bowing her head respectfully. "Yes, you are the demon sword Kui." The demon sword, displeased, grumbled, and asked again, "What is this current situation?" She looked at Sirika irritably. She scowled and growled, "You worship Eru too, but now you're attacking my master." Sirika showed no fear or any particular expression. Her face was cold and impassive. She lowered her eyes and replied, "I was just testing to see if he's as strong as the rumors say, to see if he's truly the chosen one." Hearing this, the demon sword irritably shouted, "Then why didn't you just call out your master from the start?" Her anger caused the mist to swirl violently. Sirika just kept her head bowed and didn't answer. The demon sword glanced at her and with a cold smirk declared, "Since you took the initiative to do this, I'll consider it a challenge." Sirika remained very calm. She even sneered and said mockingly, "I think we should worry about that kid over there first." The demon sword froze. She blurted out, "What?" She suddenly remembered Sanvert and looked down to see him lying unconscious in a small pool of blood from his nose. She shrieked, "Hey, why do you look like you're about to die?" Sirika glanced at the demon sword and said with an amused smile, "You've appeared in your true form, but that comes with a side effect." She said with a delighted laugh, "It will corrode the host's life force." The demon sword Kui is sustaining herself by draining Sanvert's life force. Kui irritably grabbed Sanvert by the collar, lifted him up, and grumbled angrily, "Hey, how much can this really affect you? You just drank a ton of beast blood after all." Sanvert was still not conscious, dazed with blood trickling from his nose. While the demon sword was busy trying to wake him up, Sirika stood up again and said slowly, I, Sirik Nigris, master of the Mist Assassins, never refuse a fight. Furthermore, she looked at the demon sword again with a twisted, bloodthirsty gaze, her breathing becoming ragged. She licked her lips and continued excitedly, if you are my opponent, I have even less reason to refuse. The demon sword looked at Sirika's perverted appearance, suddenly felt startled and covered her mouth. Her face turned pale as she thought to herself, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm actually feeling a little scared. Sanver had regained consciousness. He pushed the demon sword's hand away, grumbling, let go of me. Kui turned to look at him and exclaimed sarcastically, oh, so you're still alive? He didn't bother with her, just glared at her and asked irritably, why did you suddenly materialize? Kui didn't answer him. Instead, she turned back to look at Sirika, an amused smile playing on her lips. She spoke arrogantly, you step back. Let me teach that wench a lesson. Sirika gripped the blade in her hand tightly, the blade glowing with a strange purple light. She looked at the demon sword with great anticipation and said joyfully, it's a true honor to fight you, Lady Kai. The demon sword smirked. Just make sure she doesn't come crying and begging when I'm done with her. Sirika also looked back at the demon sword with surging excitement in her eyes and replied with a sly grin, I also hope you can push me that far. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space. That's enough. Sirika froze and asked in confusion, Lord Eru? From the dark space, a halo of light appeared next to the demon sword. Sanvert focused all his attention on it. A pitch-black portal appeared before the three of them. Eru gave the command, bring the chosen one to the ceremonial hall. Sirika hurriedly knelt. He bowed and replied, yes, my lord. Cyan smiled, thinking excitedly to himself, I finally get to meet Eru, the Dark Lord. In the ceremonial hall, Eru was sitting on his throne, waiting for Cyan, surrounded by deep darkness. Everyone says that the Black Mist God is very evil. The Black Mist God kills without hesitation and justifies it as an act for the benefit of others. He replied that it was what they wanted. With red eyes burning like fire, he said, others cannot decide what is right or wrong for you. If death can help you protect your own principles, then that is enough. Sanvert thought to himself, everyone says this way of thinking is insane, but I want to tell them that this god only wants to protect the weak. He is a foolish god. Finally, the god Eru summoned Sanvert, and he immediately stepped through the spatial gate that he opened. The gate led him to a dark ceremonial hall with dozens of long, winding steps before him. After ascending the stairs, he would have an audience with the Black Mist God, who sat atop the tower. The god sat still, resting his chin on his hand, waiting for him to approach. He spoke when Sean stood before him. Do you know who I am? He looked up at him and calmly replied, of course, the Black Mist God, Au. The god of darkness stared at Sean with piercing red eyes, scrutinizing him, and asked again, is your name Sean V? I've never met you before. What proof do you have to claim you are my successor? Faced with the Black Mist God's question, he didn't flinch and simply answered calmly, surely you can feel the power of the mist within me. The Black Mist God pondered for a moment before replying, there are two ways to become a successor. The first is for me to personally give you the mist stone. He looked directly at Sean and continued, the second way is when the mist stone manifests on its own in a worthy individual. Sean looked at the god, listening in silence as a dark power flared up around him. As if to illustrate the Black Mist God's words, the Black Mist God pointed at him and continued, I don't know who you are, so I assume this is the second scenario. He went on, musing. Indeed, the mist stone that was supposed to be in the ceremonial hall suddenly vanished last year. His eyes widened as he looked at Sean and mumbled. Above all, his gaze fell upon the demon sword, Kuai, now returned to the form of a small fireball. He exclaimed with amusement, I can't believe you managed to awaken Kui. I couldn't even find her myself. You control her quite well. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Kai flared up with anger, gritting her teeth and scowling at the god. Who's controlling whom? Sean remained still, listening to Au's judgment, who had turned his attention back to him and made an observation. About those eyes, the light they emit doesn't match your age at all. Suddenly, as if seeing something interesting, Au covered his mouth and chuckled, exclaiming, so that's it. You're an outsider from a timeline I'm not aware of. Hearing the Black Mist God say this, Sean was quite surprised. He thought in astonishment, you don't know? He blurted out. I thought you had something to do with me being here. Hearing this, the Black Mist God just sighed and waved his hand dismissively. If you were looking for an all-knowing, omnipotent God, you've come to the wrong place. I'm not strong at all. My godhood was taken from me long ago. Witnessing Au's indifferent and lazy attitude, Sean could only sigh internally, thinking to himself, he's right, I shouldn't have expected anything. The Black Mist God pondered for a moment, then rubbed his chin and muttered, but this is quite advantageous for me. Sean frowned and asked, what are you talking about? Au leaned back in his throne, smiling lazily with delight, and explained with a shrug, a perfect successor has come to me on his own. Now I have less work to do. I don't have to lift a finger anymore. Both Sean and the demon sword were stunned by the Black Mist God's laziness. He grumbled, you're still as lazy as ever. After observing for a moment, Au narrowed his eyes and said to him seriously, by the way, you've brought something quite troublesome. That's because he had spotted the fragment of the glowing sword hilt that Sean had broken in the past. While searching for the demon sword, he had always carried that hilt fragment with him. Even now, the Black Mist God asked casually, "You have the demon sword, and you're still not satisfied? Do you intend to claim the power of the holy sword as well?" Sean smirked, understanding the implication in his question. He reached in and took out the broken sword piece, replying with a mysterious smile, "For now, I don't plan on doing anything." He looked at the glowing hilt fragment in his hand, a wicked glint in his eyes. He laughed with excitement and continued, "I was just thinking that if the world doesn't know of this thing's existence, it might just become useless." Noticing the seriousness behind Sean's calculating smile, the Black Mist God slowly stood up and remarked, "You have some truly vicious hobbies, don't you? Fine, I won't ask anymore. It has nothing to do with me anyway." He leisurely walked towards him, each step shrouded in a blood-red mist. He said, "But I will follow the rules." The Black Mist God raised his hand. A burst of light erupted from his hand, the red mist swirling around him as he proclaimed, "As your supreme god, I will ask you this question, O successor who has received my power." The red mist spread out, wrapping around Sean's body. The Black Mist God's question was posed to him, "What will you do with this power?" Sean was silent, thinking to himself that he was asked the same question in his past life. Back then, he had answered that he would live for his brother. Thinking of Ale and his betrayal, Sean thought with irritation, what a foolish answer. In his past life, the people of the guild in this temple, from AU to Temple Master Sarika, he thought, they didn't care about his answer in his past life. Even though the past, Sean possessed immense power that could shake the world. The members of the Mist Guild just stood by amidst the ruin, completely unconcerned with him. He wondered why that was. Didn't he also have something he desired? In his past life, the Black Mist God Au had warned him with just one sentence, "Remember, there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith." Recalling his own tragic end after placing all his trust in Ale, only to be painfully and shamefully betrayed, Sean thought to himself, perhaps Yu had foreseen his miserable fate. Sean walked towards the Black Mist God and answered calmly, "I have no grand plans, no noble purpose or sacred belief." He looked at Au, vowing internally, "This time, it must be different." The Black Mist God didn't seem to understand him, frowning slightly as he waited for an explanation. He clenched the power of the mist in his hand. San answered frankly, "I will only use your power for my own personal goals for myself and myself alone." Hearing that answer, Eru slowly approached him and asked thoughtfully, "You will decide for yourself what is right and wrong? Are you confident you won't regret it?" He observed his successor and reminded him, "You'd better answer very carefully. Depending on your answer, I could kill you right here and now." The last part sounded more like a threat than a reminder to San. His eyes glowed from under his large cloak, and a dark red mist flared up around him. San didn't feel scared or flinch at his threat. He looked him straight in the eye and calmly replied, "I don't care what consequences my actions bring." He stepped closer to Eru and calmly continued, "I will not follow anyone's orders. That is the path I will walk." Faced with San's calm and decisive attitude, Eru nodded. He curiously rubbed his chin and asked, "It seems you already have a plan? Can you tell me about it?" San didn't give a straight answer. Eru immediately sighed and grumbled like a pouting child. "It doesn't matter anyway, as long as you clear my name." "All right, then I won't ask you any more questions. You're pretty boring." He suddenly fell silent, his gaze shifting to the floating orb next to San. Suddenly, Eru rushed over to the demon sword Kui. His eyes lit up and he rubbed his chin, exclaiming, "Well then I'll talk to my daughter now." Kui was startled as she was grabbed by Eru, who pinched her cheeks, and asked affectionately in a teasing tone, as if cooing at a baby, "You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? Do you like your master that much? You're such a good girl." Kai broke out in a sweat and screamed in confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" Eru wasn't bothered or intimidated by Kui's harsh attitude. He pouted his lips and told her innocently, "Seeing you like this makes me very happy, unlike him." Kui screamed loudly, screaming, "Get away from me! Stop it!" Eru hugged his daughter, exclaiming, "I'm trying to be nice to you because I have nothing to give your master." Kui stubbornly pushed her father's face away. She looked at San and screamed for help. "This crazy old man! Hey, master, do something!" Eru tried to fight her rejection. "Hold still." Meanwhile, San played dumb and looked away, smiling sheepishly. "What touching father-daughter affection!" Kui screamed in anger. "What?" Eru puckered his lips to kiss his daughter's forehead. Suddenly, something vague appeared, leaving Kui stunned. Unexpectedly, a small, glowing magic circle appeared before Kui's eyes, making the demon sword break out in a confused sweat. She cried out in alarm. "What's happening?" A crimson mist suddenly enveloped her body, wrapping around her completely, and in a flash, she transformed into a human form. When the mist disappeared, Kui was no longer a floating ball of fire, but was in human form. The demon sword was utterly bewildered, and muttered in amazement, "Is this me? I have a body?" Even San was extremely surprised. He looked down to check himself, shocked, and thought, "It didn't even use my mana." Did Eru use his own power to create that body? Instead of being happy, Kui grabbed her father's collar and screamed, "What did you do to me?" Eru replied with amusement, "It wasn't much. I just gave you a little of my life force. He seemed crestfallen that his daughter's reaction wasn't what he expected and asked again. What's wrong? You don't want it? You need a body to get it on with your master, right? This answer made Kui fly into a rage. She grabbed his collar and shook him violently, screaming her head off. What did you just say, you idiot? Eru just laughed foolishly and even turned to wave at San. Witnessing this scene, he could only remain silent, thinking in confusion. Like father, like daughter. The next day at the academy dormitory, his attendant Brian ran up and whispered to San. Young master, he asked him in a panicked whisper. What is going on? San gave a strained smile and whispered back helplessly. I don't know either, just ignore it. At San's completely indifferent reply, Brian glanced around worriedly and mumbled. But young master, there are two women in your room right now. One is an instructor and the other is that woman from before. They're both glaring at each other with sparks flying from their eyes. Brian panicked and hid behind a chair, whispering in confusion. I don't think this is something we can just ignore. The demon sword, Kui angrily twisted a lock of her hair and growled. Well, an instructor visiting a student so early in the morning? Aren't you worried people will start gossiping about how special your relationship is? Across from her, Sirika also smirked with amusement. She pushed up her glasses and replied sharply. Of course I'm doing this to guide him onto the right path. This is a completely normal relationship. The demon sword was as irritable as a beast whose territory was being invaded. She grumbled angrily. Shouldn't a tower master like you be more careful? Sirika's eyes widened as she glared back at Kai. Like a fierce tiger fighting a lion for territory, she responded defiantly. What I do has nothing to do with you, so mind your own business. Caught between the two difficult women, San wearily listened to them scream at each other. Master, you only need me. You stay away from him, he's my student. He decided to retreat from this mess, stood up to leave, and said to Brian, I'm going for a little walk. The attendant called after him in a panicked and desperate voice. Young master, please don't leave me here with them. Behind him, the hot-tempered demon hissed. Hey, you draw your weapon now. Let's fight! Lord Sirika cheered excitedly. How could I possibly refuse this offer? Brian was sweating profusely, his face deathly pale, too terrified to even breathe. Cyan snuck out of his dorm room and made his way to the academy's clock tower. Outside, students were mingling with the city's residents at the bustling street stalls. Looking down on everything from up high, Cyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I can finally relax. He suddenly looked down as a familiar metallic scent wafted past him, thinking it smelled like blood. Not far away, a student from the academy was beaten to a pulp and thrown to the ground. He coughed violently, struggling to sit up. He cowered, clutching his aching arm and looking fearfully at his bullies. 3 boys were gloating and laughing amongst themselves, pointing at him and chatting excitedly. Hey, let's try using that thing. Damn, you're so wicked. Then let's do it while we're at it. What is it? The leader opened his palm, revealing a translucent gem that glowed with a fiery light. He approached the student kneeling on the ground and called out gleefully, Hey, look at this! He grabbed the boy's face, lifting him up, squeezing his cheeks hard to force his mouth open. Then he laughed with amusement. I brought you a little snack. He aimed the orb in his hand straight at his schoolmate, laughing loudly with sadistic pleasure. When your friend brings you a handmade snack, you're supposed to eat it, right? The boy knew what it was, clenching his jaw in fear and shutting his eyes tightly in resignation, unable to struggle. Fortunately, at that very moment, a loud shout interrupted them. Stop right there. The person who appeared was the 5th princess. She shouted sternly, How can you do something so cruel to a fellow student? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves nobles? Being interrupted at that moment extinguished the bully's excitement. Annoyed and frustrated, he glanced at the princess and answered curtly, I am Barret Louis Min, the eldest son of the ducal family Louis Min from the kingdom of Garam. Who are you? The princess crossed her arms, frowning at him as she answered proudly, I am Princess Erin Severus of the Euphan Empire. Hearing her name, Barret sneered contemptuously. He sarcastically remarked that for a moment he wondered who it was, but she was just the 5th princess. The princess frowned at him, annoyed that he was looking down on her because of her rank. He stepped in front of her, towering over her by a good 2 heads, looking down at her as if she were a mere child. He smirked disdainfully. A pleasure to meet you. Facing such a large opponent, the princess tried not to back down or show any weakness. She replied firmly, I don't feel like shaking your hand. She glanced at Barret's 2 lackeys and the small student prostrated on the ground, and demanded loudly, You'd better explain this situation. Barret rolled his eyes and sneered, glancing at the student on the ground and answering arrogantly, You must be misunderstanding something here. Why don't you ask him? He yelled at the student. Tell her. The student flinched and let out a frightened yelp. Huh? Before the boy could react, Barret strode over and yanked him up by the collar. He put an arm around the boy's shoulder, smiling wickedly as he asked in a low voice, Are we bullying you? The weak student clutched his aching arm, his head bowed, having lost nearly all will to resist. He mumbled helplessly, No, they're not bullying me. The princess knew full well that he was being threatened by the nobles. She immediately stepped closer to him and said urgently, You don't have to hide it, just look at you. The student didn't let her finish, cutting her off helplessly. It's nothing, please, just leave. We were just playing around. He averted his gaze, not daring to look directly at the princess. Hearing the student submit to him, Barret burst into vile laughter. His eyes lit up with a vicious gleam. He laughed heartily with amusement. You heard him, right? I'm starting to get displeased. Erin was determined not to let this go. She stubbornly stepped forward, reaching a hand toward the student and telling him decisively, whatever, but he's coming with me. But before she could do anything, Barrett grabbed her wrist and squeezed it with such force that the princess cried out. He showed no respect for the princess, glaring at her and growling in annoyance. Do you have a hearing problem? He let go of the student and advanced on the princess with an undisguised threat. Although the princess was quite panicked inside, she tried to keep her voice as firm as possible. What is the meaning of this? Barrett tightened his grip on Erin's wrist. Her stubbornness irritated him. Didn't you hear Lesimus tell you to leave? But despite his threat, the princess remained resolute. She tried to threaten him back. If you don't let go of my hand right now, I swear on my name that you will regret this. He seemed completely unafraid of the name of a fifth princess who held no real power in the royal family. He burst out laughing, looking at Erin mockingly, as she was nothing more than a small, weak child. This was when Cyan decided to intervene. He had been watching from the sidelines for a while now. He suddenly rushed forward, tripping Barrett and sending him sprawling to the ground. He cried out in shock, not even processing what had just happened. The princess was also utterly surprised by his sudden appearance. She blushed and called out, Cyan? But Cyan was only concerned with the small, bullied student. Had he heard the name Lesimus, he looked at the small, panicked student in front of him, who was actually a girl. He was stunned, thinking, that little girl is Lesimus? Behind them, Barrett's two lackeys were rushing to his side. Because of this encounter, Cyan also recalled his past life. Back then at Clen Castle in the Garum Kingdom, he was in a duel with a swordsman one night. The female swordsman was not to be underestimated, as she continuously landed attacks on Sean, forcing him to retreat. At that time, he wielded the blazing red sword, but still struggled against her. He already had a few scratches on him. His opponent was none other than the continent's greatest swordsman, Lesimus Glen. She was born in the Glen Empire, but for some unknown reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined the house of Count Glen in the Garum Kingdom and even changed her nationality. Lesimus truly lived up to her title. Her sword strikes were as fast as lightning, leaving only a faint streak of light as her blade passed by, and even Sean could only fight back because he had the demon sword. A single swing of her sword could shatter the ground, forcing him to leap away. The moment he regained his footing, she nearly caught him off guard again. In an instant, she leaped up from her position, swinging her sharp blade straight at him. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match the speed of a mist assassin. She only managed to tear his cloak. In her moment of carelessness, Sean launched himself into the air, diving straight down from behind her. In a flash, he plunged the demon sword straight into Lesimus's back. His weight drove her straight to the ground. He pinned her to the cold earth with his demon sword. She let out one final cough and then departed from this world. Sean recalled that the Empire had ordered him to kill her. He remembered that moment, thinking that he had received an assassination order. However, after infiltrating the castle, he ultimately decided to face her in a proper duel. In that battle, Sean was victorious, and he panted as he looked down at her motionless body. He thought to himself, the reason was nothing special. I just didn't want to sneakily assassinate someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even without mana, a person who had earned the title of the continent's greatest swordsman now stood before him, looking like a weak student, covered in scratches from being bullied by a group of nobles. Lesimus noticed him just staring at her without saying a word, and she naturally panicked. The noble's lackeys desperately tried to rouse him. Hey, Barrett, wake up! After a moment, Barrett recovered from the jarring fall caused by Sean. He shoved his followers' hands away, struggling to push himself up. He screamed in frustration. Get out of the way! Why are there so many bastards sticking their noses where they don't belong today? He knew who Sean was the moment he heard his name. He stood up and looked at Sean with a bitter, resentful smile. You're Sean Vert, aren't you? I've heard about you. You're back from the front lines, I hear. Want to join our little game? Sean looked at him coldly, thinking, a game? How ridiculous. He had observed him and knew he was trying to force Lesimus to swallow a mana gem. He thought scornfully. Using a mana gem the wrong way can destroy the mana in a person's body. So this is why Lesimus couldn't use mana in the previous life. He looked at the bullies and asked coldly, a game where you force someone to eat a mana gem? He raised his hand and said flatly, if you want to play, let's play. A purple mana orb formed in his palm. Barrett's eyes widened in terror as he watched the mana orb in Sean's hand grow bigger and bigger until its purple light illuminated his face. Sean created a colossal mana gem, so large it could destroy the entire street and even block out the sun. Even Princess Erin had to back away in terror. Sean growled at him. What are you waiting for? His eyes flashed with a deadly light. He glared at the noble and asked coldly, aren't you going to open your mouth? After that, the group of noble bullies fled in terror. The princess and Sean took Lesimus back to the academy to treat her injuries. Lesimus had one arm and one eye bandaged, looking utterly miserable. Princess Erin brought her to her own room, and said kindly, "Your external wounds are almost completely healed, but you need to stay in bed and rest so your internal injuries can recover." Erin then put her hands on her hips and announced cheerfully, "So just take it easy for the rest of today." Behind her, Sean casually leaned against the door. He silently watched as Lesimus looked up at the princess gratefully. She said with deep appreciation, "Thank you so much. I don't know how I can ever repay you." Hearing that, Erin puffed up her chest and boasted proudly, "You saw how those scoundrels tucked their tails and ran when our Sean gave them a good scare. We just did what had to be done, so don't you worry about a thing." Sean froze in the background. Our Sean? He thought. He lowered his eyes, thinking about Lesimus's injuries, bone fractures, and a mild concussion. And she still endured it. That's shocking. I guess that's what makes her the greatest swordsman. Lesimus suddenly turned to Sean and asked hesitantly, "Do I know you?" He was momentarily confused. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, saying shyly, "I just felt like you were staring at me." Sean simply replied calmly, "I thought I knew you, but I was mistaken. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable." Arin turned to look at him, confused. Lesimus also lowered her head shyly, whispering, "It's okay." The princess then turned back to her, looking even more bewildered. She walked closer and asked Lesimus worriedly, "Oh, which dorm are you in? What if those scoundrels try to find you again for revenge or something?" Lesimus answered hesitantly, "The Commoner's Hall," Erin exclaimed in surprise. "The Commoner's Hall? Are you a commoner?" Lesimus lowered her head and answered quietly, "Yes. I was able to enroll thanks to Coach Viotin. He promised to pay for my tuition, but then the academy suddenly fired him." She trailed off. Sean then asked, "So in other words, you don't have anyone here to support you?" Lima sadly replied, "Yes." He calmly continued, "Then there's a chance you'll have to drop out of school." Hearing that, the princess suddenly felt pity. She looked at Limus and exclaimed with sympathy, "Oh, no, you poor thing." But Sean immediately looked at the princess and calmly suggested, "Why don't you take her as your handmaiden, princess? You could also learn swordsmanship from her." Erin had thought Limus was a boy this whole time. She foolishly pointed at Limus, asking again in confusion, "What are you talking about? Limus is a boy." Sean looked at her as if she were an idiot and muttered, "She's a girl." This announcement shocked the princess. She froze on the spot, speechless. Limus suddenly panicked, hastily stammering an apology. "I didn't mean to deceive you, Your Highness." She scratched her head, her cheeks turning red, and confessed in embarrassment, "It's just that having short hair and wearing boys' clothes is more comfortable, so a lot of people mistake me for a boy." The princess wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she felt helpless with herself. She tearfully said in embarrassment, "No, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize." Even Sean realized, "So I must be failing as a girl." Limus hurriedly reassured her, No, I should be the one to apologize." Now that she knew Limus was a girl, the princess immediately made a sincere offer. "Anyway, what do you think?" "I think Sean's idea is a good one." She looked down at Limus's wounds and said with pity, "If you come under my wing, bad people won't bully you anymore. You can study whatever you want and live a comfortable life." Limus lowered her head, the princess's kindness making her extremely flustered. She asked softly, "Why me?" The princess smiled, awkwardly scratching her cheek as she replied, "Well, actually, I don't really like being alone, and I can't just do nothing, since I'm a princess after all." Limus lowered her head and answered in a small voice, "Thank you." She looked up at the princess, her eyes welling with tears, and said with all her gratitude, "I promise you, I will become someone who can bring you honor. Thank you so much." Erin laughed when she saw Limus sniffling and said cheerfully, "You don't have to thank me. It's all thanks to Sean." She turned to look at him, but he had already left at some point. The princess called out in surprise, "Sean?" He had already left the princess's dormitory, thinking to himself that he had done enough, and that he was sure Princess Erin would take care of the rest. He pieced the events together, deep in thought. But now I understand why Limus left the Empire of Yufin. If it hadn't been for Barrett Louis Min back then, she would never have died. Sean thought back to his past life and imagined a Limus with overwhelming swordsmanship and mana at her command. He thought to himself, the continent's #1 swordsman, who had never lost her mana. Even I would have a hard time defeating her. He thoughtfully reached into his pocket, thinking, "Anyway, I'm interested in something else now." This morning when Sirica came to see Sean, she had given him a black token, despite the fury of the demon swordswoman, Am. He thought to himself, "This morning I received an order from the guildmaster, Sirica." He looked at the black card in his hand, smiling with interest. It was his first elimination mission as an assassin for the Myth organization. Sean looked at the black card in his hand that detailed the mission. He thought that the first mission was a bit difficult, but since Sirica had confidently given him a thumbs up and said, "I believe in your potential," he suddenly didn't know if she was being sincere or if it was another sarcastic remark. He thought to himself, "No way." He was lost in thought on his way back to his dorm room, his thoughts piling up. If she's already planning to order me around like this, I'm worried things will get even more troublesome in the future. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy about to launch towards him. Immediately after, the wall next to him exploded. Debris and dust flew everywhere. Sean ducked, covering his face and letting out a cry. He immediately looked up. trying to see through the dust, thinking in alarm, was that just now? A demonic beast in the academy? Before he could even recover, a person with a gigantic figure appeared, towering like a mountain in front of Sean. He looked down at him with glowing red eyes and asked through gritted teeth, "You're Sean Vert, aren't you?" He was a bit bewildered, looking up at the giant before him and asking in confusion, "You know me?" The man stood like a towering rock blocking his path, replying in a booming voice, "Of course." He crossed his arms over his chest, smirking as he spoke. "You possess 1-star magic and an S-rank physique, the youngest son of House Vert." He looked at him arrogantly, as if he had him in the palm of his hand. He raised an eyebrow, proudly introducing himself. "My name is Sessahaken, a new student just like you." He glanced at Sean as if looking at a small, timid mouse at his feet, and he was only 11 years old this year. Sean was utterly bewildered. He stared at him blankly, wondering in confusion. A giant like that is a new student? How is that possible? Was there any student like this in my past life? Sess, paying no mind to his expression, flexed his arm, making the muscles bulge with veins, and boasted proudly, "I've heard a lot about your achievements. You defeated a demonic beast." He flexed his other arm, the muscles rippling again, and continued, "And you even survived a dragon attack, right?" He slammed his fists together. The muscles on his chest and back bulged, and his 8-pack abs stood out threateningly. He smirked smugly, his eyes lighting up as he looked at him and exclaimed with delight, "Moreover, you have an S-rank physique that even I couldn't achieve." He had finished prepping his solid muscular body and roared in excitement, "Fight me." Sean felt the air around him surge and churn at Sess's feet. Sanver looked at him, startled, and blurted out, "I remember now." He looked up at the man's firm, bare chest, observing a strange circular emblem on his left pectoral. He thought to himself, that mark on his chest is the symbol of Spania. So the rumors about the Sand Prince coming to the academy were true. Spania, a nation founded in the desert, is located in the eastern part of the continent, thanks to its powerful military force under the leadership of the Crown Prince, who possessed a natural talent for both magic and combat. Even the Empire of Yufan had difficulty conquering the nation. But the powerhouse, which once prided itself on its strong unity, quickly declined and eventually met its doom, all because of the sudden death of the Crown Prince, the sole heir. It was said that the cause of his death was an illness from the cold, as the Crown Prince had focused so much on physical training that he had neglected his own health. Sanver looked at the giant figure before him, thinking he never expected to meet the Sand Prince, Set Saha. The man before him was still burning with an irrepressible fighting spirit, constantly urging him on, to make a decision quickly. Sanver tilted his head up to look at him, annoyed, thinking this encounter didn't happen in his past life. How troublesome. Then he suddenly remembered something. But from what I know, he's not very bright. Sanver then asked him, "Right now?" Set, still smiling confidently, answered decisively, "That's right. We'll decide who's stronger between you and me. I won't take no for an answer, because I know you think the same way I do." However, Sanver calmly turned away, bluntly refusing. "Nope." Set looked astonished and exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "Why?" Sanver pointed at him and grumbled. "Dueling without permission is forbidden in the academy. You have to submit a formal request at the administration office." Set thoughtfully put his hands on his hips and asked, "All right, where is the administration office?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, Sanver pointed towards the 3rd floor of the main building. Immediately, Set turned his head and shouted excitedly, "Got it!" He shot off like a gust of wind, still saying with a competitive smile, "I'll be right back. You just wait there." Sanver just watched him go without a word, watching the figure excitedly dashing off at full speed. He muttered to himself, "They say even his brain is made of muscle. It seems the rumors are true. The administration office is in the opposite direction." Sanver rolled his eyes, thinking about the lie he had just made up. He thought in confusion. "Although I don't know if there's really such a thing as a duel request, I probably won't be seeing him again for a while, right? First, I should focus on the elimination mission." Sanver began his mission, gearing up and heading to the location written on the black card. The place was a large cellar with a squad of mercenaries standing guard both inside and out. A man approached the cellar's owner, a nobleman, and said, "Sir German, we have prepared the product." The old man turned and glared at him, grumbling in annoyance. "Then don't just stand there gawking. Deliver the goods to the client." The soldiers hurriedly shouted, "Yes, sir." This nobleman, German Anbas, was one of the 3 wealthiest men on the continent. In the eyes of the public, he was an upright and virtuous man. But behind that mask, he was a piece of trash who owned a slave market and trafficked in beastmen. This cellar was his warehouse, a place where countless slaves of various races were imprisoned. He crossed his arms, looking into a cell, and turned to order his subordinates. "Today, I will exhibit my greatest work of art. You all better pay close attention to it." The mercenaries shouted in obedience. From a hidden corner of the cellar, Sanver was secretly observing them. He scanned the situation, silently assessing, target confirmed. "Looks like I'll finish this much sooner than expected." Suddenly, the demon's sword in his hand began to glow. Kuai let out a thoughtful hum. Sanver turned to look at it, wondering, "What's wrong?" The demon replied, "I sense a very complex energy." Sanver's eyes widened. This was something he couldn't sense himself. He quickly asked, "A complex energy?" The demon replied, "Your target is hiding something very strange." German stared into the cell, looking down at a slave curled up on the cold floor, and muttered with a wicked, amused grin, "It's finally become obedient." He laughed deceitfully, speaking vile words to the slave. "Sleep well, my golden goose." He didn't notice a fog creeping in at his feet. He was startled to see the fog gradually rising around him. He frowned and muttered, "Black fog?" Suddenly, a streak of crimson light flashed around him, piercing straight through the surrounding mercenaries. His eyes widened in shock. He fell backward to the ground as he realized the mercenaries had suddenly dropped dead, fresh blood pooling around them. He was so terrified he was frozen to the spot. The mercenary commander drew his sword, stood in front of the nobleman, and shouted in confusion, "Who's there?" With his entire squad of mercenaries suddenly dropping dead, the nobleman was too scared to even stand up. The nobleman pointed at the commander and stammered, "What are you doing? Go catch them! Damn it, earn the money I paid you!" The mercenary commander was also in a state of panic, as he himself couldn't see who or how his men had been cut down so suddenly. He tried to maintain his composure and yelled, "Stop hiding! Show yourself!" Complying with his words, Sanver shot out from the middle of his black fog. He gripped the demon sword in his hand and rushed towards the commander like a deadly breeze. With just one move, he knocked the sword out of his hand. With the next move, he aimed for his leg, slashing straight into his calf and forcing him to his knees. For the third move, he was already standing behind him, pressing the demon sword against his neck, so fast that he couldn't even see his attacker's face. He only had time to hiss one last word, "Damn it." Sion swung his arm, directly slitting the last mercenary's throat. He screamed in agony, to the nobleman's horror. The noble, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear, yelled loudly, "Damn it, where did the rest of them go?" Sion glanced at him and casually replied, "You'll find out soon enough, because you're about to join them." He looked down at the mercenaries, who were now just lifeless corpses, piled up in a pool of their own blood, and said coldly, "You hired so many soldiers, yet they were completely useless." The terrified nobleman fell to the ground, trying to crawl backward, holding his hands up in front of his face as he screamed in terror. "What do you want? Money? If it's money, I have plenty." Sion gripped the glowing red sword in his hand and slowly advanced toward the noble without answering. Without a word, he suddenly slashed off the man's raised hand. The noble screamed in terror, not even realizing what had just happened. When he saw that his hand was gone, he doubled over, clutching his arm and letting out a pained roar. Sion glanced at the noble, then at the slaves he had imprisoned in the cellar. They had already collapsed from exhaustion. He coldly called out the noble's name, German Anbas. "Countless inhumane experiments and crossbreeding between many races. You even own a slave market, which is strictly forbidden by law." His eyes blazed with disgust as he once again witnessed the nobleman's inhuman cruelty and barbarism. He glared at the noble and asked coldly, "That alone is reason enough for you to die, don't you think so? Now I'll give you 1 minute," he declared coldly. "Repent for the sins you have committed, and then the pain will disappear." The nobleman tried to glance at him, his face pale from the pain, sweat pouring down, and tears streaming from his eyes, drool pooling on the ground beneath his mouth. He collapsed on the floor, tears flowing, and hissed, "So you're going to kill me?" He looked at him desperately, moaning through his tears. "I only did all this to make a living. Don't you see that I only sell these products and slaves because there's a demand for them? The ones who buy them are the bad guys, damn it. What did I do wrong?" Sion looked at him emotionlessly, thinking that a monster like him would never know how to repent. He coldly announced, "Your minute is up. I'll send you off in the most painful way possible." Hearing that, the nobleman screamed in fear. "Wait, wait." But Sion didn't want to hear another word from him. He raised his sword and unleashed the 8th killing technique, Chaotic Strike. Sword slashes appeared in midair like flashing streaks of crimson light, piercing the noble's body from all sides. He let out one last desperate, agonizing scream before collapsing for good. He glanced at the target's corpse, thinking that the elimination was complete. He let out a sigh and muttered, "Should I take a look around before I leave?" He still remembered the complex energy that the demon sword had sensed earlier. He followed its guidance to the slave cell the nobleman had been looking at. He asked Kai, "Is this the place?" The demon replied, "That's right. I can feel the combination of 2 energy flows." Sion swung his arm, slicing through the bars of the cell door. He stepped inside and his eyes widened in shock. Inside the cell, a skinny girl was sprawled on the ground, tightly clutching something in her arms as if it were a treasure. He stood silently observing her for a moment, then exclaimed in confusion, "A girl? She's not moving anymore. Doesn't that mean she's dead?" He looked at the girl but saw nothing special. He frowned and asked the demon sword, "She's just a human. There's nothing else to see here." Kui turned into a spark of fire and shot toward the girl, staring intently at the object in her arms, and said to him, "No, look at what she's holding." The thing the girl was holding was quite large, looking like a giant pine cone with a pinkish-purple, scaly exterior that glowed faintly. Kui announced that it was a dragon egg. For some reason, Sion decided to take the dragon egg back to his dormitory. He placed the sparkling dragon egg on a cushion in the middle of the table. The egg glowed magically under the room's light. Brian, who was still astonished by the item his master had brought back, asked in amazement, "Sir, where did you get that?" He simply replied casually, "I picked it up on the way here." Clearly, Brian didn't believe him, and shrieked, "Who just picks up something like this?" But Sion calmly replied, "I'm telling the truth. I picked it up while I was out for a walk." He crossed his arms, glanced at the egg, and thought, "A dragon egg. I can't believe he was trying to sell something so dangerous. Was he planning to move it somewhere else?" Brian was still panicking, shrieking in terror. What if it hatches? However, Sion remained very calm and calmly answered, "That's not going to happen, so you don't need to worry." He explained to Brian that each dragon is a mass of mana created from a different element. Even if you continuously infuse it with mana of the same element, there's no guarantee the egg will hatch. So, in most cases, a dragon egg without its mother is just like a stone that can't hatch. But just as he finished speaking, the egg suddenly shuddered, and a few scales cracked open in one corner. Both he and Brian stared at the egg, stunned, and exclaimed in unison, utterly shocked, "Is it cracking?" Instantly, faint purple streams of light shot out from within the egg, and it trembled, letting out loud cracking sounds. Both of them froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. They watched it, speechless. The dragon egg Cien had brought back suddenly trembled, swayed, and cracked, revealing mystical purple rays of light shining from within. The hard outer shell fell off piece by piece. The crack gradually widened into a large hole before splitting the egg in two. From inside the egg, a little girl with two small horns on her head and tiny wings on her back emerged. Brian clutched his head in terror, screaming in panic. "It's out! It hatched! What do we do now?" Sion's eyes also widened in shock as he stared at the creature born from the egg. He never expected this egg to hatch into a creature like this on its own. He stared at the little girl born from the dragon egg. He thought in shock that this was neither a dragon nor a human. Could this thing be what they call a dragonkin? Brian clutched his head in panic. It was the first time he had ever seen such a strange creature. Sion stood frozen, looking at the child, thinking in bewilderment, a hybrid of a dragon and a human? Turns out this is far more trouble than I imagined. The baby turned to stare at Sion, her eyes wide and sparkling. She suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Her eyes sparkled brightly, her cheeks flushed pink. To Sion's horror, the child leaped up and hugged him tightly, cuddling and nuzzling her head into his chest, repeatedly shouting, "Papa!" Sion thought in shock, "Papa." He stared at the child, stunned. Is it calling me its father? Witnessing this, Kui, the demon sword, suddenly burst out laughing. She pointed at Cien and cackled, mocking him. "Hey, Papa, you're a father at the tender age of 11. The baby looked at the demon sword and giggled innocently. Brian was still struggling to process all this new information, while a furious Cien lifted the child off him and turned to glare angrily at Kui. He fumed internally. "This is all your fault." Back when Kui returned to the dungeon, after taking down the assassination target and finding this dragon egg in a slave cell, Sion had taken the dragon egg from the arms of a deceased slave. He looked at the egg and asked the demon sword, "Maybe we should just take it." The demon sword flew around the egg, urging him, "It would be disastrous if this fell into the hands of ordinary people." Sion was a bit swayed by that. He squinted at the egg and said in confusion, "That does make sense. It probably can't hatch on its own, right?" The demon sword added some reassuring words. "Hey, I've never seen a dragon hatch without its mother. This thing is no different from a dangerous rock." She had asserted it so firmly back then, which is why Sion brought the egg back. And yet now, she stood before him, laughing casually as if she knew nothing. She even had the nerve to say, "Live long enough, and you'll see all sorts of strange things." Sion looked at her, filled with rage, his killing intent flaring. He hissed furiously, "You just said you'd never seen it happen." The demon sword averted her eyes, giving a sheepish and evasive reply. "That's why I said you see strange things when you live long enough." She immediately changed the subject. "Anyway, a human-dragon hybrid? What if its very existence is a danger?" Sion crossed his arms, looking at the child who had fallen fast asleep, snoring on his lap. He was extremely annoyed, glancing at the child and thinking, "She's right. This is big trouble." The child slept soundly without a care, drooling, her mouth open as she snored, as if she didn't have a single worry in the world. But Sion knew very well that this child's fate would be anything but smooth. Half human, half beast, and a dragonkin born from a human and a dragon at that. This world is too dangerous for such a creature to exist. If she were discovered at the academy, the headmaster would perceive her as an external threat and seek to eliminate her. The pure-blooded dragons, upon learning of this child's existence, would try to destroy everyone who knows about her. Sion closed his eyes, thinking wearily, "Do I really need to shoulder such a danger?" He opened his eyes slightly to look at the child sleeping on his lap, thinking to himself that her fate was to live in misery anyway. It would be better if I took care of it right now. With this thought, Sion decisively reached out his hand. Realizing what he intended to do, the demon sword smirked with amusement and asked him, "So, you've finally decided? Come to think of it, doing this might be better for her." Sion didn't answer, coldly placing his hand on the child's neck. The demon sword frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Yes, If she's destined to live in misery, it's better to end it now. That was Sion's thought as well. A deadly glint appeared in his eyes. He mercilessly gripped the tiny neck of the dragonkin child. Suddenly feeling the tickle of his hand on her neck, the child woke up. Still drowsy, the baby opened her eyes, looked at him, and called out, "Papa!" His large hand was wrapped around her neck, as if a slight squeeze would be enough to snap it. His eyes glowed, blood red, and her single call was not enough to change his cold, emotionless expression. However, to his surprise, the baby suddenly lunged forward to hug him, laughing gleefully and shouting, "Papa, I like it!" She thought he was just playing with her. Sion froze. For a rare moment in his life, he felt the sincere hug of a child. He unconsciously thought to himself, "So warm." This feeling was like a ray of light that instantly soothed his coldness and killing intent. He lifted the child up. He wondered in confusion, "What is this feeling?" He stood up and lifted the child high up, and she burst into delighted laughter. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He looked at the little girl and mumbled, "It's going to be okay." Looking at the child's pure, innocent smile in his arms, Sion suddenly said, "Let's just raise her, Kui." The demon sword rolled her eyes at him. He was smiling. She sulkily crossed her arms, thinking in exasperation, "Are you going to raise it just to order it around? How boring." At that moment, in the ducal castle of House Vert, Margaret was frantically pacing back and forth, consumed by confusion and panic. What should I do? What am I going to do now? Her assassination plan had failed miserably. On top of that, the news that Gran had found out at the academy and beaten CR's hulking best friend half to death made her burn with anxiety. Unable to sit still, she broke out in a cold sweat and bit her nails in fear, panicking as she thought, "That Sanver kid. If we let him be, our CR will be in danger." Suddenly, Ale appeared behind Marguerite, gently calling, "Mother." She jumped with a start, letting out a frightened yelp. He glanced at her, flashing a deceptively warm smile. He placed a hand on Marguerite's shoulder and said softly, "If you're having any trouble, please tell me. You look quite worried." She looked up at Ale, her face flushing as she stammered, "Thank you, Ale." Even so, she knew she couldn't get tangled up with this son of hers. She hastily scurried away, waving at him and saying furtively, I'm fine. What trouble could there be? I have something urgent to do." Ale waved back, maintaining the fake smile on his lips. The moment the door closed, his smile vanished. He glanced at his assistant and said coldly, "Report, Kellen." The assistant stepped forward, bowing his head to report. 6 bodies of the domain's knights were found in the mountains near Belias. The last one was confirmed to have entered Len with the youngest master. He announced, "The mastermind, just as you predicted, is Duchess Marguerite." Ale's eyes lit up. He asked coldly, "Is there anything else?" Kellen bowed low and replied respectfully, "After the news, he was assigned to the royal section of the academy. For some reason, all our spies have vanished." Suddenly, Ale's voice turned cold. "Is this all information I already know?" He glanced at his assistant, his lips curling into a smirk filled with bitterness and annoyance, his gaze sharp enough to devour Kellen whole. Ale hissed through his teeth, "So, in short, you couldn't find out anything about my brother?" The tone of his voice, combined with his cold glare, made Kellen's hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine, and sweat poured down his back as he thought in terror, "I've disappointed him." Instantly horrified, he reminded himself, he doesn't keep useless people by his side. "I've climbed all the way to this position. I can't fail now." This thought spurred him on. He hastily cried out, "I will go personally. Please trust me. I absolutely will not let you down." Despite Kellen's panic, Ale remained perfectly calm. He slowly walked over to his subordinate, gently patted his shoulder, and lowered his voice. "I know your passion well, Kellen. All right, get started immediately." The assistant smiled in relief. Ale then turned to leave, clenching his fist as he gave a cold order. "My brother is definitely hiding something. Find out what it is." The assistant bowed deeply and quickly replied, "As you command, Lord Ale." Meanwhile, during a break at the academy, Instructor Sirika was furiously storming toward Sanver's dorm room, clutching a piece of paper. Seeing the instructor, who was also the master of the Mist Assassins Guild, storm into his room, Sanver grumbled, "It's not a school day. What are you doing here?" He was in no mood to deal with her at the moment. He was struggling to feed milk to the half-dragon baby, with Kui's help. The demon sword immediately rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue when she saw the person she hated show up. Sirika froze at the bizarre scene in front of her and asked, bewildered, "Why is there a baby in a dorm room?" The child saw the instructor and babbled something that sounded like mama. Sanver hung his head and sighed tiredly. He grumbled, "It's a long story. Just tell me why you're here." Sirika adjusted her glasses, glancing at the child with a questioning frown, but decided to shelve it for the moment. She replied, "Well, we can get to that later. There's a more pressing matter at hand." She looked at Sanver and announced, "You're in big trouble now, student Sanver." He looked at her in confusion, having no idea what was going on. Sirika shoved the paper in her hand in front of Sanver, which showed a picture of him and Set. It was a notice approving Set's challenge. She snapped at him, "This is a duel request. What were you thinking? You barely get any sleep as it is." She roared, Are you crazy for attention? The headmaster is even coming to watch. Sanver skimmed the paper. He had only given a careless answer to free himself up for a mission. He never imagined the kid would actually get a duel challenge approved. He thought frantically, that set kid actually sent a challenge request, and now she's tracked me down. The demon sword showed no interest in the matter. She just frowned at Sirika. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? She grumbled. What's so exciting about two 11-year-olds fighting? Sanver thought anxiously. This 11-year-old is not a normal student. He quickly asked the instructor, so, when is it? Her answer hit him like a thunderclap. In 2 hours. Eventually, Sanver dragged himself to the dueling grounds. The bratty prince, Set, was already there waiting, laughing with insane delight. Soaking in the excitement from the crowd, he gloatedly announced the challenge. Sanver clutched his head in annoyance and sighed. Man, that's so soon. After his laughing fit, Set shot him a look and hissed gleefully with a confident smirk. I've been waiting a long time for this moment, Sanver. I bet you have too, right? Sanver didn't reply, only letting out a weary sigh. Set slowly drew his sword and asked excitedly, I originally wanted a hand-to-hand combat duel, but they only allow sword fighting and magic duels here. Are you going to use magic? Sanver didn't want to entertain a child. He just answered tiredly, if you're not going to use it, then neither will I. Seth liked that answer, smirking with delight and saying, fine by me. I like it that way. In a flash, he lunged toward Sanver without any warning. He leaped into the air, raised his sword, and shouted, then let's see what your swordsmanship is like. Sanver didn't even flinch as the sword came down on him, calmly glancing at it. He assessed inwardly. Pretty fast for his build, and his sword style is quite powerful. Quick as a whip, he drew his sword from its sheath, swinging it up to block Seth's attack, thinking to himself, but an attack that only focuses on power like that is easy to counter. Seth was surprised that Sanver could so easily block his strike without moving much, causing his sword to miss and hit the ground. It chipped a piece of the tiled floor, and he grunted in frustration. Sanver spun his sword, sensing his opponent turning to launch another attack from behind. His eyes lit up as he thought, for someone like you, finesse and sharpness are needed, not brute force. Seth, still burning with determination mixed with frustration from his missed strike, shouted as he swung at Sanver, it won't be that easy, but he quickly turned around and once again blocked Seth's powerful slash. The clash of blades created a hair-raising screech. Seth twisted his wrist in confusion, realizing his opponent had used the defensive move to counterattack. He cried out in anger. Sanver easily neutralized Seth's attack, leaving him bewildered and thinking, did he combine the downward force with a rotational force? Even so, there's no way he can block my sword with that tiny thing. He immediately leaped backward, preparing for his opponent's next attack. And this time, he decided to use martial arts to take Sanver down. Sanver suddenly crouched down, just as Seth was aiming his sharp blade at him from behind. He sheathed his sword. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Seth's leg, leaving him too shocked to react. This time, he was truly startled, crying out helplessly as his entire body was pulled away. Seth thought in a panic, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Sanver had caught his weak point and was now holding his ankle, effortlessly lifting Seth's large, muscular body and slamming him to the ground as if it were nothing. He was so astonished he couldn't react in time. However, Seth was still quite agile after years of physical training, and just as Sanver was about to slam him down, he managed to plant his hands on the ground. He braced himself, supporting his entire body weight. The impact was so strong it shattered the stone floor in front of him. He tensed his body to support himself, luckily stopping just before his face was smashed into the ground. But it was enough to make him break out in a sweat and let out a grunt. Immediately, he bent his lower body and swung his leg to kick Sanver in a counterattack, but he only managed to hit the sword in his hand. Sanver had managed to lean back and dodge. He glanced at his opponent, a smirk of amusement and excitement on his face, thinking, he managed to counterattack in such a short time? He's pretty agile for a guy that big. The students watching the match gasped in astonishment. What was that move just now? Is he even human? Everyone was utterly shocked by Seth's powerful counterattack. Even so, that move took a lot out of him. He knelt on the ground, head down, panting heavily. A laugh escaped his lips, sweat pouring down his face. He looked up at Sanver. His eyes shone with excitement, even though he had strained so hard that veins were popping on his face and sweat streamed down his forehead. He looked at his sword lying abandoned on the floor. He said bitterly, in terms of swordsmanship, I've lost, Sanver. Despite admitting defeat in sword skills, Seth wasn't one to give up easily. He tensed his body, recovering his strength. Streams of magical light flared up around him like a fire. He smirked and shouted excitedly, if it's come to this, then I'll have to use any means necessary to win. I will use my full power. Sanver rolled his eyes at his opponent, who was just a belligerent kid. He slung his sword over his shoulder, gave a helpless chuckle, and thought, what a troublesome guy. Seth stomped his foot on the ground, shattering a large section of tiles. He yelled, you should fight with all you've got too. Immediately after, he powered up, unleashing a massive wave of magical energy forward. The immense power tore the shoulder of his shirt and shattered the ground in front of him. He looked at Sanver excitedly, his eyes burning with excitement, the energy around him flaring brightly. He roared Sanver's name. High above, Headmaster Unkel was still calmly watching the match. He slowly stroked his white beard, deep in thought. Are they going to compete with magic now? The headmaster raised an eyebrow in surprise. He exclaimed, "Such bold children. I didn't expect them to fight with only swordsmanship at first, and then switch to only magic." Instructor Sirika was still watching the match tensely. She made a comment. "It seems Sanver completely overwhelmed him during the swordsmanship duel, Headmaster." The headmaster had noticed that as well. He agreed, "I thought so too." He looked at the two students, thinking to himself that Seth's physique was A rank, while Sanver's was S rank. He sat among the school's instructors and professors, lost in thought. Considering their physical ranks, this result is understandable. However, he told himself that a person's physique is just a basic requirement for using higher-level magic. The headmaster narrowed his eyes, recalling the information he had on the students from the entrance evaluation. He thought grimly, Seth's magic level is 3 stars, the highest among the new students. He frowned slightly as he looked at Sanver. He thought to himself, what will you do now, Sanver? Beside the headmaster, Instructor Sirika was seething with rage, her whole body radiating killing intent. She was already furious when Sanver agreed to the duel, restless because of Sanver's status in the Mist organization. Now this situation made her grit her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself, why don't you just announce to the whole world that you want attention, Sanver? A giant mountain of sand erupted from the ground, shattering the arena floor. That mountain of sand formed into a colossal fist, covered in sharp rocks. That was the flow of magical energy from Set's death fist. He swung the fist up, smirking with amusement, bitter and wanting to get revenge on Sanver immediately. He still rested his sword on his shoulder, completely unfazed even as the power from Set's magic sent dirt and rocks flying around him. He thought to himself, so, he's planning to use magic now, huh? Set's sand fist shot straight towards Sanver, slamming down with great force, but he quickly leaped to the side, causing it to miss and hit the ground, shattering a section of the arena. Seeing him dodge instead of blocking, Set once again used magic, causing the ground beneath Sanver's feet to crack. He swung his arm up and shouted, "Don't even think about escaping." Giant sand dunes continuously rose from the ground, crashing down thunderously on Sanver, chasing his every step. Set grabbed one of his arms, flexing all his muscles to concentrate power into that arm, releasing a new source of energy that flared like electric sparks, unleashing the claws of the desert attack. Sanver stopped in his tracks as a new mountain of sand surged up in front of him. One by one, sharp sand dunes resembling giant claws shot up from the ground, surrounding him and trapping him in the middle. Sanver thought urgently. Setsa Hakan, his magic level is 3 stars? A deafening explosion rang out, sending rocks and debris flying around Sanver. The sand dunes pierced straight into Sanver in the center, and only exploding sand could be seen, obscuring the entire arena. However, Sanver had quickly escaped the attack's pincer trap, successfully landing on the ground without a single scratch. He looked at the destructive power of the attack, frowning slightly and thinking to himself, but at this rate, won't he be able to use 4-star magic? He glanced at the protective barrier around the arena and the instructors who were creating it, thinking to himself that the instructors maintaining the barrier might be in for a tough time. Set felt frustrated that he hadn't landed a single hit on Sanver yet. He looked at his unharmed opponent before him and hissed in anger. "How long are you going to keep running away like a rat?" Sanver rolled his eyes. "So you want me to just stand still and take your hits?" His indifferent attitude infuriated Set even more. He fumed with anger, his eyes wide, glaring straight at Sanver as he growled through gritted teeth. "If you're a warrior, you shouldn't dodge my attacks, you little punk." He didn't understand why a simple duel was making the guy so agitated. He raised an eyebrow skeptically. "The guy's gone crazy," he asked blankly. "You do realize we're both just punks, right?" Driven mad by Sanver's attitude, Set roared furiously. "Shut up!" He once again mustered all his strength and raised his fist, pouring all his energy into casting Sandstorm. Witnessing this move, Headmaster Kunuel let out a sudden sound. "Oh!" Instructor Sarika was startled, her eyes wide with shock. "Wait a minute. Set's magic level is supposed to be 3 stars. Isn't that 4-star magic?" Set gathered all his strength and launched a swirling sandstorm towards Sanver, shouting, "This one won't be easy to dodge." The sandstorm raged like a furious tornado. Sanver had already anticipated the situation and guessed that he would use 4-star magic. He calmly watched the sandstorm thundering towards him and replied calmly, "All right then." This time he smirked and answered with amusement, "I'll take it head on." Back at the dormitory, Brian had just successfully prepared a baby bottle. He cheerfully dripped a few drops of milk onto his arm, muttering, "This temperature is just right. Good. What a relief. It's a good thing I have experience with young children." He thought about his family. He himself was the eldest brother to 4 younger siblings, thinking to himself, although it was sometimes a hassle taking care of my siblings, who would have thought this experience would be useful in the future? Brian happily held the bottle and ran to call the little dragon hybrid girl. "Princess, it's time to eat." But when he saw the little girl, he froze, stopping short and exclaiming in shock, "No way!" In front of him, the little hybrid girl had suddenly grown much bigger. She could stand up on her own and even turn to ask him, "Food?" Meanwhile, back at the arena, the situation was completely unpredictable because Set's giant tornadoes had completely obscured the protective barrier over the arena floor. The students couldn't see what was happening and were murmuring in confusion. "What's going on in there?" Set's sandstorm had created a crack in the protective barrier. The instructors outside called out in alarm. "The protective barrier is collapsing. Reinforce it quickly." The instructor had to strain to maintain the barrier, grumbling in frustration. What kind of students are these two? The instructor had to use all his strength to stabilize the energy. Trying not to let the barrier break, he hissed, sweating profusely. "The situation has become critical. What is the headmaster doing?" Up above, Sarika also spoke up in alarm when she saw the headmaster still wasn't moving to stop the fight. "Headmaster, we must stop this duel immediately." But the headmaster just calmly replied, "Let's wait a little longer." He squinted down at the arena, muttering, "Something is happening." Sanver stood in the eye of the sandstorm, opening his palm to create a sphere of dark energy. He activated his secret art, Void Sphere. Sarika also saw Sanver's intention. She cried out in terror. That is, she thought in a panic, "No, stop it now." Sanver's orb gradually swelled into a giant sphere, with purple lightning bolts shooting out, wrapping around each whirlwind and swallowing every sand dune into its dark void. The other instructors were stunned by Sanver's dark power, yet the headmaster calmly stroked his beard and laughed with amusement. The more he watched Sanver, the more amazed he became, but Sarika was on the edge of her seat. She rushed to the railing, wanting to scream in panic. "Why is he using that technique here?" Gradually, the dark orb in Sanver's hand grew to a colossal size, sucking in every one of Set's sand tornadoes. In just an instant, all of his efforts went up in smoke. His uniform was tattered, he was drenched in sweat, and he was panting heavily. He was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The students in the stands were also confused, murmuring in astonishment. His magic vanished in an instant. They buzzed with commotion. Was that black orb a spell? I've never heard of magic like that before. What in the world is he? Sanver slowly closed his fist, and the orb gradually vanished into space, leaving only dark streaks of light and a wisp of black mist on his hand. He calmly asked his opponent, "Are you going to keep fighting?" Set gasped for breath, staring at Sanver in terror. He was completely unharmed, his clothes still neat and tidy. In that very moment, he knew he couldn't possibly fight Sanver. At least, not right now. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head dejectedly and replying, "No, I've lost. I can't believe I'm the one who lost." Sanver looked at him, startled, as Set sank into despair. He grimaced in disappointment and muttered, "In both swordsmanship and magic, I've been completely defeated. I feel so discouraged." Sanver stared at him, stunned. He thought to himself in confusion, "I feel a little bad for him. Did I shatter his confidence too much?" Suddenly, Set slammed his fist on the floor and roared, "Excellent!" He then burst out laughing. He exclaimed with delight, "This is great. I was tired of defeating weaklings. My desire to train is surging." Sanver immediately narrowed his eyes at him. He thought Set would give up training, but it seemed he had worried for nothing. Set walked up to him and held out his hand. He looked at Sanver with excitement, grinning as he asked, "I don't know when it will be, but I will definitely challenge you again. When that time comes, will you accept my challenge?" Sanver looked up at his opponent, pondering. He shook his hand and replied bluntly, "Nope, I refuse." After the duel, Sanver rushed back to the dormitory. His eyes widened in shock when he learned the half-dragon girl had grown at a dizzying speed. Seeing it with his own eyes, he thought in alarm, "I knew dragons matured faster than humans." Sanver was speechless looking at the dragonkin child, but in no time at all, she already looked like a 6-year-old. The half-dragon girl could now jump around and spoke more fluently than before. The little girl excitedly ran to greet him, waving and smiling brightly. "Welcome back, Papa." He stared at her blankly, his heart filled with confusion. The growth rate of a dragonkin is really fast. At this rate, will she soon be as big as me? The demon sword Kui could still sleep soundly, but Brian was utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, looking at Sanver, and said awkwardly, "About that. While I wasn't looking, she grew up a lot." He looked down at the little girl, joyfully hopping around him, and said to his attendant, "If she keeps growing at this rate, it'll be difficult to raise her here in secret, won't it?" While he was lost in thought, a sudden voice from behind made him freeze. "You can't hide it forever, can you?" He turned around to see that Instructor Sarika had been standing there for who knows how long. She slowly pushed up her glasses, lowered her voice, and said, "I've already overlooked your demon sword, but it's hard for me to overlook this dragonkin as well." She shot an angry glare at Sanver through her glasses, hissing through gritted teeth. "Especially when you pull a crazy stunt like you did today. What in the world were you thinking?" Kui had been sleeping soundly ever since Sanver left for the duel. Now that he was back, she woke with a start, asking blankly, "Who just mentioned me?" Sanver looked at the dragon wings fluttering on the dragonkin child's back. He exclaimed in amazement, "She's developing incredibly fast." Her dragon tail has also grown out, longer than the dress she's wearing. Whereas before, she didn't even have wings or a tail. The little girl obediently welcomed Sanver back, standing there and smiling at him. He marveled. I just looked away for a moment, and she's already grown this much. Instructor Sirika was furious, radiating an intense killing intent. She crossed her arms and declared coldly, "You have to take responsibility for what you picked up during your mission." She glanced down at the child with a frown, but something like this will be very difficult to hide. Sanver didn't show the slightest hint of panic. He calmly replied, "Brian will be the one to take care of her." Brian blankly pointed at himself. "Me?" Sanver calmly continued. "There's also a barrier set up in the dormitory, so the presence of Kui and the child won't be exposed." Sirika decided not to pursue the matter further. She held out an envelope with a golden seal to Sanver. She said to him, "As long as you don't cause any trouble, it's fine." He looked at the envelope and asked her with a forced smile, "If this is the prize for winning the match, it's a bit disappointing." Sirika didn't discuss it further. She turned and left. Before leaving, she turned back to warn him, "You should be careful for the time being." She glanced at him through her glasses, warning coldly, "Attracting too much attention won't lead to anything good." Sanver didn't reply, opening the letter to read it. After Sirika left, Brian leaned in curiously and asked, "Young master, what is that?" He answered calmly, "Ah, a warning letter." While the little dragon girl was excitedly running around the two of them, the demon sword was sound asleep. Brian, still unable to grasp the situation, blurted out in confusion, "A warning letter?" Sanver turned to look at him and replied with a weary smile, "Yes. It says we'll be expelled for improper conduct." Hearing that, Brian cried out in panic. "Huh? Expelled?" The little dragon girl froze, as if she understood everything they were saying, and she panicked along with them. "What are we going to do, Papa? Are we going to live on the streets?" Sanver looked at her, stunned, and thought to himself, where did she even learn that phrase? Does she even know what it means? The little girl continued to look at him with sparkling, expectant eyes. He thought an alarm? She's developing way too fast. He slowly patted the child's head and replied, "Not yet. You don't have to worry." Although he was very calm, Brian was not. Still panicking, he asked worriedly, "Are you sure it's going to be okay? If we were going back to Voss, I'd understand his concern." He lowered his gaze and said, "Brian, don't worry. I'll file a complaint." He had noticed the signature on the envelope, thinking that it didn't come from the administrative office. The principal sent it himself, which means he wants to talk to me privately. He recalled his past life when he was at the academy. He had once spoken privately with Principal Cell. Back then, after hearing his aspirations, the principal had lamented regretfully, "You want to join the Order of the Light Knights? Have you finally decided to dedicate your entire life to your brother?" Back then, Sanver was more mature than he was now, and he had simply bowed his head and answered briefly. Yes, the principal had tried to dissuade him, saying that path didn't seem suitable for him. But at that time, Sanver had no other goal than to support his brother. He had glared at him angrily. He thought the man was overstepping his bounds. The principal had noticed his glare. He just laughed heartily and continued, "I'm sure you already know, so let me give you some advice." He clasped his hands in front of him, lowered his eyes, and said sadly, "Choosing this path will bring you nothing good. Whether you face trials or a cruel fate, you will receive nothing in return. It's like living as someone else's puppet, and no matter the outcome, in the end, you will only blame your brother." Sanver felt bitter, recalling those words. His hand still on the little dragon girl's head, he smiled bitterly, thinking, "That's what he told me in my past life. I wonder what he'll say to me this time." Brian suddenly asked, "Young master, shouldn't we give her a name?" Still patting the child's head, he turned back and asked, "A name?" Brian said seriously. "Yes. We can't keep calling her kid forever." Sanver casually threw out a name. "Nana. How about that?" Brian exclaimed in disbelief. "Huh? You didn't even think about it." Before he could even object, the half-dragon girl cheered. "Awesome!" She jumped up and down, her big round eyes sparkling with joy as she cheered. Nana spelled backward is still Nana. I'll be Nana Vert. Sanver was only concerned about one thing. How did this kid know his last name? He watched, flustered and helpless, as the girl happily ran circles around him. Brian buried his face in his hands and sobbed. "It's over. She's going to get bullied by the other kids." Meanwhile, in the principal's office at the Royal Academy, Principal Cell put down his pen. He still couldn't stop thinking after witnessing Sanver's recent duel, lowering his head in contemplation. Sanver Vert. I knew that boy had great potential. He thought about the nullification technique that led to Sanver's victory, frowning slightly with his eyes closed. But to be able to absorb a 4-star magic with a 1-star black orb, that boy's talent is terrifying. He slightly opened his eyes, thinking seriously, but it didn't seem like the boy struggled that much either. "I want to know your limits, Sanver." The principal stared at the closed door in front of him, waiting. Unkel, he was the one who taught the current emperor, Dion Severus, and was also the father of the last queen, Diana Quizel, one of the few 9 circle mages on the continent. He had focused entirely on educating students at the academy after Diana Quizel's death. On his way to the principal's office, Sanver was deep in thought. There's one thing I want to know about him, but in this life, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession war. He looked up. In front of him, the hallway leading to the principal's office was pitch black and completely deserted. He could see a faint shadow right in front of him. He thought to himself, it seems his personality hasn't changed at all. Sanver lightly tapped the empty space in front of him, and a halo of light appeared. Before him was a complete protective magic circle, which lit up brightly, illuminating the entire dark hallway the moment he touched it. He recognized this and smiled in amusement, chuckling to himself. He knew I was coming and still put up a 9-star barrier. He looked through the barrier at the principal's quietly closed door, muttering, "All right, if this is a test, then I accept." Inside the room, the principal grinned. Knowing that Sanver had arrived, he slowly stroked his silver beard, looking at the door expectantly, thinking, now what will you do? Only an archmage can destroy that barrier. Suddenly, from above, Sanver crashed straight into the room through the window, curling his body to shield his face from the shattering glass. The principal was startled as he landed gently right in front of him. He could only sit and stare in a daze. Sanver turned his head to look at him. The shards of broken glass glittering in the sunlight rained down around him. I am Sanver Vert, a new transfer student. I've come to file a complaint. The principal lowered his head and chuckled to himself. He was a bit surprised, not expecting him to bypass the barrier this way. He had thought the kid would just ignore the barrier and jump in through the window. I've lost. He looked up at Sion and slowly asked as if he knew nothing. A complaint? Sion stood facing him and calmly replied, yes, the letter was from you. But after seeing the barrier outside, I became certain of one thing. That warning letter was just an excuse to test my talent, wasn't it? The headmaster replied bluntly, yes. It was a bit crude, but you have proven your talent, he said unhurriedly. But I will not retract the warning, or you could try to convince me. Sion looked at him, displeased. So this is why Sirika kept nagging me to live a quiet and hidden life. He decided to ask directly. Then may I ask you a question? The headmaster replied, be my guest. He fixed his sharp gaze on the headmaster and asked point blank, do you wish to see the expansion of the empire or the glory of your house? Squinting at him, the headmaster's gaze grew wary. He answered calmly, a bold question. Neither is correct, Sion asked sarcastically. Is that so? He then asked another question without holding back. Then after the death of the emperor, if the third or fourth prince tried to seize the throne instead of the first prince, you wouldn't take a side, would you? This question pushed Headmaster Kuno to his limit. His eyes flashed as he growled in anger, you're not brave, you're insolent. Sion still couldn't forget the headmaster's impression of him from his past life, thinking with irritation, am I Ael's puppet? I don't think you're much different from my past self. The headmaster didn't know that in Sion's previous life, during the War of Succession, Kuno had contributed greatly to helping the first prince, Luinel Severus, become emperor. Luinel was a cruel and lustful man. He massacred all his brothers and anyone who opposed him. He then accused Kuno of being a traitor to the empire and sentenced him to life in prison. He had dedicated himself to brightening another's future, only to be betrayed by that very person. At this point, he had yet to realize the first prince's dark ambitions. He considered Sion's words arrogant and out of line. He slammed the table, stood up in a huff, and roared, nonsense! He bellowed angrily, do you think a century of peace can collapse so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you're nothing but a fool. Sion remained calm in the face of the headmaster's fury and asked leisurely, is that what you think? The mothers of the first and second princes died from illness, and the third and fourth princes are on equal footing with the first prince. House Nepalus, from which Queen Cassandra hails, is notorious for its obsession with power. He calmly told the headmaster, that house will do anything to hold on to its power. In my opinion, the empire's peace is already hanging by a thread. He gave an ambitious smile and told him bluntly, the day that peace shatters, this academy will fall into ruin along with it. Only Sion knew this for certain, as it had happened in his past life after the headmaster received his life sentence. Headmaster Kuno stared at Sion, stunned. He couldn't believe a student who was only 11 years old could speak with such accuracy. He thought in shock, are these the thoughts of an 11-year-old boy? This student knows everything about the current political climate. At this thought, his anger subsided a little. He turned away and calmly asked Sion, why are you telling me this? He answered bluntly, to negotiate. He continued with a confident smile, I will help you secure the peace of your house and this academy, so please retract the warning. He looked at the headmaster expectantly, but the man remained silent with his head bowed. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, leaving Sion bewildered. Instead of answering, he created a giant magic circle on the ceiling and said leisurely to Sion, do you even have the power to back that up? Sion was taken aback, looking up at the enormous magic circle that illuminated the entire room. The headmaster turned to him, his eyes flashing like lightning. He flicked his finger and said coldly, then feel the weight of your arrogance. The moment he finished speaking, enormous golden chains rained down from the magic circle above. His chains of judgment wrapped tightly around Sion, yanking him into the air before he could react. He gritted his teeth and smirked, glaring at the headmaster and thinking resentfully, so you want to play for keeps, headmaster? The headmaster looked at him and reminded him sternly, No matter how talented you are, you cannot easily escape the 9-star Samsara prison spell. He leisurely stroked his beard and made a sarcastic remark. It seems I overestimated your talent. Cian didn't bother to argue. He just smirked and said, then I will show you. After he spoke, the headmaster himself was startled by the magic Cian used, Combat Mana Sphere. The spell enveloped his body in a black mist, making it seem as if he had vanished into the shadows. The chains were gradually tainted by the smoke. Black smoke seeped through every crevice of the chains, slowly engulfing them. The black sphere gradually grew in size, completely swallowing the chains, and even the headmaster had to take a step back, shielding his face with his hand. He thought in astonishment, impossible. It's just a first circle mana sphere, yet it can devour my magic. Before long, the golden chains began to shake violently and crack. When the sphere reached its maximum limit, the first of the chains snapped in two, crashing to the floor. Headmaster Kuno couldn't take his eyes off the sight. Sweat started to pour down his forehead. His eyes were filled with terror, wondering just how talented this kid was. In the blink of an eye, the chains completely shattered, and the magic orb gradually vanished into thin air. Sean was completely unscathed. He casually dusted off his clothes and asked the headmaster, is that enough to convince you that I'm useful? Even though he maintained such an arrogant attitude, the headmaster no longer wanted to continue punishing or testing him. He looked down at him grimly and asked cautiously in a low voice, I acknowledge you. I will retract my warning. Are you sure you don't want anything else? Sean squinted and smiled, replying leisurely, yes, I just want to study peacefully at the academy. The headmaster was quite surprised by his answer. He asked again, is that all? He replied firmly, yes, that's all. He lowered his gaze, recalling the tragic fate of this academy in his past life, and thought to himself, I don't want to witness the academy fall again. That afternoon, bright sunlight bathed the entire street. Brian, who had been ordered by Sean to buy a bunch of things for the children, was on his way back to the academy dorms with a pile of snacks in his hands. He happily muttered to himself, he must have only bought snacks because there are kids at home. He walked along, grinning cheerfully. The thought of Nana enjoying the food put Brian in a good mood. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling and stopped to look ahead. Brian realized he was all alone on this road, with not a single person in sight. He thought uneasily, why are the streets so unusually empty today? Or am I just being paranoid? Reaching a turn next to a deserted alley, he glanced into it nervously. The small, dark, and cold alley gave Brian an immense sense of unease. He sensed something lurking around him. Staring into the darkness of the alley, he mumbled, I think something's coming. From within the darkness of the alley, someone was slowly approaching. Brian froze, his eyes widening at the figure who appeared before him. He frowned slightly, uttering in confusion, who are you? Brian's bag, full of food, dropped to the ground with a thud. He had vanished from the street, leaving only the abandoned bags, with food scattered everywhere. After his talk with the headmaster, Sean had agreed to try and attend all his classes. He only had to get through the afternoon classes today, but he couldn't even manage to sit up straight. He was sprawled out on his desk, drooling in his sleep, groaning in utter boredom. This is killing me. He decided to sneak out of the classroom. As he quietly closed the door, he sighed that listening to things he'd already learned 30 years ago was nothing short of torture. He decisively turned to leave, thinking dejectedly, studying is boring, I'd rather go train. However, Sean's plan to sneak off to the Mist Guild headquarters was ruined when Erin suddenly intervened. She had been standing right behind him for who knows how long, her eyes gleaming as she asked sharply, where are you going? She stepped closer, continuing to question him with that same irritable attitude. Class isn't over yet. Sean jumped, startled, and glanced nervously behind him. He turned to look at Erin, who was radiating a murderous aura. He quickly made up an excuse. I'm going to the restroom, Your Highness. But the princess saw right through it, bluntly calling him a liar. She crossed her arms and said loudly, the restroom isn't in that direction. Lesimus quickly tried to intervene, seeing how strict the princess was being. Erin, princess, what are you saying? But Erin just ignored him and continued to question Sean. Are you really going to the restroom? Not knowing how to respond, he tried to deflect by targeting Lesimus. Do you allow him to call you by your name like that, princess? She was startled and flustered, but the princess just asked calmly, what is it? Are you trying to change the subject? Yes. I allow him to call me that when we're in private. Then, she got right in his face again, demanding angrily, then why do you still call me Your Highness? We're friends, aren't we? Sean turned away and answered awkwardly, I'm just a commoner, and you are a noble princess of the royal family. How could I casually call you by your name? Aaron started to argue. You're so rigid and old-fashioned. He just lazily retorted with sarcasm. I'll take that as a compliment. Your Highness. Just then, someone came down from the upper floor. Irene was startled to hear someone call her. Irene? She turned her head to look and immediately froze in shock. Sean noticed the princess was trembling, sweat drenching her forehead, and he too turned to look curiously. Two older academy students were casually walking down, heading toward them. The two of them seemed to know Erin, and they said to her with a sneer, long time no see. Erin looked up at each of them, saying their names one by one. Brother Fabian. The one with silver hair frowned slightly at her. She then greeted the other, Brother Nerovan. The one with reddish-brown hair just smirked arrogantly. The princess bowed her head and curtsied respectfully. It's been a long time. Fabian stepped in front of Aaron, looking at her disdainfully and clicking his tongue in mockery. Hanging out with a commoner? Nerovan also joined in, taunting the princess with a smile. So young and already bringing servants along? I guess birds of a feather really do flock together. The lowly play with the lowly. Aaron just lowered her head in silence, unable to say a word. Beside her, Lysimus also bowed in panic upon recognizing the two before them. By now, Sean had also recognized them. They were none other than the third and fourth princes. Sean frowned slightly at them, thinking, those people from the Nephilim race? They didn't even try to hide their contempt for Aaron. It was then that the two arrogant princes finally noticed Sean. Fabian was startled and blurted out, while Nerovan also hesitated in confusion. Sean Vert? Seeing that they had mentioned him, he didn't hold back and greeted them directly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Sean Vert, the youngest son of House Vert. As if that was their cue, the two princes walked past Aaron, completely ignoring her. He cordially spoke to Sean with a condescending air. How could I not know the son of Duke Will Vert, my father's close friend? I was very impressed with your recent sparring match, he shamelessly announced as if granting a favor. Next time I host a tea party, I will definitely invite you. Sean couldn't care less about these royals, but his bored gaze fell upon something. It was Aaron, the ostracized and ignored princess, who was still bowing her head deeply. She hadn't moved or said another word since her formal greeting to her two royal brothers. Meanwhile, the two arrogant princes were still rambling on. We'll talk more then. Let's get closer. The one named Nerovan condescendingly patted Sean on the shoulder, saying with an arrogant laugh, this isn't an opportunity that comes easily for you. Sean didn't want to waste his breath arguing with the shallow royals, so he just gave a perfunctory reply, yes, thank you, your highness. Hearing that response, Fabian also gave a satisfied farewell. Well then, see you later. Aaron remained silent, but suddenly heard her brother's voice next to her. Nerovan had come up behind Aaron at some point and placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering in her ear with a malicious and arrogant smile. Except for you, I'm not inviting you. Aaron's eyes widened in shock. He continued mockingly, after all, you're just a lowly princess, so don't get cocky. Princess Aaron clenched her fists, trembling with anger. He spared no insults for the princess, wearing a haughty and contemptuous smile. He even raised his voice to warn her, know your place, understand? Beside him, Fabian just frowned at Aaron as if looking at something inferior. They turned their backs and walked away, leaving Aaron drowning in terrible emotions. Lysimus couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim as she watched the two princes leave. Are they really princes? She uttered in confusion. Why are they so cruel? Aaron, still looking down, replied indifferently, we're family after all. Blood is thicker than water. But then Sean suddenly spoke up. Who knows? In my opinion, they're worse than savages. Aaron was startled, looking up at him with eyes full of confusion and sadness. He continued grimly, whether it's blood ties or strangers, it's all useless in the face of power. Sean knew that in the royal family, everyone would eventually kill each other for the throne. He glanced coldly at the backs of the two arrogant princes and reminded Aaron, therefore, their coldness is a way of being wary of you. The young princess stared at him, stunned. He paid her no mind and continued calmly. If they want to be wary of you, then you don't need to bother with them either. Well, I'll be going now. Hearing these words, the princess's cheeks flushed, and her heart fluttered. She no longer had the mind to stop him from skipping class, feeling like she was about to faint from the heat on her face. Lysimus saw Aaron's flushed face and dazed expression and worriedly tugged her sleeve, asking, Hey Aaron, are you not feeling well? Sean had lost his motivation to train, so he returned to his dorm room, calling out, I'm back, but only found the little dragon girl, Nana, sleeping soundly. He looked around the room, muttering, What? Is no one here? He then called out loudly for Kuai. The lazy demon sword flew over, grumbling. Here I am. You've disturbed my sleep. He looked at Ku, who was now a flickering orb of dark fire, and asked, Why are you in spirit form? The demon sword replied lazily, It's easier to hide my aura in this form. What do you want? Sean didn't hesitate, pointing at the demon and ordering, Go find Brian for me. The demon sword paused, frowning irritably. She shrieked furiously, Am I a dog that you're telling me to go find someone? What's with that attitude? He knows his way back. Sean silently endured her tantrum without saying a word. Suddenly, the demon sword froze, sniffing the air repeatedly before letting out an exclamation. She exclaimed, The smell of blood. Sean looked at her, startled and utterly bewildered. At that moment, Brian was shoved to the ground in a small alley. His attackers were a group of thugs led by a conceited young noble from the academy. He said disdainfully, I tried to be nice earlier. Why didn't you just listen obediently? It was none other than Barrett, the arrogant noble who had bullied Lysimus but was scared off by Sean's intervention. Now he was back to take his anger out on Brian to avenge that day's humiliation. He smirked excitedly, glaring at Brian as he spoke. Now you're in big trouble, understand? He looked at Brian, who had just coughed up a glob of blood on the ground, and sneered gloatingly. His master's only guardian knight is this weak? What a piece of trash. He looked at the helpless Brian lying motionless at his feet and declared arrogantly, "Now I'm going to cut off every part of your body and send them as a gift to your master." He was seething with rage, grinding his teeth, and hissed resentfully, "This is the price for daring to lecture me, Barrett Louis Mai." He burst out laughing with glee. "Just thinking about it makes me sick with excitement." Brian struggled to cough violently, letting out a groan. "Ah," his small act of defiance infuriated Barrett. He hissed, "What did you say?" And Brian retorted bluntly, "Such contempt." Barrett narrowed his eyes, fixing an angry glare on Brian. Even though he had been beaten to a pulp by Barrett's men, his face disfigured. He was an unyielding knight, so he sneered without restraint with a smirk. "Who's challenging whom? How ridiculous!" His attitude only enraged Barrett further. He gritted his teeth and gave a bitter smirk. A wild, malicious glint appeared in his eyes. "The fool's been beaten senseless." Barrett leisurely directed his sword-wielding thugs to advance and surround Brian. But Brian just replied emotionlessly, "I just feel sorry for you lot." Finally, his challenging voice echoed through the space. "Kill him!" Barrett laughed gleefully as he saw Sean's subordinate beaten to a pulp on the ground. His eyes gleamed with a chilling malice. He hissed in excitement, "What a madman! You must have been beaten senseless." He signaled for the mercenaries to surround Brian, sighing, "I'm bored. Just kill him." Just as a mercenary was about to draw his sword, Sean appeared on the roof of a nearby house, coldly asking, "What do you think you're doing?" Just from hearing Sean's voice, Barrett felt a chill run down his spine. He was startled by Sean's sudden appearance, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. Sean stared down at him, clenching his fists as faint black wisps of bone began to appear at his feet. He hissed, "Barrett Lisman, so it was you?" Brian recognized him, cracking his eyes open and groaning with difficulty. Sean looked at his subordinate and muttered, "You look pathetic. It seems your vocal cords are damaged too." Despite his initial panic at seeing Sean, Barrett was still confident that he could defeat him with this group of mercenaries. He looked up, glaring at Sean and sneering, "You dare come here alone? Sean V, this is even better. I'll tear you to shreds." Sean smirked, hissing angrily, "I'm looking forward to it." Immediately, he gripped the Kur-Am sword in his hand and charged down, using the 8th killing technique, Chaotic Strike. He aimed straight for the necks of the mercenaries below. The blade of Kur-Am flashed with a brilliant, blood-red light. The mercenaries didn't even have time to see Sean's attacks. They died in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire group of mercenaries was taken down, sent flying in all directions. It was so fast that only the brilliant arcs of Sean's sword strikes remained visible. Barrett panicked and cowered in a corner, covering his face with his hands, staring wide-eyed in terror at the unbelievable scene before him. He thought helplessly, "He took down all my mercenaries in the blink of an eye. Is there really no way to defeat him?" He remembered the scene from that day, when Sean terrified him by creating a giant mana orb, and he screamed inwardly in horror. What kind of monster is he? Sean finished off the mercenaries and raised his demon sword, his blazing red eyes filled with killing intent fixed on Barrett. He panicked when he saw Sean charge at him, but still stubbornly raised his hand to gather mana, screaming frantically, "Damn it, I'll kill you!" He had just let out a scream when Sean rushed forward and kicked him straight in the stomach. His kick sent Barrett flying into the distance, tumbling several times before collapsing at the end of the alley. He was in too much pain to get up, groaning in agony. Sean walked up to him and asked coolly, "You haven't changed at all, have you?" He walked slowly, his voice low as he questioned, "Torturing those weaker than you, is that fun?" Barrett sneered, glaring at him, and mocked, "Are you trying to butt into other people's fun? Are you going to use this as an excuse to kill me?" Barrett Lisman, the eldest son of the Lisman family, was part of the ruling faction of the Kingdom of Garum, and even in his past life, his troublemaking nature was well known. He had a habit of beating servants and even burned small animals alive for entertainment. Later, his cruelty went too far and he committed a murder. He brutally murdered a female classmate. His excuse was that he wanted to test his magic. In the end, the Mist issued a mission to eliminate him. Sean remembered his past life. He was the one who received that elimination mission. And when he went to Barrett's mansion after he was expelled from school, he saw a horrific sight. Countless bodies of servants were scattered throughout his basement, piled up like a mountain, almost reaching the ceiling. He shuddered, remembering how he had planned to torture him before killing him in the most painful way possible. Even now, I still clearly remember the image of him sneering and telling me not to waste time and just kill him already, because he had already done all the fun things he wanted to do. His smile at that moment was so disgusting it made one's blood boil. His eyes held nothing but a perverse, inhuman apathy. Just remembering that scene made Sean's blood boil. He glanced at Barrett, thinking resentfully. Thinking back now, perhaps killing him that way wasn't a harsh enough punishment for him, because in the end, he still got to do everything his way. He remembered what Barrett had done to Lesimus, and thinking about it fueled the rage within him, and the price he paid for completely changing someone else's life was still too small. Sean suddenly grabbed his mouth, squeezing hard to force it open. He waved his hand, creating a small mana orb in his palm. Barrett immediately realized Sean was trying to force him to swallow the mana orb and destroy all his mana. He was terrified, but his bruised body couldn't move, nor could he escape Sean's grip. He screamed, "Stop it!" But Sean just asked coldly, "What was it you just said you were going to do to me?" As the mana orb was brought closer, Barrett only grew more frantic, and he screamed threats at him frantically. "Do you think you can get away with this? I am Barrett Lisman, the pinnacle of power in the kingdom of Garum." Sean grumbled, "You talk too much." Then he bluntly shoved the mana orb deep into his throat. He forcefully pushed the orb into his mouth and clamped it shut to force him to swallow. He hissed coldly, "You can find me an eyesore. You can even dislike me?" Barrett struggled frantically, trying to break free and resist swallowing the orb, but Cian pressed it harder against his mouth. He continued, "I don't care what you say behind my back, but you shouldn't have touched my subordinate. You had nothing to do with this." Cian smirked. His eyes widened with a vicious glint. He hissed with amusement, "You worthless scum." He was forced to swallow the mana orb, writhing madly from the gut-wrenching pain caused by its effects. He screamed in agony as the orb's light seemed to consume and burn him. From above, a figure hidden in a shabby cloak watched in silence. Kellen, Aile's subordinate, watched him from a distance in a panic, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I can't believe young Master Cian was hiding this kind of power. I have to report this to Lord Aile." He frowned worriedly. Perhaps young Master Cian will be a major obstacle to his lord's plan. Suddenly, an arm reached out from behind him. Sirica, in the cloak of the Mist Assassin Guild, clamped a hand over his mouth and held a knife to his throat, whispering, "So it was you, the crazed fan who's been tailing my student for the past few days." After dealing with Barrett, Cian turned and walked towards Brian. He had managed to sit up, leaning against a corner. Covered in injuries, he looked sadly at Cian with a swollen face, not daring to meet his eyes. He whispered, "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't expect them to bring so many people to attack me." Cian stared at him blankly, frowning slightly as he thought, "His face is a mess." He asked bluntly, "Are you really my subordinate? You don't even know how to fight, so why did you try to resist them?" Brian lowered his head and mumbled. The young master looked at his swollen, distorted face and asked coldly, "Is this the loyalty you spoke of?" He crouched down in front of Brian, resting his chin on his hand with a teasing smile. "Why didn't you run? I can roughly understand what you were trying to do. But are you an idiot?" He looked at him seriously and warned, "No loyalty is worth dying for. Don't do something so stupid again, because it really pisses me off." He stood up and sighed. "You're unbelievable. Just remember you're getting an earful when we get home." Brian lowered his head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Cian had finished dealing with his personal matters. He then called out loudly, "You can come out now, Sirica." She laughed in admiration. "Oh my, have I been discovered?" Cian glanced at her and all the members of the Mist Assassin Guild hiding nearby. He replied calmly, "How could I not know when you brought all your members with you?" The other members silently withdrew as Sirica appeared. She leaped to the ground, carrying Kellen in her arms. She said with amusement, "I have a gift for you." She threw him to the ground, tightly bound. Cian didn't look surprised, he said indifferently. "He's the one who's been tailing me lately," Sirica exclaimed in surprise. "You knew too?" He nodded slowly. "A little." Sirica bowed her head and sighed. "First of all, I acknowledge your abilities." She thought about the process of her silent observation over the past period, praising him. His strength surpasses even that of a Mist Assassin. The eloquence to negotiate with the headmaster and the tenacious spirit to wield the demon sword perfectly. Your performance as an heir is outstanding. After that, she frowned slightly, looking at him seriously. She lowered her voice to warn him. "But if this continues, it will be very troublesome. More people will find you strange. Just like today." Cian calmly looked at her and replied, "I'll take your advice." He glared, his voice turning cold as he continued, "But I have no intention of being treated like a fool. If anyone dares to touch the people by my side like they just did, I will hunt them down and crush them all." Sirica bowed her head and chuckled. "I understand." She thought to herself, so he means he'll protect the people close to him on his own. She decided that it was no longer necessary for her to intervene, casually turning her back and waving goodbye to him. "That's fine too. The heir can do as he pleases. I'll be going now." Cian was confused by her calm reaction. He thought to himself, her reaction is really unexpected. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back, pointed at Kellen lying on the ground, and continued, "Oh, and remember to deal with that guy. I'll clean up Barrett and his lackeys." Cian glanced at the subordinate and replied, "I know." At that moment, the subordinate began to struggle continuously, hissing hostilely. "What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me?" Cian looked at him, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Kill you? I think that would be too easy for you." Kellen was sweating in fear but still tried to act tough. "If you're planning to interrogate me, then forget it. I won't reveal a single thing." Cian scoffed, pointing at him mockingly. "You're Kellen, Aile's closest subordinate, aren't you? I already know everything." The subordinate stammered in confusion. "How do you know?" Cian thought to himself. "How could I forget? You've been by Aile's side all this time." He also clearly remembered the look in Kellen's eyes back then. He always looked at him with considerable hatred and jealousy, Cian mused. He was the one who was jealous of me and Ale in my past life. He gave a wry smile, thinking, if you look at it from another perspective, this guy might actually be quite dangerous. Cian held out his hand, and a stream of dark energy began to gather in his palm. He looked at Kellen on the ground, thinking, it wouldn't matter if I killed him right now. But he's that bastard Ale's subordinate. He smirked gleefully, amusedly beckoning the black smoke around him, thinking to himself, at least he'll be very useful for my plan. Kellen was terrified by Sean's frightening, calculating expression and the hazy, purple-black mist that was gradually surrounding him. He screamed in fear. What is that? Stay away from me, Sean sneered. His eyes glowed brightly, his body flared with light, and he unleashed the creation spell, Shadow Persona, directly at his brother's subordinate. The black mist swirled into a stream, rushing towards Kellen. It surged into his mouth and eye sockets. The black smoke soon took over his entire body, erupting from his eyes and mouth as he thrashed relentlessly, screaming in absolute terror. That morning, the sound of wooden swords clashing echoed through the academy. Lemus gripped the wooden sword in her hand, charging forward resolutely. She swung her sword directly at Princess Erin, but the princess managed to turn her sword and block it. However, the force of Limus's attack still made the princess struggle and let out a cry. Erin knocked the sword away, pushing Lemus back and shouting as if it was nothing at all. But Limus was a step faster than Erin, circling behind the princess in an instant. The princess hadn't even had time to realize where her opponent had disappeared. Limus pointed her sword at the princess's back. She cheered gleefully. I win, Your Highness. Erin was startled, realizing she had been careless, and gasped in shock. She turned to Limus with a pout, muttering in discontent. I can never seem to beat you, Limus. And didn't I tell you to just call me Aaron when it's just the two of us? Limus scratched her head in embarrassment, replying awkwardly. Ah, my apologies, Your Highness. Erin glared at Lemus, pouting as she grumbled, enunciating every word. Lady Erin. This reaction made Lemus even more flustered, and she quickly corrected herself. Ah, yes, Lady Erin. Just then, a painful yelp echoed from the training ground next to them. Lady Erin glanced over, commenting with a puzzled look. It looks like they're training pretty intensely over there, too. On the adjacent field, Brian was being forced to do stamina training. But Brian was getting the daylights beaten out of him by Sean, and had just taken another devastating punch to the gut. Sean attacked relentlessly without a break, and before Brian could even recover, he took another kick to the back of his knee. Sean kept charging in, attacking like a storm, while Brian could only cry out helplessly, unable to block or counter a single blow. After a rain of blows, Brian curled up, hugging himself and tensing up to endure the pain. However, Sean also noticed that Brian had good stamina. He glanced at Brian, frowning slightly as he thought to himself, he claims to be just an errand boy, but he can sure take a beating, and his physical strength is also quite surprising. He observed Brian closely. Even though he was covered in scrapes, his body was indeed holding up firmly after all those attacks. Brian just clutched his stomach, panting for a moment, then seemed to recover almost immediately. Sean thought with satisfaction, he's going to be quite useful later on. Then he snapped. Is this too hard for you? Brian quickly replied, though he coughed up blood as soon as he opened his mouth. Not at all, young master. I will endure it until the end. Sean was taken aback. He frowned, watching him cough up blood. Sean thought grimly, although this method is a bit brutal, there's no other choice because there's no guarantee that something similar to what happened with Barrett won't happen again. At the very least, Brian needs to be able to protect himself. Sean was still furious. He couldn't forget that man's vicious smile as he took his anger out on his subordinate. Brian seemed to have recovered his strength. He approached Sean and asked hesitantly, but young master, are we really going to keep that guy named Kellen around? Sean realized he was also still thinking about that day's incident. He seriously reassured him, you don't need to worry about him. He's on our side now. The incident that day was when Sean gifted him a spell. At that moment, he had been tied up by Sirica and thrown on the ground. He writhed and screamed in agony as Sean's spell gradually took over his body. Brian had witnessed it all, even though he was exhausted after being tormented by Barrett and his hired thugs. His face was all swollen and bruised. He stared at Sean in shock. It was the first time he had ever seen him use magic. Soon the man named Kellen on the ground stopped struggling. He lay completely still. To cast this spell, Sean had also used up a lot of his energy. He was sweating, and he bowed his head, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I've used this spell, so it was really difficult. A 9-star dark magic spell, Shadow Persona. This is a spell that creates a new personality from the shadows. It allows the caster to control the target according to their will. Sean recalled using it only once in his previous life. He walked over and used a knife to cut Kellen's bonds. The man's demeanor had completely changed from before. He now seemed composed and calm. Sean asked him coldly, now, who are you? He knelt, bowing his head at Sean's feet, his body still enveloped in a faint purple mist. He replied, I am Kin Diego, an official guardian knight of Velius. He lowered his eyes, answering straightforwardly like a machine, and I came to Ven after receiving orders to monitor the young master, witnessing the subordinate who had been so stubbornly defiant just moments ago. Now obediently answering whatever he was asked, Sean smirked slightly, thinking to himself, He's become obedient now. He then asked a question to confirm, and who is your master? Kellen bowed his head. His face was emotionless, as if he had been programmed to completely eliminate all feelings. He replied, although the one I initially served was young Master Ale, I now wish to become young Master Sean's subordinate. Please accept me. Sion smiled with satisfaction, calmly replying to him. All right, from now on, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Go back to Chell's side in Velius and tell him. Sion's smile suddenly turned sinisterly chilling. He glared at Kellen, hissing with amusement through gritted teeth, and said, every single word, don't miss a single one. You understand? Immediately, Kellen decisively slammed his fist on the ground, bowed his head, and shouted clearly, Kellen Diego, I will obey the young master's command. He looked up at Sion with eyes full of determination and burning loyalty. This was all thanks to the control of the spell Sion had cast on him. Thinking back on that gaze, Sion shivered and rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, his look of complete trust is putting a bit of pressure on me. That guy is definitely dangerous. Seeing Sion remain silent and lost in thought for a long time, Brian called out in confusion, young master? Sion was still deep in his thoughts. He'll probably be fine. Just then, Princess Erin and Limus arrived at his training ground. She put her hands on her hips, looked at the two of them, and called out, are you training with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to see you here. Seeing the princess arrive, Brian quickly bowed his head in greeting. Ah, your highness. Sion turned to the two girls and replied nonchalantly, yeah, are you here to train as well, your highness? Erin walked closer to him, smiling enthusiastically as she boasted. That's right, I come here every week to practice swordsmanship with Limus. Because of that recent incident, I thought I should be prepared. Hearing the princess mention that incident, Sion glanced away, thinking to himself, it seems she's talking about what happened a week ago. A week ago was the day that guy Barrett ambushed Brian to get revenge on him. In the pouring afternoon rain, Barrett Louis Min was found unconscious in front of the infirmary. Although his body was bruised, he refused to reveal who the culprit was. Sion knew better than anyone that the one who cleaned up the mess was Sirica. She must have dumped him in front of the infirmary, he thought. Actually, it wasn't that he refused to talk, but that he couldn't. He would never be able to use magic again. He had forced Barrett to swallow the mana orb. This was the same trick Barrett had used to destroy all of Limus's mana and push her into a cruel fate in the previous life. He thought she would be gloating when she heard the news, so he turned to look at Limus. But Limus's reaction was a bit surprising, he thought. Limus wasn't happy at all. This made Sion wonder. I thought she would at least feel a little bit satisfied. Limus just lowered her head in silence whenever someone mentioned Barrett's incident. Suddenly, little Nana let out a very loud cry. Papa! All four people on the training ground were startled and looked up towards the source of the call. Nana was floating in the sky, right above the four of them. Brian cried out in panic, young master, over there! Even Sion was startled, exclaiming in shock, Nana, didn't I leave her with Kuyam? He didn't know that at that moment, the demon sword Kuyam was busy sleeping, snoring loudly enough to shake the house, still holding a toy in his hand. Nana let herself free fall, landing right in Princess Erin's arms. The princess confusedly caught the little girl, asking bewilderedly, where did this little girl come from? The little girl paid no attention to anyone but Sion. She looked straight at him and shouted joyfully, Papa! Nana found Papa! The princess froze, following the little girl's gaze, and muttered suspiciously, Papa! The little girl even pointed at Sion, shouting once more as if to confirm it for the princess. Papa! Princess Erin stared at him, stunned. Her face darkened, she broke into a sweat and asked angrily, Papa? She fumed internally. Since when and with whom? Sion, suddenly exposed, had no choice but to sigh in frustration, thinking, how could this happen? In the end, he had to tell the princess the story, including the fact that the little girl was a human dragon. After hearing the story, Erin let out a sigh of relief. So, that's what it was. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and exhaled. This little girl isn't your child. Thank goodness. I misunderstood because I heard her call you Papa. By now, they had returned to the princess's dormitory room. Limus was already playing with the little girl. Aaron immediately believed the story Sion told, and exclaimed cheerfully, who would have believed you had such a kind side to you? What a surprise. But Sion didn't feel happy at all. He broke into a sweat, thinking in frustration, this is not good. At this rate, the princess will have leverage over me. Brian, sitting next to him, was just as worried. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down as he panicked to himself. If the academy finds out, he'll be expelled. And now she knows that Nana is a human dragon. However, Princess Erin took the initiative to reassure Sion. She smiled confidently at him and said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Both Brian and Sion were completely astonished by the princess's firm declaration. Sion asked in surprise, you're not kidding, your highness? Erin turned to Limus and answered bluntly and firmly, of course not, right, Limus? She glanced at Limus beside her, who was still thoroughly enjoying playing with little Nana. Limus immediately looked at the princess and replied with an innocent smile, yes, I don't have any friends, so there's no one to tell anyway. Erin froze, realizing her question was a bit thoughtless, but before she could react, Sion bluntly asked her, what's your reason? Aaron tilted her head, giving him a slight wry smile, and answered gently, "What reason? I just feel that the little girl is pitiful." The princess turned to look at Nana, who was incredibly happy in Limus's arms. She smiled and continued, "She's neither human nor dragon, so she won't be accepted by anyone." Then she turned back to Sion and praised him sincerely. "But it's a relief that you're taking care of her." Aaron took this opportunity to gather her courage and asked directly, "In return, can I visit your room sometimes?" Sion asked in confusion. "My room?" Aaron suddenly blushed. She lowered her head and wiped her sweat, answering awkwardly, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to see Nana." Cyan also realized the princess had no ill intentions, so he readily accepted. "Yeah, it's no big deal." Just his confirmation made Aaron's cheeks turn bright red. He looked at the princess wide-eyed and proposed frankly, "Then from now on, this will be our secret, okay?" Princess Aaron nodded her head eagerly. "Yes, I'll remember." She interpreted Sion's words in a different way, thinking shyly to herself, "Our secret?" Brian then picked up little Nana. Sion stood up to leave with them, saying to the princess, "Well, we'll be going now." Lias ran over, bowing politely. "Please be careful on your way, Mr. Sion." After Sion had left, Lius noticed Arene had been silently lost in thought. She turned to the princess and asked in confusion, "My lady?" But Arene was still lost in her own fantasies. A smile was frozen on her lips, her cheeks were still flushed red, and her heart was pounding. She thought joyfully, "Does this mean I've gotten a little closer to Cyan?" Lias was alarmed by the princess's strange behavior and shrieked, "Lady Aaron, are you sick?" When Cyan returned to his dorm room and woke up the demon sword Kui, she finally learned what she had caused, but all she did was smirk, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, "What? Something this fun happened while I was asleep? At this rate, why don't you just get caught living with a demon sword?" Cyan angrily pointed at Kui and yelled, "You shut up and reflect on your mistake. You're the one who fell asleep while babysitting." The demon sword Kui felt no remorse at all. She casually sat with her legs crossed, rolling her eyes and muttering, "The kid's just like her papa, always doing the unexpected." Brian held the little girl in his arms, but the little one kept reaching for Cyan, so he suggested, "How about we take her for a little walk? She's been cooped up inside all this time, so she must be feeling restless." Cyan crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and said, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." Hearing this, Brian exclaimed happily, "Thank you, sir. We'll head out now then." That same evening, in a distant mountain range, two dragons in human form were flying together. Suddenly, the male dragon stopped, sensing something vague. He halted in midair, causing the female dragon to stop in surprise as well. She turned and asked, "What's wrong, Sir Lukiel?" The male dragon, named Lukiel, seemed displeased. He muttered, "Katerina, I just caught a very foul stench. Where are we now?" Katerina replied, "It's a bit far, but it seems we're in the outskirts of Rouen." Lukiel kept frowning and wrinkling his nose, grumbling, "Is this smell coming from the Rouen Academy? It seems I'll have to pause my journey back." His eyes glowed with a deadly red. He glanced down below, pointing towards the source of his discomfort. He grimaced and hissed, "I sense an energy that I absolutely cannot tolerate, an energy that, as a dragon, I cannot allow to exist." That night, Cyan and Brian took little Nana to a clearing on the outskirts of Rouen. Nana was thrilled to be able to fly freely in the sky. She flapped her small wings, darting around up ahead, forcing Brian to rush after her. He panted and shouted, "Nana, wait up! It's dangerous over there!" Cyan calmly walked behind, watching the little dragonkin cheer with joy. "This place is so big!" Nana was having a great time. He saw that she seemed to be enjoying her freedom, smiling to himself as he thought, "Her mood seems to be pretty good. This clearing is 10 kilometers from Rouen." He watched Nana's face, lit up with a radiant smile, and thought to himself, "Nana can do whatever she wants out here." Kui heard his thoughts and saw his smile, then flew circles around him, rolling her eyes and teasing. Well, playing the father already? While you're at it, why not find her a mother too? Like that princess from earlier, for example." Cyan lowered his head, gritting his teeth with a bitter smirk. Before he could even respond to the demon sword, a vague chill suddenly ran down his spine. Kui also sensed something and froze, muttering, "Wait, something's coming." At that moment, two dragons appeared right in front of them. The male dragon gritted his teeth and hissed in disgust. How revolting. Brian also immediately sensed the danger. He frantically yelled to Nana, "Be careful, Nana!" Brian instantly dashed towards the little girl. He grabbed Nana and held her tightly in his arms. In that instant, an immense wave of power crashed down right beside them. Cyan rushed to their side, asking worriedly, "Brian, what about Nana?" He scanned them both. Little Nana was clinging to Brian in fear. Brian held her tight, shielding her with his body from the flying debris, and answered frantically, "She's okay." Cyan stepped forward, followed by the demon sword. He calmly told Brian, "You two get behind me." In the middle of the torn-up, shattered clearing, the silhouettes of two dragons appeared amidst a blinding light and the rumble of thunder. Cyan stood protectively in front of Brian and Nana, looking at the two newly arrived dragons, wondering why the great dragons were here. Cyan could immediately recognize the identity of the two dragons before him. He carefully observed them both, thinking to himself, There are two great dragons? They looked towards Brian and the whimpering child, realizing it was her, the source of that pungent smell. Brian immediately tightened his arms to hide the child, watching them warily with gritted teeth. The male dragon, the great silver dragon Lucian, narrowed his eyes in annoyance and disgust, hissing contemptuously. What an utterly disgusting stench. His companion, the great red dragon Carolina, also glared at them contemptuously, exclaiming with disgust, "A dragonoid? How can such a disgusting being exist?" She glanced at Sean and his demon sword, sneering mockingly, "Are you the master of that half-breed? Human, it seems you also possess a demon sword." He just watched her defensively, while the demon sword, Kui, felt insulted. She grumbled angrily, "What? Who do you think you are to see me as a mere object?" Carolina immediately shouted in annoyance, "Shut your mouth, you lackey of an inferior human." Kui flew into a rage, glaring and snapping angrily. "You want to die?" Carolina became furious, gritting her teeth and growling, "How dare a lowly thing like you?" She impulsively tried to charge forward, but Lucian quickly raised a hand to stop her. He stepped forward, glaring at Sean and the demon sword. Though not outwardly angry, his tone was filled with contempt. "Rest assured, we have no interest in you. We have no intention of fighting inferior creatures." He turned back to look at Brian and the child in his arms. He said in a low, threatening voice, "But you must hand that half-breed over to me." Nana seemed to understand their malicious intent. The little girl clutched Brian's shirt, trembling in his arms. Brian turned his body away completely. He glared at the two dragons, even though he was terrified himself. Nana burst into tears, snuggling into Brian's arms. The two dragons refused to back down. Lucian added some heartless words. "A half-human, half-dragon creature carrying the blood of both races is perfect as a research specimen." He stared intently at Sean and coldly declared, "If you do so, I will be merciful and spare your life." Sean gripped Kwai and snapped angrily. "Shut up." Lucian became enraged, his face twitching as he asked irritably, "What did you just say?" Sean glared at him, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. He replied coldly, "I said shut up, you damn lizard." Lucian lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. He let out a hissing laugh. He suddenly swung his sword, slashing the ground right next to Sean. It was a warning shot, but it wasn't enough to make Sean flinch in fear. Brian, terrified, held Nana close. He leaned back to dodge, shouting anxiously, "Young master!" Sean stared directly at the enemy and calmly ordered Brian, "I'm fine. You two get away from me." Brian immediately scooped up the little girl and ran. He hastily replied, "Yes, sir." The dragon's power tore up the ground beside Sean, leaving electric sparks arcing across the earth. Sean looked at the scene and thought to himself, that last attack was terrifying. Lucian gripped his weapon, lightning crackling continuously along his sword. He flew up, sneering mockingly, "This is why inferior creatures like you are beyond saving." Sean didn't answer him. He responded with the 9th killing technique, demon sword manifestation, allowing the demon sword Kui to use his body. He became one with Kui, his skin darkening. His hair transformed into blazing red flames. The two dragons immediately recognized Sean's new form. Carolina cried out in shock, "Lord Lucian, could that power be?" Lucian was only slightly surprised. He answered calmly, "That is the power of the exiled one." He frowned contemptuously and muttered, "Today is truly full of surprises. But no matter how hard he tries, he's still just a lowly human." In an instant, Sean had already shot up right beside him, preparing to swing his sword. Lucian was startled, realizing his opponent had vanished from his sight. He glanced over, shocked, wondering when he got there. Sean said nothing, immediately unleashing a barrage of attacks, forcing Lucian to passively raise his sword in a hurry to block them. This infuriated him. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You're nothing but a human." He swung his sword directly at Sean, but Sean quickly flew backward to dodge it. Seeing his attack was ineffective, he thrust his hand forward, activating a shockwave as flickering bolts of lightning flashed in his palm. A giant magic circle appeared in the sky right above him. Startled, he looked up at the blinding rays of light shooting from the circle, raining down directly on him. In just an instant, Sean was engulfed in the giant pillar of light from the magic circle. It shot straight down, blasting the earth beneath him. But Sean had already used his 3rd killing technique, Fog Walk, escaping the magic circle and appearing behind Lucian. He sensed Sean's presence and was startled. Sean unleashed his next move, Fog Storm Sword Dance, swinging the demon sword and slashing at him repeatedly, but very quickly. Carolina shot up to block Lucian's back, parrying with a fiery dagger. She was extremely confident, laughing as she said, "I'll stop him." But Lucian sensed something was wrong and shouted urgently, "Fall back, Carolina, you're no match for him." She stubbornly ignored him, smirking smugly. Even though she was sweating, she replied arrogantly, "Don't worry, Lord Lucian, I won't lose." She arrogantly thought to herself, "This is the barrier of a dragon that has accumulated mana for over 1,000 years. There's no way an ordinary human, who can't even live for 100 years, could break it." Sanver transformed his sword dance into a flower-catching slash, his eyes narrowing with a smile as he launched the attack straight at the fire shield. Catalina was startled, her eyes filled with shock as her smile vanished. Sanver's consecutive slashes all landed on the center of the fire shield, causing a massive explosion with a blinding light. Catalina's fire shield shattered into 100 pieces, to her utter horror. She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking in terror, he actually shattered it. Before she could even recover, Sanver, with a 2-hit combo, had already landed dozens of slashes all over her body. She only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Lucian watched helplessly as his subordinate was torn into 100 pieces, her voice echoing faintly in his ears. Lord Lucian, Catalina had been reduced to dust. Losing a close subordinate pushed Lucian's anger to its peak. He clenched his jaw, snarling furiously. "Who in the world are you?" He looked at Sanver, who still refused to answer. He roared in rage. "Aren't martial gods supposed to be powerless? You can't possibly possess this much strength." Seeing Sanver remain silent, he screamed impatiently. "Speak! Who in the world are you?" Sanver just looked up at him without answering. Rage consumed Lucian. He drew a new magic circle in the sky, his blazing red eyes staring intently at Sanver. He hissed coldly. "It seems you have no intention of answering me. Very well. I acknowledge you are worthy of being my opponent." Sanver immediately realized his intention. He watched in silence. He thought to himself, "Incarnation." Lucian threw himself into the magic circle, his body glowing brightly amidst a swirling vortex of flashes. Sanver silently witnessed the transformation, thinking, it was a spell that allows dragons to shed their human form and return to their original shape. Lucian's body gradually transformed, his jaw extended to reveal sharp dragon teeth, and his hands turned into claws. Dragon wings spread from his back as he transformed into a white dragon, opening his mouth to let out an earth-shattering roar. Sanver faced him calmly, leaping off the ground. He rushed towards the dragon, thinking to himself, in other words, he's currently in his most vulnerable state. He launched himself above the dragon's head, startling and confusing it with his move. The dragon gnashed its teeth, growling, "You! What are you trying to do?" Sanver was now right above its snout, looking straight down at the large horn on its head. The dragon was startled, thinking, could he possibly know about the incarnation's weak point? But he's just a lowly human. Sanver didn't hesitate, diving decisively and plunging his demon sword right where the horn grew. The dragon roared in agony. Lucian's eyes turned bloodshot with pain and shock as a black mist clouded his vision. He snarled in fury, "You bastard!" But his heart was filled with terror. "I have to get out of here now." Sanver smirked, as if he had read the thought in his eyes. He replied with a grin, "Too late. Next move. Unshakable root sword." All of his power was channeled into the demon sword. He drove the blade deeper into the dragon's only weak point. A red mist shot out from the demon sword in his hand. The mist enveloped the dragon, transforming into razor-sharp blades that slashed all over its body. Lucian, helpless and paralyzed, roared in extreme agony. Soon enough, his body disintegrated under the continuous assault of the venomous mist. Lucian collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brian, worried that he couldn't see his master, hurriedly carried little Nana and ran over. He called out in a panic, "Young master, are you all right?" He froze when he saw the scene before him, his mouth agape and speechless. He immediately covered Nana's eyes, and the little girl cried out in confusion, "I can't see anything." In front of them, Sanver was casually carving up Lucian's corpse. He was enjoying a huge piece of meat and even offered a slice to Brian, saying innocently, "Hey Brian, have some. It's fresh meat." Brian was stunned, not knowing how to react. Little Nana, nestled in his arms, cried out naively, "Nana wants to eat too." Sanver clicked his tongue and sternly reminded her, "No, I wasn't talking to you, kid. After all, a great dragon was just a nutritious meal to him." Kellen returned to report to Ale everything he had learned while tailing them. After hearing the report, Ale asked pensively, "Are you saying some mysterious force is backing my little brother?" Kellen bowed his head and answered calmly, "That is correct. It seems the spies we planted have also been eliminated by them." Ale looked up at him, frowning slightly as he asked, "Is that all?" He replied calmly, "Yes, this information is insufficient. I apologize." However, it was his unusually calm demeanor that caught Ale's attention. He thought warily, this is strange. He stared at Kellen, wondering to himself, Kellen, where did all his earlier anxiety disappear to? It's as if he's a completely different person. Ale maintained his composure, not showing a hint of suspicion, and said, "I see. In that case, Kellen," he spoke probingly, "I want to ask you one question." Kellen flinched and froze. He looked up, meeting Ale's cold, scrutinizing gaze. Ale said nothing. Kellen frowned slightly, revealing a hint of worry. He thought to himself, this is a test. It means he's starting to suspect me. Immediately, Kellen placed a fist over his chest. He bowed deeply before Ale and solemnly recited his usual slogan, "May the divine Lumendel protect you." Ale slowly smirked and simply replied calmly, "Thank you for your answer." He looked at Knight Kellen, who was so anxious he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Ale said calmly, "Please don't misunderstand. It's just a routine ritual. You may go now." Kellen turned to leave, but remained on high alert. He was lost in a whirlwind of confusing thoughts. It seems I need to be more careful. Once suspicion is aroused, it can't be salvaged. He was deep in thought as he opened the door. I can't let anything stand in young Master Sanver's way. Suddenly, upon opening the door, Kellen was startled to see someone standing right behind it. He was shocked, thinking to himself, this girl was right behind the door. Emily had her hand raised, about to knock, and she smiled shyly when she saw Kellen appear, saying awkwardly, "Oh, hello," she thought in a fluster. "I'm young Master Sanver's maid." Kellen furrowed his brow slightly, asking her suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Just then, Ale stepped forward, patting him lightly on the shoulder and saying, "I called her here." He looked over at the maid, Emily, and asked with a smile, "Your name is Emily, isn't it?" She hastily stammered in reply, "Yes, young master." Ale put on a fake smile. He asked in a friendly tone, "Could you do me a favor?" Seeing his smile, Emily blushed with embarrassment. She shyly asked back, "A favor for you, sir?" Meanwhile, in the dragon's lair, the high-ranking dragons were gathered for an emergency meeting. The lead dragon exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Lucian and Lady Kalina are missing?" The other dragons, hidden behind small magic stones, reported anxiously. After they manifested their divine presence on the outskirts of Luen, their auras completely vanished. Hearing this, the supreme dragon roared. How could the energy of 2 8th-level or higher dragons just disappear? The other dragons looked over at the 2 magic stones belonging to Lucian and Catalina. Both stones were shattered, indicating that the 2 dragons they represented were dead. They said, "As you can see, these 2 magic stones have gone completely dark. We've searched all over the outskirts of Luen, but we found no signs of a fight." One dragon wondered, could the one who killed those 2 dragons have used magic to erase all traces? Another hesitated. If so, then the high-ranking dragon broke the silence. That person is very likely a user of dark magic. In this world, only Kunal Kui Go has enough power to kill those 2 dragons. The dragons considered this for a moment, but he's not a dark magic user, which means there's a third party we don't know about. A dragon suddenly spoke up. Sanver of the Royal Academy is the only dark magic user we know of. Another dragon suddenly remembered the incident right before, when Sanver faced a black dragon on the battlefield and almost killed it. It quickly chimed in. There's a rumor that he survived an encounter with the evil dragon on the battlefield. If so, it then thought of the 2 individuals Sanver had killed and said, it's possible he's also connected to the deaths of Rainan Crimson and Jickerman Anbas. They were all individuals who provided us with test subjects. The dragon leader just listened in silence. He spoke with suspicion. To call it a coincidence, it seems there's some kind of connection here. I need to watch him carefully. Then the leader thought of a girl around Sanver's age and immediately suggested Luneprang River. Let my granddaughter approach Sanver. A new day arrived. Sunlight streamed into the grounds of the Royal Academy's dormitory. Princess Aran happily ran to Sanver's dorm room, carrying a delicious cream cake. She joyfully showed it off. This is a special cream cake ordered directly from the royal palace. She had this cake made for little Nana, and affectionately asked her, "Is it delicious, Nana?" Seeing the fragrant cream cake, the little girl drooled with desire, her eyes sparkling. Nana praised it profusely. "It's delicious?" The princess didn't just bring one cake, but was followed by a whole cart piled high with boxes of them. She gave the cake to the little girl, gently telling Nana, "Eat up, there's still plenty more." Nana stared blankly at a cart full of delicious food, her eyes wide with amazement. Sanver sat in a corner, quietly watching the scene. He thought with satisfaction, the 2 of them are having so much fun. For now, I'll just live peacefully like this. He looked at little Nana devouring the cream cake, thinking with some concern. The dragons have likely sensed Nana's existence. They could come back to attack at any moment. Then he turned to look at Lesimus. She had come here with the princess. Seeing her laugh so innocently, a determination arose within Sanver. I won't let anyone touch what I have, because in this life, I will live for myself. Ale's malicious face and wicked smile appeared in his mind. He had found his goal for this life, and he thought, and I will destroy it. Your plan. Aaron suddenly turned to look at Sanver, surprised by his expression. He was smiling with amusement, lost in thought, as if imagining something interesting. She asked curiously, "Sanver, did something fun happen? You look happy." Sanver smiled, replying leisurely, "Oh yeah, I just thought of something fun." At that moment, at the Vert mansion, Ale welcomed a distinguished guest in the garden of the family mansion. He said enthusiastically, "It's been a long time since graduation." His guest was the crown prince of the Louisel kingdom, Severus. He smirked slightly and offered a compliment. "You look well, I must say." Ale smiled, offering a polite, flattering reply. "It's all thanks to your good fortune, your highness." But the crown prince seemed to be worried about something else. He glanced down, muttering, "Moreover." He pressed, "How long do you plan to stay in this remote place?" He seemed impatient, saying, "I heard Alice has already traveled across the continent." Ale didn't seem bothered. He replied calmly, "If I weren't here, I'd be worried too, not knowing what she's doing or where she is." Severus suddenly cut in. "Worried?" He rested his chin on his hand, glanced at Ale, and smirked meaningfully, prodding. "Or are you afraid she'll become a threat to you someday?" Ale squinted at the crown prince, asking with feigned innocence, "What are you talking about?" He asked back. "What is there to hide between us?" A subordinate came over to pour wine for the crown prince. He ignored the question and slowly asked back, "Your younger brother's name is Sanver, isn't it?" He watched the wine glass in his hand being filled and calmly announced, "The royal father seems very interested in him. It looks like he's even considering arranging a marriage between him and Aaron." Lewin suddenly felt a sense of displeasure. He scowled and grumbled resentfully, wondering why His Majesty would favor such a useless person. Ael let out a smile. He glanced at the crown prince with a calculating look and confidently asserted, "Don't be hasty. Once he gains attention and has powerful backing, he will become useful." Lewin seemed pleased with his answer, smirking in approval. "Talking to you is truly refreshing." The crown prince's subordinate suddenly offered the wine bottle to Ael and asked, "Would you like some?" He looked up at the subordinate and exclaimed in surprise, "What a peculiar escort knight." Lewin immediately turned to look at the subordinate beside him, who was also his escort knight, and introduced him smugly. "That's right. This is a gem I found while inspecting the slums recently." This seemed to pique Ael's curiosity and interest. He glanced at the subordinate and asked excitedly, "You found a gem?" Lewin replied proudly, "One of the finest quality among all gems." The subordinate smiled at the praise. "Allow me to introduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Boris Lehem." Boris's smile also carried a dark, sinister air. And just like that, 2 years passed at Ruin Academy. That day at the academy, students were buzzing, turning their heads to look at the person striding across the grounds. While Sanver had managed to conceal himself and adapt to academy life, his older sister, Alice, had returned. Her appearance made all the male students in the academy turn to look. Amidst the admiration, Alice glanced at a young boy who had just been bonked on the head by his girlfriend for daring to look at her. She gave a helpless, wry smile. The academy was peaceful that day, immersed in a tranquil atmosphere. Alice knocked on the headmaster's office door and casually walked in. Headmaster Unkel seemed relieved to see her. He greeted her formally. "It's been a while." Alice chuckled as he asked with concern, "So, was your trip enjoyable?" Alice nodded and replied, "Yes. I went to Bruna." The headmaster seemed surprised, exclaiming in shock, "Bruna? That's not a very welcoming place for humans, is it?" Alice dropped her backpack, walked closer to him, and replied, "Yes, it took me a year to adapt to that life, but I wanted to understand the meaning of harmony that you spoke of." She looked up at him, smiled confidently, and continued, "You were right, headmaster. Wherever I go, that place will flourish, so I must constantly think about where I will go." Hearing her declaration, Headmaster Unkel grew a bit somber. He frowned slightly and asked, "It seems you've already made your decision." Alice looked at him and declared forthrightly, "Yes, I will join the Knights of Light." Unkel hesitated before asking, "Do you wish to carry on your family's tradition?" Alice looked at her teacher confidently, her eyes filled with determination. She replied, "Someone has to bear this responsibility." She lowered her head with a sad smile and added softly, "And I'm also worried about my younger brothers, especially Sanver. He's so timid." Hearing this, Headmaster Uncle suddenly burst out laughing. Alice was stunned by his reaction and asked in confusion, "Why are you laughing?" He looked at Alice, slowly stroked his beard, raised an eyebrow, and asked her, "Him, timid? Are you joking?" Sanver suddenly walked into the room, saying with a half-joking smile, "What joke? You're exaggerating, sir." Hearing her brother's voice, Alice turned around with a start. She was utterly astonished to see him, exclaiming that Sanver had grown so much he was almost unrecognizable. He looked much sturdier and taller than she last remembered, causing her to pause for a moment and look at him with disbelief, muttering, "Is that really you?" Sanver smiled calmly. He looked at his sister with great affection and said softly, "I've missed you, sis." The two siblings from House Vert walked together across the academy grounds, chatting animatedly. Alice couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You've changed so much, Sanver." Before she left, he was still small and slender, but now he was as tall as her, his body more built and mature. She raised her hand to compare their heights, muttering, "You're as tall as me now. You'll be taller than me soon." Sanver glanced at his sister and laughed teasingly. "Or is it that you've gotten shorter?" Alice, slightly annoyed, pinched his cheek and said with a frustrated laugh, "That's enough. Stop right there." This happy moment made Sanver look up at the sky, feeling emotional, as he silently recalled May 2nd, 988. "I remember this day clearly from my past life." He turned to look at his sister's happy and radiant smile, thinking with anguish, this was the last day my sister was alive. Alice walked beside Sanver, asking with concern, "Aren't you going home? It's summer break." Sanver gave a sad little laugh and replied, "If I go back, no one will welcome me except you." Hearing that answer, Alice looked completely surprised. Her eyes widened as she looked at him and asked worriedly, "No one at all? Is that why you haven't been home in 2 years?" "Yeah." Sanver lowered his head without another word, silently thinking about his eldest brother first, thinking to himself, "Actually, there are a few other reasons. 1. Ael is there. 2. The Duchess will try every means to get rid of me, and father couldn't care less." Sanver felt a bit resentful. He still hadn't forgotten how his wicked stepmother planned to have him eliminated on the day he left the duchy for the academy. He walked silently alone to the academy gate. He thought to himself that going back there would be suicide, so he probably wouldn't return home until graduation. While he was lost in thought, Alice suddenly asked, "Aren't you close with Gran?" Sean immediately replied in a cold, annoyed tone, "No way." Alice was extremely surprised. She exclaimed in confusion, "Why is that?" Sean turned to look straight into his sister's eyes, glared, and answered coldly, "You know very well how he treats me," he stated bluntly. "He even tried to kill me once." Hearing this, Alice froze in shock. Brian, who had been walking silently behind them, now spoke up. "I can testify to that." Alice turned to look at him and asked blankly, "Who are you?" Sean introduced him. "That's my escort knight, Brian Kendrick." Alice covered her mouth, looking at Brian in astonishment, and exclaimed, "Oh, an escort knight. No wonder you were following us." Brian didn't know what to say and just smiled awkwardly. Under the academy's sun, Alice listened as Sean briefly recounted everything that Gran and his mother had done. She was utterly shocked and blurted out, "Is that true?" Extremely flustered, she lowered her head and mumbled, "And to think I was in Brina, completely unaware." Sean glanced at his sister and replied calmly, "The Duchess and Gran are the ones to blame. It's not your fault." Alice was seething with anger, her eyes blazing with indignation, and even her silence radiated a murderous aura. She seemed to be plotting something and didn't respond to him. Sean gently called, "Alice." She was startled, suddenly realizing she had been quiet for too long, and sighed. She looked at Sean and asked, "Have you told anyone about this?" He replied nonchalantly, "What's the use? It's all in the past now." Gran doesn't even feel the slightest bit of remorse. Before he could finish, Alice suddenly reached out. She rushed forward and hugged Sean tightly, to his complete surprise. Her eyes welled up with tears for her brother, whispering sadly, "You don't have to endure it all alone, Sean. Sometimes you can lean on someone," she declared. "From now on, I'll protect you." Sean just lowered his head without a word, as knowing his sister's future made her words feel incredibly heavy. Brian was sniffling with his head down, moved by their sibling bond. Alice quickly straightened up, patted her brother's shoulder, and said, "I want to stay longer, but I have to go now. Take care of yourself while I'm gone." Then, to Brian's surprise, he froze. Alice suddenly rushed over and gave him a casual hug, and his face immediately flushed red. He yelped in a panic, Hey, miss!" But Alice didn't seem shy at all. She smiled and said, "Please take good care of my little Sean." Brian glanced at Sean, but Sean glared back, radiating a murderous aura and even making a threatening throat-slitting gesture. Brian cried out in fear internally, "I didn't even do anything." The sun began to set, and it was time for Sean to say goodbye to Alice. Brian stood beside him, bowing deeply to bid her farewell. Sean watched his sister's retreating figure, smiling to himself. "It's been a while," he thought, recalling Alice's face filled with utter indignation for him, and mused, "That's the first time I've seen her that angry." Alice's expression reminded Sean of an incident from his past life, back when he was a child at the House Vert estate. That day, Sean had been forced into a sword-fighting practice by his brother, Gran. Back then, he was still a weak and timid child with no combat skills, so he was completely overpowered. Gran beat him to the ground, and then arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder, sneering disdainfully. Down already? He was incredibly arrogant and conceited back then, grinning with delight at Sean's pathetic state and taunting, "Get up, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Back then, Sean was terrified by his threat. He pleaded in fear, "Please stop, you've already won, so." But before he could finish his sentence, Gran lunged forward, striking him across the face and grumbling irritably, "Geez, why are you such a whiner?" Gran gleefully rained blows on him, thrilled by the act, but he was stopped by Alice. She appeared just in time, shouting, "Gran, stop!" He was terrified to see his sister. He cried out nervously, "Sister Alice?" Alice questioned him angrily, "What are you doing?" Back then, Alice had shown the exact same anger as she did just now. She had hissed in a stern voice, "Apologize to him right now." Sean smiled as he recalled that moment. He had returned to his dorm room, resting his chin on his hand and thinking with amusement, "I only saw that expression once in my past life. The ducal house is about to be in an uproar." His smile then faded, and he thought grimly, "She needs to know the truth about our family so I can protect her." Sean remembered Alice's fate in his previous life. After she joined the White Knights, his sister had fallen on the battlefield, surrounded by a horde of monsters. Alice had been all alone, her body battered, her clothes in tatters, and her wounds severe. Sean sorrowfully vowed to save her from that dark future. Just then, Brian entered with 2 letters in his hand, announcing, "You have mail, young master." He turned to look at the 2 letters and asked, "Who are they from?" He replied, "One is from the academy, and the other is from one of the gatekeepers." Just by glancing at the envelope's colors, Sean could guess who sent them. He took the pale black envelope and said, "Is that so? All right." Brian seemed surprised that he didn't open the red envelope. He asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to look at this one?" Sean simply replied coolly, "It's probably from the royal palace." Brian then looked closely at the envelope, noticed the wax seal and exclaimed, "You're right, it has the royal seal." Kui suddenly peeked out, asking curiously, "What is it?" Even Brian was extremely curious. "I wonder what they sent." Cyan glanced over the letter before putting it back in the envelope. He answered casually, "They throw a party around this time every year." He opened the black envelope, and inside was a mission card from the Mist Guild. He quickly read the request on the card, thinking to himself that the other one must be an assassination order. Assassinate Renionen Nephelite. The incident at that royal banquet was a pretty big deal. He was deep in thought because the man was the queen's younger brother, which made it quite shocking. Kui, seeing her master looking pensive, put her hands on her hips and asked directly, "Are you going?" He looked up at the demon sword and replied, "Yeah, I have something to do there." Upon receiving this mission, he immediately thought of Master Sirica, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Come to think of it, someone else carried out this mission in his past life. The master must have a thing for me, even though it's quite a hassle. Kai peered through the red royal envelope and announced, "This one is from Princess Erin." But Cyan didn't seem to care, replying indifferently, "Really?" The demon sword took the chance to tease him. "I thought you were just a kid, but who knew you'd get a love letter?" Cyan didn't bother arguing. He glared at her and muttered, activating his demon sword restraint. She was immediately crushed to the floor by Cyan's bone net, groaning in frustration. He turned to give Brian an order. "Anyway, get ready to go to the royal palace." Brian bowed his head in a fluster. "Yes, my lord." Just then, the door opened, and little Nana walked out of the room, calling out sweetly, "Daddy, I'm so hungry." When Brian saw the little girl, he jumped in alarm. The young master looked up irritably and grumbled, "What is it?" But upon seeing Nana, he too was startled. What? Nana had grown unexpectedly tall. She now looked like a young lady around Cyan's age. Seeing him turn to look, the girl rubbed her sleepy eyes in a daze. While Cyan still couldn't believe his eyes, he exclaimed, "She's gotten this big already?" Alice had returned to the House Vert mansion. She stormed in, each footstep filled with fury. She threw open the main doors without any announcement. All the servants of House Vert were completely surprised to see their young lady return without any prior notice. The butler started and exclaimed, "Lady Alice," he asked in confusion, "you've returned?" But she didn't bother to answer him, her anger flaring. She stormed towards him and asked in a low, threatening voice, "Where is my mother?" "No." "The Duchess?" At that moment, Marguerite was leisurely reading a book in her room. She was startled by the commotion outside and turned her head worriedly to see Alice burst through her door, storming in. She was shocked and bewildered to see her, and confusedly asked, "Alice?" She noticed Alice's hostile attitude and immediately felt alarmed. She forced a smile and asked nervously, "It's been a while. Have you been well?" Her daughter Alice didn't answer. She raised her hand and delivered a cold, stinging slap to Marguerite, pouring all her resentment into it. Marguerite fell to the floor, holding her cheek and looking up at Alice. "Are you insane?" she asked. Alice immediately shot back, "You're the one who's insane, Duchess Marguerite." Alice's face grew even more furious as she gritted her teeth and yelled, "You tried to kill Cyan!" Marguerite immediately thought to herself, "How does she know?" But she still tried to argue, shouting, "Me? Try to kill Cyan? Do you have any proof?" Suddenly, Alice's eyes widened as she stared at her. "You just confirmed it for me. Since you're asking for proof, it must be true." Marguerite slowly got to her feet, her back hunched, and asked angrily, "How dare you lay a hand on me without any proof?" By now, many guards were standing around them. Marguerite glared at them angrily and shouted, "What are you all doing? Drag her out of here." After being yelled at, the guards quickly moved to grab Alice. "My lady, we apologize." Instantly, Alice shot a sharp glance in their direction. As the guards were about to pounce, Alice leaped onto them instead, taking them all by surprise. Immediately, a straight punch to the back of one guard made him cry out in pain. Then, she summoned an energy, forming a blue crystal orb in front of her chest to gather power, which was an elemental spirit. She immediately released the orb, nearly wiping out all the guards. Seeing this, Marguerite was completely stunned, thinking, "Is that spirit magic? How can she take down the guards so easily?" Alice then walked towards her, causing Marguerite to back away in fear. "Don't come any closer. What do you think you're doing?" Alice replied, "Cyan's guard has confessed everything." Then Alice raised an eyebrow. "He confessed that you were also behind the assassination attempt on Cyan 2 years ago. Did you think you could get away with it by staying silent?" Marguerite's face scrunched up, and she pointed a finger, shouting, "You believe the words of that lowlife over me? Have you truly lost your mind?" Alice leaned in close to her face and glared. "Shut your mouth, Marguerite," she said. "I'm going to tell Father about this. You'd better prepare yourself." Her eyes grew more and more terrifying. "You're finished." Then Alice turned and walked out. Marguerite immediately started muttering to herself, "That little fool. After all this, she still doesn't get it." Her expression turned even more sinister. Duke Wilvert doesn't care about anyone but that child. Elsewhere, Duke Wilvert glanced back. "I know she tried to kill Cyan Vert. So what?" Hearing her father's words, Alice's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "What do you mean?" Your son was almost killed, and that's all you have to say? He then turned halfway to look at Alice. I'm not going to make any excuses. As long as Cyan is all right, then it doesn't matter. Alice couldn't stand still any longer. She had to fight 6 official knights all by herself. If it weren't for her guardian knight, Brian Kendrick, she would have died. Duke Wilvert's eyes sharpened as he gnashed his teeth in anger. You think that fool saved Sean? That idiot is just an errand boy for the knights. Hearing this, a confused Alice broke into a sweat and continued to speak. Do you mean Sean took them all down by himself? Duke Wilvert stepped closer to Alice. You really don't know anything about him, do you? Then he held out a crimson envelope for Alice to take. She looked at it and wondered, what is this? The letter was presented to her and he explained, it's an invitation to a party from the royal family. I can't go, so I want you to go in my place. He looked at her and advised, go there and relax. You don't need to worry about the carriage. Alice held the invitation in her hand. Then Duke Wilvert added, that kid is stronger than you think. I'm returning to the barracks. His words left Alice completely bewildered. He then walked out, leaving her alone in the room with an indescribably empty mind. A moment later, Alice also stepped outside. As she walked down the hallway, she thought to herself, I don't need to worry about the boy, but he's only 13 years old. Suddenly, a woman with long hair appeared and called her name, Lady Alice. Upon seeing this person, Alice was overjoyed. It was Cecilia, who was delighted to see her return. Lady Alice? Before she could finish her sentence, Cecilia rushed to hug Alice and spoke hurriedly. Where have you been all this time? You didn't even send a letter. Alice smiled. I'm sorry. Then she introduced this person as Cecilia Dien, a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light. She is my maid, teacher, and friend. Alice then gently eased her back. All right, let's go unwind for a bit, Cecilia wondered. Unwind? Alice happily held up the invitation she had just received from her father. Yes, to the palace. Now, they were sitting in a fancy carriage on their way to the palace. It seemed to be Nana's first time going to the palace, as her eyes went wide at the scenery and she let out a gasp of admiration. It turned out she was very excited by the sights along the road. Seeing this, Sean's face remained expressionless as he said, Nana, cut it out. Nana's face fell, and she didn't dare say another word. But then, she suddenly became excited and happy again. She started jumping around right in front of Sean, which made him smile slightly as he thought to himself, I wonder how she's able to conceal her parts. It feels safer to go out now. But then he asked her, Nana, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you? Suddenly, Nana did a 180-degree turn, adopting a ladylike demeanor as she replied, Of course not, young Master Sean. I am your maid. Then she pointed a finger straight at herself and shouted loudly, Nana! This only made Sean more worried, and he thought, Ha! I'm so worried. I have a feeling she's going to cause trouble. She's way too excited. Suddenly, a noise caught Sean's attention. He turned and asked the guard in front, What's going on? The guard replied hesitantly, Ah, up ahead there's a large and aggressive group of bandits. The soldier turned back and reported to Sean, A group of bandits, sir. The lead bandit, who had a long scar running from his eye down to his neck, laughed menacingly and threatened, Hand over all your valuables! Sean closed the window with his hand and said calmly, Ah, it's nothing serious. Just get rid of them. Seeing this, Nana quickly asked him, Sean, what's wrong? But he just answered calmly, It's nothing. The soldier placed his gleaming sword on one of the bandits. They're just insects. Immediately after, with a single slash, the soldier wiped them all out. One of them shouted loudly, Sir! Suddenly, a group leaped down from above, intending to strike him down as they yelled, Die! This strike is for Vando! The guard remained calm and muttered a spell. View. He then used his continuous slash technique to once again eliminate them. Then, he reached for his sword, intending to draw it. As he was about to draw it, he stopped and thought, The weak Brian isn't weak anymore. His expression sharpened as he thought to himself, I've gotten stronger. Just then, Sean's angry and impatient voice erupted. If you're done, then let's go. The carriage continued on its journey, and the driver replied to Sean, Yes, young master, we're leaving right away. Elsewhere, a hand placed a book down on a table. This is the list of attendees for the banquet. Sirikan Chi picked up the document a maid had just handed her. Thank you, the maid spoke softly. There are more people than usual this time. Perhaps you should cancel some of your plans. Sirikan Chi looked down gently. No, this plan must be carried out. The girl replied, The assassination of Darian Nephelis. Why must you rush this plan? Then Sirikan Chi, wearing glasses, rested her hand on her head and said, He's sick, a predator who uses his power to hunt down married women. He must die as soon as possible. She looked at Darian Nephelis' file in anger. This bastard, she continued, is my fiancé. The girl standing beside her heard this and asked again, What? Suddenly, Sirikan Chi picked up Nana's file. Puzzled, her eyes widened in surprise. This child is attending too? What? Sirikan Chi then recalled Nana's identity, a rare genius whose elemental affinity was a uniform 20%. Although she couldn't attend many classes due to her frail body, she was the granddaughter of Garam, the head of the Mages Association. A thought crossed her mind. This child has never appeared in public, so why is she attending this party? The other girl then spoke. I heard the association's president told her to attend. Sirika heard this and asked, what? Then Sirika looked down, thinking, what is he planning? I have a bad feeling about this. Something will definitely happen at the party. A while later, they arrived at the palace. Sean's team had arrived, and Nana was overjoyed. Brian looked around the streets. The roads here are much wider, huh? Suddenly, Nana bumped into someone on the street. The man got angry. Hey, who are you? Watch where you're going, she quickly replied. Ah, I'm sorry. Her face immediately changed to a pitiful expression. Looking extremely pathetic, she said, what can I do to make it up to you? The man became flustered and smiled gleefully. It's all right, miss. Then she pointed the man out to Sean and said, Papa, the people here are so kind. Sean's mind went blank as he thought. Not at all. Stay away from guys like that. Sean glanced back with a dark expression, thinking, I forgot she doesn't know much about the outside world. She needs to be more wary of people. He's a good subordinate. Brian's face suddenly froze as he stammered. Young master, Nana's eyes. Sean immediately noticed Nana's eyes. After looking, Sean's eyes widened and he cursed. Damn it. Nana's eyes suddenly changed and she whined. I'm so hungry. Sean thought, her pupils have returned to normal. The area around Nana grew dark, and Sean thought, she's also emitting an aura. People are going to notice. She turned back with a terrifying look in her eyes. Papa. Then Sean quickly pointed forward and ordered Brian, who was standing beside him. Brian, get her to a restaurant, now. He immediately sped up, shouting, Yes, young master. Brian rushed over, carried her into a restaurant, and Sean thought with worry and fear. Just that was enough to cause this? This isn't good at all. At the restaurant, Nana had just enjoyed so much meat that the stack of plates was incredibly high, and her stomach was full. She was finally revived. Sean sat opposite her, his face pale with fear as he thought, It's a good thing I brought a lot of money. Raising a child is really tough. Suddenly, a source of magical power appeared beside him, which he sensed, and he wondered, what is this strange magical power? Suddenly, the figure of a woman with short white hair appeared. Nice to meet you. This was Lunap River, who gently asked him, You're Sean Vert, right? Her face was incredibly gentle and kind. Chapter 32. Lunap asked Sean, You're Sean Vert, aren't you? Sean thought to himself, How does she know my name? He asked her. That's right, but who are you? She sat down next to him and asked, May I sit here? Sean asked her with a serious face. I still haven't received an answer to my question. She smiled lightly and replied, I'm Lunap. I attend the same academy as you, Senior Sean. He thought to himself, Lunap, that name sounds familiar, but wait, when did we meet for her to call me Senior? He said gently. I probably don't pay attention to the juniors, so I don't know who you are. Lunap laughed and said, It's okay. Compared to your reputation, Senior, I'm just a nobody. Sean had a doubtful expression as he thought, a nobody. Nana and Brian looked on with suspicion. Brian, is that person Papa's friend? They don't seem like it. Lunap spoke up. The knight and that young lady seem quite close, don't they? And you're even having a meal together. She covered her mouth and smiled at Sean. Looking at this, I bet your master is quite the ladies' man, isn't he? Sean broke into a light sweat and replied, What's wrong with that? You're exaggerating a bit. He thought, Why is she suddenly approaching me like this? He looked at her bright face and thought, What is her real purpose for approaching me? Suddenly she asked him, Senior, are you going to the royal palace for the banquet? He replied, Yeah. How did you know? She said. For someone as famous as you, for never stepping outside the academy, what other reason could there be for you to be here? She continued. That's great. We'll see each other again soon at the banquet, right? Actually, I was invited too. He glanced at her and thought, Invited? If so, then she must be a noble too. Lunap stood up and said to them, I'll just say hello for today. I'll be taking my leave now. She turned to Sean. Remember this. Lunap walked away gracefully, turning back to look at Sean with a slight smile. My name is Lunap. Lunap Ren River. Sean's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly remembered. Now I remember. Lunap Rain River. An image of an old man with a beard and a monocle appeared in his mind. He thought, the granddaughter of that crazy old man, Renven River, from the Garum Council Hall. Could it be that he sent her here? An image of Lunap sinking deep into the sea in a white dress flashed in his mind. In her past life, she died while still at the academy. Was it because of her weak body, or was she turned into an experiment by the Garum Council? He rested his chin on his hand and thought to himself, more and more relationships unrelated to my past life are appearing. How troublesome. That means everything that happens next is a variable. An image of the castle at sunset appeared in Sean's mind, and he thought, and it's happening on the very day of the banquet, the day known as the Bloody Banquet. In her bedroom, Erin was tying her hair while looking in the mirror. She turned around and asked Limas, How do I look? Do I look okay? Limas gave her 2 thumbs up and praised her. You look beautiful, princess. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so beautiful. On her bed was a pile of dresses. Limas thought to herself, Is she still not satisfied? Princess, please give me a break. She spun back around. No, it's still a little off. Limas showed a look of helplessness. She said, It's fine. This is more than enough to make Sean's heart flutter. As soon as those words were spoken, Erin's face turned bright red. She turned away in embarrassment. What? What does this have to do with Sean? Limas sighed. You were the one who asked me to send him an invitation. Erin pouted. That was what I wanted back then. It's different now. Luximus gestured with her hand. Come now, don't be so upset. Suddenly, a maidservant approached carrying a box and said, Princess, she continued, Prince Luinel has sent you a gift. He said that it would suit you very well. Erin asked in surprise. My brother Luinel sent me a gift? Inside the box was an incredibly beautiful necklace. Luximus looked at the necklace, clasped her hands, and teased Erin. It's so beautiful. He must really like you. Erin immediately blushed. No, it's not like that. The scene shifts to the grand hall of the castle. The banquet was already crowded with guests. Everyone was dressed very elegantly. San leaned against the wall and thought, it's so crowded, the target hasn't appeared yet. His eyes darted to the side. Kellen was pressed against the wall. San said to him, Kellen, you being here means Exil has also arrived, right? He replied, yes, he is currently with Prince Luinel. Moreover, I have something to report. San asked, what is it? He replied, I urge you to leave the banquet immediately. San suddenly thought, is there news about the purification job? Or is something about to happen? Kellen said, I have a bad feeling. I fear that you and many others will be in danger. San's expression was one of complete surprise. Kellen continued, Exil asked me to tell you to leave the royal palace before the banquet begins. He said that a little farce is about to take place. San's eyes widened. He thought, a bloody banquet. Could it be that Exil is pulling the strings? Kellen told him, I can't let you be in danger. San replied, all right, you can go. Kellen asked again, are you all right? San replied, yes, you're the one who should be careful. Go now. He turned to leave. Yes, please take care. San smiled and thought to himself, a little farce, huh? San let out a wicked smile. He thought, that bastard Exil, he's even crazier than I thought. Beside him was a ball of fire. It asked, what's wrong? Worried about the innocent people? He chuckled and said to the ball of fire, no, I just find the way he works to be very interesting. He averted his gaze and continued, besides, I'll have to postpone the purification job for today. San used telepathy, he said to Siri. Your dress is beautiful, President, she replied to him. San, what is it? He told her. I'm afraid the purification job has to be postponed today, she asked again. He said, I just received some news. This party is about to turn into a bloodbath. As soon as San finished speaking, Siri was immediately stunned and asked again. What? He continued. Time is short. I'll explain later. First, we need to check if there are any demonic beasts nearby, and only then can we consider other actions. Siri gritted her teeth slightly. Are you sure? Is this information reliable? San's eyes turned red. The mastermind is someone I know very well. I had my suspicions before, but now I'm certain, he added. And don't worry, your perverted fiancé will also die in there. That's good news, isn't it? She blushed and replied angrily. How did you know he's my fiancé? San turned and walked away, leaving a pouting Siri behind. Well, I'm off to do my work, she said. You'd better explain this to me clearly. Suddenly, from a distance, Alice called out to her. Oh, Instructor Siri. Hearing the voice, she turned around. It was Alice, looking beautiful and splendid in her dress. She smiled and said, It's been a while, Instructor. Siri asked her, Why are you here? She replied, I just came out for some fresh air. And some family business, Siri thought worriedly. Damn it. Alice has gotten dragged into this too. Suddenly, a voice was heard from afar. Oh, Instructor Siri. A man was slowly approaching the two of them. My, Alice is here too. It's as if I'm gazing upon two beautiful flowers. Alice smiled cheerfully, while Siri gritted her teeth. She thought, damn it, this is getting more and more complicated. It's a total mess. She continued to think. The target has appeared. He bowed to the two of them. Duran Nephelis. It is a great pleasure to meet you, ladies. He flashed a vile smile. San walked forward. He said to Brian, Brian, it's time to work. He answered him. Yes, young master. He placed his hand on his heart. Knight Brian Kendrick at your command, San. Yeah, cut it out. That sounds weird. He thought, this Brian guy has been overly confident lately. He continued to think, maybe after drinking the dragon's blood, he's become aware of his responsibilities as a guardian knight. San told Brian, go check the underground gate area of the royal palace for me. Brian immediately refused. Huh? That place is pitch black and scary. San thought to himself, I take back what I just thought. He pointed and ordered, just go. I have my reasons. Suddenly, Brian looked back. Young master, behind you, San asked. Behind what? He continued. There's someone suspicious watching us. Sean immediately noticed something, this aura. An enthusiastic Brian rushed forward and said, let me handle him. Ah, wait, Sean called out. As a result, he didn't listen to San and rushed behind them to grab the suspicious person. Ack. San broke out in a sweat and squinted. It's all right, Brian. I know this person. Brian, sitting on top of Emily, said, Oh, is that so? Sorry for being so rough. Having been pushed down, Emily lay unconscious. Inside the castle, a mysterious person in black descended a long staircase, holding a torch. Below were many other people in black. That person in black laughed. "The time has come. My followers, awaken." As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of the figures in black began to glow. Aaron looked around at everyone at the party, wondering with annoyance, "What is this? I went to all the trouble of inviting him, and he doesn't even show his face." She continued to complain. "Tsk, he really does whatever he wants." Suddenly, a voice said, "It is a great pleasure to meet you, Princess Aaron." She turned to see a girl gradually approaching her. She asked, "You're Lunap Rain River, aren't you? A second-year student at our academy?" The approaching girl was indeed Lunap. She lifted her skirt and curtsied to Aaron. She replied cheerfully, "You still remember me?" "Thank you, Princess Aaron." Aaron responded in kind. "How could I possibly forget the genius of the Garum Kingdom? I'm delighted to have you representing your country at this banquet," she said to Irene. "The princess is so kind. Senior Sean should learn from your gracious heart." Irene was a bit surprised and asked Lunap, "You know Sean?" Lunap replied, "Yes, I just met him yesterday." Aaron was so stunned she blurted out, "You met? Are you two that close?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, Aaron quickly covered her mouth, thinking, "Oops, I spoke out of turn." Lunap chuckled softly. Just as I suspected, Princess Aaron. Could it be that you like Senior Sean?" Lunap's question made Aaron blush beet red as she thought to herself, "Me, like Sean?" Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar, causing everyone to turn and look. Aaron and Lunap did the same. A girl raised her hand and screamed, and behind her stood a mysterious, cloaked figure wearing a mask. She yelled, "Somebody, call the guards!" With a single swing of his sword, the figure decapitated her. Aaron was stunned and stammered, "No way! How could a demon," she continued, "get inside the royal palace?" The demon swung its sword, cutting people down as everyone screamed and fled. "Ugh, a demon! Where are the guards?" The demon, its mask now stained with blood, said, "Found you." Its eyes locked onto Aaron as it spoke, Princess." Elsewhere, Nana curtsied and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Nana, Master Sean's personal maid." Emily was shocked, slumping down to get a better look at Nana. "She's so young, and even prettier than me," she thought. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, "Is it because of this child that you abandoned me, Master?" Sean quickly interjected. "That's not it," he said, "but I'm sure it was my brother, Ale, who brought you here, wasn't it?" Emily replied. "Yes." She placed a hand on her cheek, boasting proudly, "I'm quite in demand, you know. He even offered to hire me as his spy." Sean's eyes lit up as he repeated, "A spy?" Emily remembered Ale asking her, "What do you think about my offer for you to become my maid this time?" She had asked back, bewildered. "Huh?" Ale continued, "Ever since Sean left for the academy, I've been feeling a bit lonely." Emily struck a pose and declared, "Of course, I refused. I have to stay by my master's side." He asked again, "Are you sure?" Emily replied, "Yes, but it seems he still hasn't given up." "Sigh, it's exhausting," she continued. "The proof is that he brought me all the way here." Sean suddenly went quiet. Then he said abruptly, "Brian, it's dangerous outside. You must protect Emily and Nana carefully." Brian replied, "Yes, Master. Are you going somewhere?" He said, "Yeah, I have to go." He thought to himself, "In my memories from my past life, Emily was never here." He thought further, "Ever since Kellen started following me, I knew he was plotting something." Sean's eyes widened, veins bulging on his face as he thought furiously, "Don't you dare lay a hand on the people around me." He immediately left, slamming the door behind him. Emily watched him go, calling out, "Ah, Master." She held up a red tie and said, "This tie is from Master Ale. He said it was a gift and told me to give it to you." Emily started to cry. Sob. I didn't know anything. I'm such an idiot. I came all this way and completely forgot about this." Nana looked over and sniffed the air. She stared intently at the tie, her eyes lighting up as she asked, "What is that smell?" In the castle, a man gripped his sword. Chell spoke, "It's beginning. Prince Luinel." He turned his back. "Finally, the day has come. You have worked hard," Chell said. "Our gift must have been delivered by now, right? That guy Boris, he's very capable." Luinel gave a sinister smile and said, "He will be very useful to us in the future, for the sake of a new empire." Aesel replied, "Yes, it's time they see who the empire truly needs." Luo smirked with a villainous expression. At the Grand Hall, people were scattering in chaos, screaming, "Everyone, run for your lives!" Lunap said to Arin, "Leave this to the guards. Princess, you must evacuate." She urged, "Hurry, it's dangerous." Aaron replied to her, "I'm fine. Prioritize the others first." Hearing this, Lunap declared, "Then I will stay here as well." Aaron looked at her and smiled. "Thank you, Lunap." The guards were fighting against the horde of demons. "There, stop it. We have to stop it at all costs." Suddenly, there was a roar, and Morris turned to see another horde of monsters pouring in. Morris thought to himself, "There are even more monsters?" A demon grabbed one of the guards by the head. The soldier cried out, "Help! Help me!" Morris yelled. No! Another soldier ran up, calling out. Captain! He reported. There are high-level mandragoras as well. Morris thought again. Why are those giant demonic beasts here? Tears streamed down his face. We can't win. We're all going to die. The monster opened its maw filled with sharp teeth. Siri charged forward and vanquished the beast. She turned around and shouted, Evacuate everyone, now! Hurry! Morris was surprised and said, Is that a professor from the academy? On the other side, Alice was also swinging her sword, cutting down demons. Celestial blade! Her sword technique sliced the demons in half. The two women stood beside Morris and said, Leave this place to us. He replied, Yes, ma'am. Morris then commanded his men. All units, listen up. We will escort the evacuees. They all responded in unison. Yes, sir. The demons transformed into tree-like monsters. They lashed out with long branches, sweeping across everything in their path. Siri and Alice focused on them, thinking, Here it comes. But the branches veered off to a different spot behind them. The two turned around in shock, thinking, Aren't we the target? On the other side, the branches were heading towards Aaron and Lunap's location. Aaron turned to look, completely bewildered. Siri shouted, Princess Aaron! The target is Princess Aaron! A branch struck out in front of Aaron, and she was completely frozen by the attack. Slash! Morris sliced through a branch, protecting Princess Aaron. Her face was scratched and bleeding, her eyes widening in shock to the point of tears. Morris was fighting against the monster's attacks, but he didn't have the upper hand. He was now pierced all over by the monster's tentacles. Tears streamed down Aaron's cheeks as she sobbed. Captain Morris of the Royal Guard? The tentacles withdrew from Morris's body, splattering blood all over the floor. Morris collapsed, and Aaron quickly ran to catch him, saying in a trembling voice, Morris, wake up. Despite Aaron's screams, Morris didn't respond. What had just happened made Lunap blame herself, thinking it was all her fault. I'm sorry, Morris. Without a second thought, Lunap continued to fight. She used Water Burst. Aaron watched Lunap from behind, a bit surprised, thinking, Combination, Wind Spear. She just used combination magic, and she's only been studying for 2 years. That's amazing. After dealing with the surrounding threats, Lunap turned to Aaron and said, Your Highness, he's beyond saving. Aaron looked at Morris, her eyes filled with sorrow. The monsters hadn't all been defeated yet. They were starting to return. The guards said to Aaron, You must take this chance to escape to safety. It will be back soon. We will handle things here. We won't let Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain. No matter what it takes, we will hold these monsters back. Ren River also advised Aaron. She urged, Your Highness, please leave this place. Aaron listened. She replied heavily, Okay. Aaron looked at Morris's slumped body. She thought, I will not forget your sacrifice, Knight Morris. Aaron used phantom armor magic. The sudden appearance of the magic slightly surprised the knights. Aaron explained to them, I'm using my magic to create a temporary shield. Mandrake roots contain a fatal toxin. Just a slight touch will kill you, but our shield will protect you from that deadly poison, so you must survive. This is an order from your princess. The knights replied cheerfully, Yes, your highness. With that, under the protection of the shield, they charged forward together to fight for the princess. Each in a different direction, they fought back against the attack together. Suddenly, Alice appeared, shouting to everyone, Fall back! Alice used ice magic, then informed Aaron, Your highness, this is our chance. Please get out of here. Aaron didn't want to go alone. She asked, What about you? Alice replied, Please remember that I am Alice Vert of House Vert. Please go this way, quickly. The tree monster's attacks grew fiercer, and it let out ear-splitting roars. After instructing Aaron, Alice returned to her main task, gathering momentum and leaping up. With her sword in hand, Alice aimed straight for the monster and attacked. Nick Cheaty was also there to fight alongside the knights, sword in hand. Nick Cheaty hesitated slightly, thinking, I'm an alchemy instructor at the academy. If I fight with a dagger, I might reveal that I'm a member of the Mist organization. But now is not the time to worry about such things. Without much thought, Nick Chitty immediately used Fog Sword, 8 Flower Slash, and with just one move, the tree monster couldn't fight back. The knights said to each other, The mandrake roots have stopped moving. Let's regroup and counterattack. Just then, a dark figure appeared from nowhere behind them. He was about to attack a knight, but before he could act, he was taken down by a single sword strike. It was Nick Chitty's sword that defeated the mysterious person. Nick Chitty said to the group of knights, There are still demonic beasts here, so don't let your guard down. Nick Chitty observed her surroundings, starting to calculate in her head. While we hold back the demonic beasts here, Alice must guide the princess to safety. But why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Meanwhile, Alice and Lunap were protecting Aaron as they left the palace. As they moved, Aaron looked at Alice and thought, Alice, so that means she's Sanver's sister. Is Sanver still safe? Suddenly, something burst up from the ground. Alice observed it and said, The demonic beasts have infiltrated this far? Alice gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, It's as if they know exactly where we are. Looking at the demonic beast in front of her, Alice thought with some worry, Can I defeat this high-level demonic beast, this night hunter? Aaron helped Alice fight the demonic beast. She used the magic chain spear. Lunap also got into an attack stance with her fire spear. The two of them combined their powers to create a chain that restrained the demonic beast. The demonic beast reacted to the energy of the power, roaring in pain. Alice was surprised by Aaron and Lunap's actions. Lunap said to her, "We'll help you too." Aaron also added, "Attack it while it's showing an opening." Alice smiled, encouraging herself with the thought, "That's right. My juniors from the academy are still here, so I can't lose heart. I have to be brave." The demonic beast quickly broke free from the restraints and frantically launched sharp shards of ice. Aaron and Lunap combined their powers to create a protective shield, helping them avoid the flying ice shards. Alice drew her sword, gathered energy in the blade, and said, "I am a member of House Vert, the protectors of the Empire. You will regret getting in my way." Alice used water sword. Back inside, Nick Chidi had dealt with all the mysterious people who had appeared. She looked at one of the bodies at her feet and said, "Is this the last one? It looks like a demonic beast from the outside, but it's emitting a strange energy." As she spoke, she reached out and removed the mask from its face. Nick Chidi was shocked. Her eyes widened as she stammered, "Is this a puppet?" Behind the mask was a formless face. Alice pieced together what was happening. She deduced that forbidden magic could revive the dead and turn them into puppets. It wasn't just forbidden magic, but also incredibly difficult to use. Creating these puppets would require a lot of time and a vast amount of magic. To prepare this, the culprit couldn't have been just one person. Is someone trying to start a war? In another area of the palace, the battle with the magic puppets was also underway. The king seemed tired. He panted and said, "Are we done yet? I can't believe this happened on the day of the banquet." His sword stuck into the ground. The king collapsed, causing his son Luel Sivus and Ale to worry. The king reassured them, "I'm fine, just a little tired. But having you two by my side at a time like this is very reassuring." The king called their names. Luel and Ale replied, "Your Majesty, let me help you up." With that, he quickly took the king's hand. The king politely replied, "Thank you." This action from Ale confused Lionel a bit. The king was supported on Ale's shoulder and he said, "I'm fine. You should take care of the others first," Ale replied. "The knights in the castle will handle that. You don't need to worry. We will stay right by your side to protect you, Your Majesty." At that moment, Ale's eyes changed, filled with schemes and calculation. Over with Alice, the shadow monster had been defeated. The three of them seemed to have had a hard time dealing with it. They were still on high alert. Alice asked wonderingly, "Where on earth are they coming from? They just keep appearing." Looking at the ribbon in her hand, a voice asked, "Did young Master Ale give this to young Master Sanver?" "A yes," was the reply. It was Brian and Emily. Brian looked at the ribbon in Emily's hand, confused. "That's strange. I have a bad feeling about this." Emily didn't understand and she asked, "Is something wrong?" Brian didn't answer directly, just replied, "Oh no, but he's never given a gift to young Master Sanver before." After saying that, Brian thought to himself, "This is just my observation, but I've always felt that young Master Ale doesn't like young Master Sanver. There's something more serious going on than a petty family squabble." While he and Emily were wondering, Nana suddenly ran in frantically and told them, "Brian, we have to run now." Brian didn't understand what was happening and asked why. Nana replied, "There's danger. It's getting close." Brian looked at Nana confused. Emily noticed something was off about Nana. She looked at Nana, "Hey, what's wrong with her eyes?" While they were still bewildered, an explosion went off behind them. Emily asked in shock, "What was that?" Brian quickly told Emily to get out of there. In front of them now was a high-level monster Vemos. At the palace, everyone was running for their lives. Darian thought as he ran with all his might, "Damn it, I'm screwed at this rate. I'm going to die. I ran faster than everyone else, but I didn't expect those hideous things to be blocking the front gate. I have to get out of here alive. I have to be safe. To see my lovely maid Lily lie again, I can't die in a place like this. Just thinking about her gets me excited, and now I want to see that Sarek suffer." Thinking this, Duran glanced back and asked the knight, "Are you sure the back gate is safe?" The knight replied, "Yes, I think so, sir." Hearing that, Darian angrily shouted, "You think so? Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish his words, Darren was slashed across the face by something. "It's a magic puppet." The knight and the people behind him screamed in panic. Darren was now on the ground in a pool of blood, and in front of them were many magic puppets. The knight cursed angrily, "Damn it, we were wrong." Suddenly, water bubbles appeared in the air, making the knight wonder where the water was coming from. It was Alice. She used water burst to fight back against the magic puppets. Alice said to Lunap, "Lunap, do it." Lunap used freeze, and a sharp block of ice was launched, striking where the magic puppets were standing. All the puppets were destroyed. The knight looked at the two of them in amazement and exclaimed, "Amazing, they killed all the monsters in an instant. Who are they?" Alice answered his question, saying, "I am Alice Vert. It's not over yet. Please protect Her Highness." The knight immediately called out to Aaron and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Aaron replied, "I'm fine, but she..." Aaron pointed towards Lunap. Even though Lunap was tired, she still replied, "You don't need to worry about me. I'll recover soon." Aaron didn't believe this. She asked again, "How is that possible?" Lunap didn't answer the question. She struggled to say, "They're about to attack again. Your Highness must get out of here quickly." Hearing this, Aaron fell into deep thought, muttering Lunap's name. The knights had arrived and were standing guard in front of Aaron. They said to each other, "We will protect the princess. Get into position." Alice said to them, "I will help you all. Guardian knights use your shields to protect the nobles. You must hold out until the battle is over." Royal Knights, please protect the princess and cover me. If I run out of strength, I will do everything I can to stop them. Alice said this but thought worriedly to herself, even if I defeat these monsters, they'll just keep appearing. It's as if they always know where I am. Here they come again, prepare to attack. Meanwhile, with Emily and Brian, they were also struggling against the monster's attack. Emily said to Brian in a panic, "Do something!" Brian told her, "Just hide behind me." Brian calculated in his mind, a high-level monster appearing in the palace means something must have happened, just as the young master said. Until now, I've always been protected by the young master, but I have to learn to protect myself too. Besides, I'm the only one who can protect them both right now. But she's standing too close. Brian thought about Emily behind him. Emily, unaware, still spoke. "I believe in you. You can do it." The ferocious monster roared and advanced toward where the two of them were standing. Seeing the monster approach, Emily screamed, "It's charging at us." Brian gripped his sword tightly and said to Emily, "Hold on tight." The monster attacked them. Brian swung his sword, landing a blow on the monster. He said, both relieved and cautious, "I stopped it. Okay, I think we'll be fine." But before he could finish his sentence, a barrage of attacks came rushing in. Brian struggled to fight back. From behind, Emily asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Brian immediately replied, "Of course." But he still reassured Emily, "Don't worry, I won't let it touch you." The monster got closer and closer to them, opening its massive maw. Brian pointed his sword straight at the monster. Brian's eyes filled with worry as he thought, "Can I even win? I'm sorry, young master." Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking Brian and attacking the monster. Brian was shocked. Emily was also stunned and exclaimed, "What was that?" It was Nana. She had blocked the monster's attack for Brian. Nana seemed to be struggling to maintain her presence. Inside the palace, numerous magic puppets appeared. The battle was raging fiercely. Erin braced herself to fight back. Alice was still holding her own, not yet exhausted. Alice thought, "At this rate, this will never end. I don't know who's behind this, but they've planned it all out. The knights are also about to collapse. We need to find another way." Just then, more puppets appeared. Alice remembered something. She thought, "The Undead, they're puppets summoned by dark magic." Think carefully. What kind of magic is the opposite of dark magic? First, there's the god of light, Lumende, and his light magic. If someone here can use light magic, we'll have a chance to win. Then there's only one way. Alice had figured out a way to deal with the demonic creatures. She said to Erin, "Princess Erin, please channel your mana into my sword." Erin replied, "I can't. If I do that, the protection spell on the knights will be nullified." A knight who overheard Erin replied, "Your Highness, don't worry. We can hold out for a while. Just trust us." He then gave a confident smile. Erin was a little hesitant, but then she agreed. Erin quickly channeled her mana to Alice. Alice's sword received the blessed light. Seeing her sword react, Alice thought joyfully, "It's working. Although it's difficult to combine two types of mana, if I add spirit magic, everything will go smoothly." Alice now said confidently, "Victory isn't certain yet, but it's worth taking this risk." Cyan approached the spot where the skull and mask lay on the ground. He observed them and recognized a puppet and a mandrake. He picked up the mask and made a silent prediction. "It seems they've joined forces with Ale." He deduced that from this point on, Boris had become a subordinate of Ale. Karam, standing behind him, saw this and asked curiously, "Is that necromancy? Can humans of this era really use ancient magic?" He explained, "Yes, this is a tactic often used by a certain guy." Cyan recalled the Power Stone and its function, to greatly strengthen monsters using an enchanting stone. The mana within the stone would attract the monsters. Karam shared his feelings. "I can feel the mana emanating from the stone over there. This place has become a bloodbath. Let's go." Oh, but before that, Cyan realized something and suddenly stopped. He looked at his blood-soaked clothes. "I need to change first." In another space, the spirit Marion had been summoned to repel the enemy forces. Lunap couldn't believe her eyes. She was shocked. The spirit Marion? Did she use light-based mana to temporarily summon her? Lunap was extremely worried about the current situation. Mana can't be mixed. She can't maintain that state forever. She panicked thinking about the consequences. She urged everyone, "We have to stop her, or else." Looking at Alice trying her best, using all her strength to summon the spirit, Lunap couldn't help but be terrified. She was afraid her body would shatter into pieces. The spirit Marion embraced Alice, questioning her actions. "Kid, why would you sacrifice yourself like that?" Alice was helpless. "I have no other choice." Marion pitied Alice's fate. She lamented, "What a shame, fate is so cruel. For a child blessed by Fruina." She then raised her head, ready to face the enemies before her. She swung her arm angrily and growled, "You nuisances, get away from this child now." The power from Marion was strong enough to send the soldiers flying. She fiercely protected Alice. Waves of powerful energy were unleashed one after another. Erin was stunned by the scene she was witnessing. Just a flick of the wrist could generate that much pressure. Lunap saw that it was still not enough to face them. It wasn't enough. They were getting back up. The legion of soldiers was regenerating to its original form after the attacks. Erin couldn't just stand by, she shouted to persuade Alice. "That's enough. Stop. You'll die if you keep pushing yourself like this." But Alice persevered. "No. If I stop, the situation will only get worse." Looking at the terrified faces of those around her, she told herself that she had to end this. Then, the two of them used their full power to defeat the opponent. Marion was behind her, preparing to unleash an attack, when suddenly, the hand Alice was holding her sword with was grabbed by someone. Marion was stunned by this action. Alice was utterly confused, her eyes widening in astonishment. Both Aaron and Lunap hadn't anticipated this either. They looked at the masked person before them in absolute horror. Who is that? Another puppet? But this face is a bit unfamiliar. No, this aura is completely different from theirs. Seeing the black mist swirling around her, Alice couldn't help but be suspicious. That hand was still holding her tightly. I can't move. Then, the mysterious person's eyes glowed a fiery red. Alice was in pain but couldn't struggle. No, I'm going to be swallowed by this mist. It's time to say goodbye. Hearing this voice stunned Alice. Marion. Marion slowly said her farewell. Your journey ends here, kid. Parting may be sad, but please be happy. That hand slipped from Alice's grasp. She could no longer stand steady. Is it because of this mist? I'm exhausted. Before leaving, Marion offered a piece of advice. Remember this, Alice. Frina will always welcome you with open arms. With that, she vanished completely. Alice couldn't bring herself to call out to Marion. Aaron found it strange. What is going on? Lunap thought that man was terrifying. He had blocked the mana source for summoning spirits. She looked at him with suspicion, not even sure if he could be called a he or even human. Seeing the troops swarming in Alice couldn't help but feel despair. It's over. They're coming again. But the mysterious man managed to turn back and counter the soldiers. A single slash from his blade devastated the entire army. Alice was surprised to see this. Is he on our side? The army still charged forward in droves. He was confident, just as he expected. He was sure of his calculations. If I just take one step back, they'll converge on the princess. It was as if they were being drawn to something. He spoke up, asking for Kay's assessment. Can you sense any special mana from them? Karam asked in return. Other than that girl Lunap, you're saying there isn't any? She's always been like that. Karam observed Aaron and made a judgment. I can sense monster mana from the princess's necklace, Sian said. All right, I'm going in close immediately. Help me. Karam replied in a sulky voice. You only ever call me at times like these. After saying that, Sian placed his hand on the ground to cast a creation spell. Amidst the soldiers, Sian calmly cast his magic. A massive source of power suddenly rushed from him, blowing the enemies away. The two guards warned the others. Everyone be careful, we don't know what might appear from inside that mist. It's as if we're in another place. The ominous black mist began to spread, enveloping the soldiers. The masked army was shocked and stunned to find themselves surrounded by the black mist. Alice was horrified by that fog. The black mist was devouring the puppets. She stood frozen, watching the puppets gradually disappear. The scene before them was empty. They breathed a sigh of relief. It was quiet now, as if nothing had happened. Aaron was in shock from what had just occurred. He killed all the puppets. Who is that masked person? Seeing the exhausted Lunap collapse, she screamed in fear. Lunap. While Aaron was busy trying to shake Lunap awake, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Sian touched Aaron's back, making her flinch. The guards panicked. Princess! Sian grabbed the princess and held a weapon to her neck. Her attendants asked, What are you doing? Let her go immediately. Aaron grabbed his hand, trying to struggle free. She couldn't help but think, who is this? This feeling is so familiar. Sian said nothing and stabbed his weapon straight into Aaron's pendant. The two guards were completely stunned. Princess, you bastard! Alice was also worried. One of them jumped in and raised his sword to strike, but it was actually just mist. The mist enveloped him. What is this mist? It unexpectedly moved closer to the unconscious Lunap. Aaron screamed no. She tried to block it. Stay away from Lunap. Then she launched an attack at Sian. He seemed a bit startled. That burst of energy from Aaron passed right through Sian's body. Aaron suspected he had dissolved into mist, but Sian's voice still echoed. He reassured her, Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you. I only destroyed the gem that was attracting the monsters you were wearing. Aaron looked at her necklace. You mean the necklace my brother gave me was the reason? He urged them. Escape the palace through the main gate. I've already cleared a path for you. Aaron looked around. The area had returned to normal. The guard asked her, Are you hurt anywhere, princess? Who was that man? Aaron snapped back to her senses. I'm fine. What about Alice and Lunap? Alice ran over to help Lunap up. She's still fine. Aaron was relieved. Thank goodness. Alice told everyone to recover and then leave through the main gate just as he said. Alice told herself that getting these kids to safety was her #1 priority. I'll think about that guy later. Lunap's eyes suddenly flashed. Sian. Elsewhere, a large wolf lay defeated and dead. The scene was drenched in blood. A cold, ruthless girl stood in the middle of a sea of blood. The young maid clung to a soldier in fear. What is that kid? Are you sure she's a maid? The guard hesitated as well. I'm not sure either. I've never seen a kid like that. Nah. Wings sprouted from the maid's body and she flew up. In my past life, there was a rumor about a blood banquet that caused the deaths of many people. It was rumored that the person behind the incident was the 5th princess of the empire, Arin Severus. She had been blinded by power, likely caused by an enchanted stone. It's highly likely that Luenel gave it to her. After that incident, they were hailed as heroes of the empire, and they benefited greatly from it. Sian took off his mask. Karam asked him, So, You're saying they orchestrated this whole thing for their own gain? She said. Sometimes I find humans to be even worse than demons. He said. This is nothing compared to what they'll do later. He reflected on himself. Yes, I helped with massacres even more horrific than this in my past life. Perhaps I'm even worse than them. Karam returned to her human form and asked, Are you leaving now? He nodded. Yeah, Nana is probably waiting. The royal knights will handle the rest. Karam still had a concern. By the way, I have a question about the princess's necklace. He asked back. What is it? Karam voiced her question. I remember her maid's name was Emily, right? She guessed that Nana also had the scent of the bewitching stone. Hearing this surprised Sean. Nana had now lost her mind. With a mouthful of blood, she said greedily, This scent, Emily's scent is so delicious. Brian rushed to stop her. Calm down, Nana. Emily hid behind him in fear. No, I don't taste good at all. Brian was in a complete panic. What the hell is happening? He was terrified of Nana. She was acting like a monster. Brian was confused by Nana's behavior, not understanding why she was only chasing after Emily. I have to stop her. But he was still a bit hesitant. Besides, I can't hurt her. Nana raised her claws and lunged forward, clearly unable to wait any longer. Terrified, Emily cried out loudly. Brian stood in front of Nana, not daring to fight back. I just can't do it. Suddenly, Sean rushed forward to block Nana's attack. Her claws struck him squarely in the back. Seeing this, Brian and Emily were filled with worry. Young Master, Sean. Karam quickly flew up behind them. Sean gritted his teeth and endured. Hurry up, Karam. Karam presented the item he found. Found it. Emily jumped in surprise. Oh my goodness, who are you? Seeing her thing on the ground, Emily quickly recognized it. That's the bow young Master Ale gave me. Karam stomped on it. Emily was heartbroken. Why would you do that? Karam shouted at Nana. Hey kid, snap out of it. Your beloved is right here. Nana was confused. Papa. Then her eyes shot open. Ah, Papa. Tears of pain streamed down Nana's face. What happened? Nana looked at Sean's back. She panicked. Did Nana do this to Papa? Sean reassured her. It's okay, Nana. He tried to act calm. It doesn't hurt at all. You didn't mean to, so you didn't do anything wrong. Brian was still worried. Young Master, the scene was now in ruins. He urged them, Let's go. This place is a total mess. Luenell looked around cautiously. What happened here? He wondered. This place should be crawling with monsters, yet it's so quiet, as if they were never here. The king spoke up. I don't see any monsters here at all. Luenell replied, That's a relief, Father. It seems like everything here has already been taken care of. Ale watched in silence. Suddenly, a voice called out to the king. Father! It was Aaron, running towards them. She cried out his name. The king was overjoyed. Aaron, you're safe. The father and daughter embraced tightly. Thank goodness you're okay, Father. I'm glad you're safe too. The king asked his daughter. Are you hurt anywhere? Aaron was a little surprised to see Luenell. The king quickly reassured her. Thanks to these two, I was able to get here safely. What a relief. Luenell's menacing gaze was fixed on Aaron as he growled, Glad you're not dead, Aaron. She feigned a reply. I'm glad you're all right too. But her mind was actually racing. I have a ton of questions for him, but I need to take care of the others first. Alice and those with her bowed respectfully before the king. Greetings, your majesty, the king said. Thank you for taking care of my youngest daughter. I will reward you handsomely. Aaron looked suspiciously at Luenell and Ale. The two of them were whispering about something. She wondered what he was saying to Ale. Luenell gave a cunning smile. He pointed his sword towards Lunap. I think I know who's behind this incident. He pointed directly at her. The granddaughter of the chairman of the Garam Magic Association. You are under arrest, Lunap River. Everyone was stunned. Alice was bewildered. Arrest her? What is he doing? Ale watched thoughtfully. The king spoke up angrily. You've gone too far. Lower your sword. Aaron quickly objected. Brother, she saved many people alongside me. But Luenell was insistent. That was just a trick. The Garam Kingdom is always looking for a chance to attack the Yufan Empire. He kept his sword pointed at Lunap, accusing her. I bet their goal was to carry out assassinations and cause chaos in the Empire. Lunap protested. You speak as if you have proof. Ale suddenly interjected. Last night, I detected a suspicious aura from where she was staying. The king was still skeptical. Is that so? You had best speak carefully. Luenell tried to prove his point. I invited them and tried to discuss things peacefully, but I kept an eye on them just in case. Just give me time, and I will find the evidence. The king had to compromise. Very well. Aaron was helpless. Luenell smiled dangerously. Father, just leave it to me. Is this a trap, or was this something he had anticipated? Lunap River and her group from the Garam Magic Association were imprisoned for investigation. Lesimus, who had been separated from Arin, worked with the other knights to protect the nobles. The funeral for Marquis Renyon, the queen's younger brother, and many others was held in the streets. This time, I was able to prevent more deaths than in my past life. But it didn't change the fact that this event was now called the Blood Banquet. Alice was bandaging Sean's wound. She was quite relieved. It looked worse than it is. Sean was a little embarrassed. You don't have to do this. But Alice ignored him. No, sit still. I'm your sister. Alice reminded Sean. That could have been very dangerous. It's a good thing you ran in time. Sean was helpless. Yeah, I'm great at running. Alice recalled that moment. If it weren't for that person, I would have died too. She thought about that mysterious person. Who could that have been? Actually, their height was quite similar to yours. Now that she mentioned it, Sean looked at Alice with a heavy expression. Alice looked at Sean's physique and remarked, "You've gotten much more toned lately, huh? You even have scars. You must be training very hard." Sean quickly turned away. Of course. Alice pressed on. "Are you embarrassed?" Alice teased him. "Let me feel your muscles." Sean shyly ran off. "Stop teasing me." Just then, Ale walked in and said, "You recovered really fast." He looked envious. "It seems you two are still quite close. I'm so jealous. Are you okay now?" Sean said resentfully. Even Alice could see that Sean was very guarded around him. Sean asked his brother how the investigation was going. Alice wondered, "Does Sean also know about Ale's cruel nature?" she thought. As Ale looked at his hand with a sinister smile. "That's why I'm here." A bracelet with an enchanted stone was found in Lunap River's room, he explained. She confirmed it was a gift, so the person who gave it to her should also be added to the list of suspects. He asked Sean, "You're so clever. By the way, did you receive anything from anyone during the party?" Sean was evasive. "I'm not sure. Do you know who gave that bracelet to Lunap?" Ale shared what he knew. "I heard it was a merchant inside the castle. He was found dead today. That's why I came looking for you." Radiating killing intent, Ale questioned Sean in a harsh tone. "I'll ask one more time. Did you receive anything from anyone that day?" Sean thought to himself, "I knew it. This isn't an investigation. He's trying to frame a scapegoat." Elsewhere, Emily was humming and dangling her legs from her seat when a figure approached her. Emily turned to look. Emily was in danger. Suddenly, Sean feigned a headache. Seeing this, Alice rushed forward to support Sean. "Are you all right?" Sean seized the opportunity, saying his body still hadn't fully recovered. He staggered in Alice's arms. The wound was deep. "I lost quite a bit of blood. The doctor said I need complete bed rest," Alice said worriedly. "Lie down now. Don't overexert yourself," Sean replied. "Yes, sister." Seeing this, Ale looked annoyed. "Fine, get some rest. I'll be on my way." Then Sean added, "I don't remember receiving anything at all." Ale astutely understood the hidden meaning. It was a veiled warning from Sean. If anyone had approached him, they wouldn't have survived that hellscape. Having gotten his answer, Ale smiled. "Thank you," he said, thinking to himself. "Is that so? They probably got caught up with the monsters and died." Ale walked out of the room, pondering. "It's good that I don't have to eliminate anyone. But what a shame." With eyes full of murderous intent and resentment, Ale had truly hoped he could eliminate his younger brother this time. Sean watched him go with an equally sharp gaze. Alice's suspicious call of his name made Sean jump as he answered. "Yes?" She gave him a sharp smack. "Lie down!" Blood dripped onto the floor. A maid collapsed to the ground, clutching a wound in her side, presumably inflicted by her pursuer. Why? Why is this happening? She clutched her wound. "I was only following orders. I gave the necklace to Princess Erin." Faced with the tip of a sword, her eyes filled with fear and desperation, she earnestly pleaded for her life. The mysterious figure spoke. "With that, your role is finished." The cloaked person, with eyes as cold as the blade at her throat, mercilessly crushed her hope of living. "It's a shame. I haven't completed my own role yet, so I'm forced to do things like this." With murderous eyes full of frustration, he sighed impatiently. "The more I think about it, the more irritating it is, and I had prepared so meticulously." He coldly walked past the maid's body. "Oh well, now you can rest in peace." He suddenly stopped in his tracks. "I almost forgot." The mysterious man took out a book. He'd gotten into trouble last time when the body was discovered, so he reminded himself to be more careful this time. A demon emerged from the book. "Go on, eat." While Emily was humming a tune on a bench, someone appeared. She glanced over and saw Brian, holding a bag full of apples with a bright smile. "I bought some apples on my way from the village." Emily gave Brian a grateful thumbs up. They sat together, eating apples and chatting. "The weather is beautiful," Brian remarked. Emily agreed. "How long are we going to be here?" she asked. Brian answered, "Sir, until we receive further orders. That's what they said, so we have to stay hidden for a while longer." In his hand was a gift from their first meeting. Sean's expression darkened. "This is so troublesome." He incinerated the gift in his hand, much to Emily's alarm, and calmly gave an order. "Now listen carefully to what I say, Emily." Emily was still reeling in shock. "Neither the royal palace nor the Vert estate is safe for you anymore. Therefore, stay hidden until you hear from me." He turned to Brian, who was looking after Nana, to instruct him. "I have things to do, so I'll be going alone. Make sure you escort Emily safely for me." Brian quickly accepted. "Yes, you can count on me." He gently stroked Nana's head. "Please take care of her." With a tired expression, he forced a smile to reassure Nana. "We'll have to be apart for a little while, Nana, so don't cry," Brian recalled, feeling puzzled. It was the first time I'd ever seen the young master make that kind of face, but I was determined. This time, I absolutely have to help Sean. Emily asked about Nana. "Is Nana doing any better?" Brian replied. "Well, she's had a difficult time these past few days, but she's sleeping soundly now, so she seems to be fine." Brian then said, "While I was gone, the young master must have gone through so much." Nana was sleeping peacefully in her bed, despite their conversation outside. To think the child I thought was a maid was actually a Dragonian. "Now, I'm going to help too." I get it now, so I'll do my best. Brian turned and nudged Emily's shoulder. I was just thinking the same thing. Brian remembered Emily clinging to his arm and felt his face flush. He thought with embarrassment, why am I suddenly remembering that? Emily gave a radiant smile in the sunlight, encouraging him. Let's both do our best for the young master from now on. Brian. Brian looked at Emily, blushing bashfully, and smiled gently. Yeah, Emily. Luo loudly questioned his father, the king. What is the meaning of this, father? With such clear evidence, you intend to release the only suspects? The king warns Luel to watch his words, declaring his decision is final. Luel furiously retorts that if he continues to be so weak, how could he ever hope to achieve continental supremacy? What's there to fear from a petty kingdom like Garum? The king slams his fist into the wall, leaving a dent. Enough, he roars, causing Luel to turn pale. He reminds his son, continental supremacy, you say? That's a fine goal, but our empire of Yufan doesn't just border the kingdom of Garum, but also the demon realms of Hispania and Frina. If we go into an all-out confrontation with the kingdom of Garum, he turns his head to look directly at an impatient Luel and says, we will lose our ability to control the demon realms, and the continent will be scorched by the monsters that pour out. Even if we were lucky enough to achieve continental supremacy, the price would be rivers of blood. Luel, unwilling to accept this, grinds his teeth. The king fiercely shouts, causing such a thing is not the work of an emperor, but of a monster. Why can't you understand such a simple truth? Luel resentfully argues, but to release suspects with such clear evidence. The king cuts him off. Are you referring to the Dun? Luel is stunned into silence. He wonders, how did you know that? The royal family hasn't finished the appraisal yet, have they? The king looks at his son with a sharp gaze. Your expression says it all. Luel, since you were a child, you've only ever been satisfied when you get what you want. He feigns innocence, trying to cover for himself. I don't understand what you're saying. It's not like that, father, but the king cuts him off. Enough, my foolish son. He silently laments. How did you become so pathetic? Luel, it seems the king is truly disappointed in him. In truth, Aaron is far more suited to be emperor than you. Luel, I don't want to see your face again. Get out. Luel resentfully clenches his fists until they tremble. Aaron. He angrily grinds his teeth. Luel is on the verge of madness, his eyes bloodshot, silently seething with hatred. Aaron Savelis, that witch ruined everything. The soldiers, seeing his rage, are terrified. Prince Luel, he ignores them and storms out. Get out of my way! Limus quickly tries to stop him. Your Highness, the princess said you need to rest. Luel furiously punches Limus. Get away! Aaron rushes out to help Limus. Luel slams his hand on the table. Aaron's eyes are full of caution. She warily asks him, what is the meaning of this, Brother Luel? He, however, just gives a savage smile. Aaron's face remains cold and calm. Luel's eyes gleam with a vile and ferocious look. He emphasizes, I came to have a talk with my dear little sister. Limus quickly blocks his path. Even if you are the prince, if you dare threaten Princess Aaron as her subordinate, I will not stand for it. Luel looks at her like a beast. And what will you do? So what if you won't stand for it? An insect like you. He threatens her. Based on the words you just spoke, not only you but your entire family will be executed. I will erase every trace that you ever existed in this world. Limus's face turns deathly pale. Aaron cuts him off. Stop it! Didn't you come to see me for a reason? She says indifferently. Or is there something you wanted to hear from me? Her current demeanor completely surprises him. What is this? This atmosphere is completely different from before. Is this really the Aaron Sevelas I know? She says coolly. If not, then let me be direct. Aaron speaks forcefully to him. I, Aaron Sevelas, have never received anything from you, Brother Luel. He stares at her, wide-eyed in disbelief. She recalls the king asking his young daughter, Are you certain you have no connection whatsoever? She replied, Yes, father. He was still skeptical. But the necklace you're wearing, the gem on it is no ordinary gem. The king explained to her that the gem, a dun, came from a family that once used forbidden dark magic. Now they are considered low class, and it's said to be used to control demonic beasts, he said gravely. Recently, someone in the royal palace was heard to have secretly purchased it. One of them was the merchant Marinda Zubert. Their transactions began a long time ago. Her face turned pale as her father spoke, but both of them are now dead or missing. The king warned her, Aaron. Both of them were people who were in frequent contact with Luel. Do you truly not remember receiving anything from Luel? Was that necklace a gift from him? Her hands fidgeted nervously, as if she were hiding something. No, I have never received anything from Brother Luel. She feigned sadness. It seems you have already verified who brought that stone in. In that case, Luna is no longer under suspicion. So please, release her. She saved many people at the party. He agreed with her. All right, don't worry about it. She was a bit suspicious. But what's with his attitude? My brother is afraid of being found out by father, so I don't know what he'll do behind my back. I can't keep watching the people around me get hurt. I have to stop this. If I say now that Brother Luel is involved in this incident, she recounts this to him. She frowns. Is that clear enough for you, brother? He exudes a terrifying dark aura. That's right. I have never given you anything. She obediently replies, yes, I told father the same thing. Luel looks at her with a dangerously cold and sharp gaze. But what's with that attitude of yours? Anyone who heard you would think I'd done something wrong, he says to her. First, should I silence that subordinate over there? Aaron refuses. She is an important person to me. He is confused. What? Who could be more important than me? She calmly replies. Someone who is important to me. San leans against the wall. Sorry, I overheard. Luel is stunned. I couldn't sense his presence at all. How did he get here? San looks at him with a contemptuous gaze. You heard everything, didn't you? He shot up. Since when were you hiding there? He asked. Hiding? What do you mean? Sanver replied playfully. I just don't draw much attention. It's an occupational hazard for an assassin to have no presence. Luel got angry. Are you kidding me? You dare say that to my face? He stepped closer to Aaron, placed a hand on her shoulder, and replied softly, so what are you going to do about it? He looked at him with blazing red eyes and a twisted smile. Are you going to try and shut me up too? Luel was choked with anger. Were the rumors about them being engaged true? Turning his back on them wouldn't do him any good. She's the daughter of my father's best friend, and his words make me feel guilty. In a flashback, Luel was with Ale, who asked him, why do you want to get rid of your youngest sibling? He answered nonchalantly, is it just because she's an eyesore? Your father trusts you a lot. I want to eliminate Aaron for the royal power. Ale gritted his teeth. She makes me very uncomfortable, truly uncomfortable. His eyebrows furrowed. Back then, his personality was still a bit better. Now I understand. Back in the present, he felt frustrated. What is this unpleasant, overwhelming feeling? All right, that's enough. I was just kidding. He smiled and waved his hand. The misunderstanding about me has been cleared up, so I'll be going now. Luel Exlas. Watching him leave, Sanver thought to himself, he's much better now than in my past life. Quite good, compared to the man who was once nicknamed the Mad Emperor. Sanver suddenly said to Luel, and I apologize for that. Luel still thought he was hiding something beyond common understanding. Luel replied politely, it's all right. I also apologize for my rudeness, Limus replied. All right, just be more careful next time. Luel wasn't satisfied and looked back. What have I done? Seeing Luel had left, Limus sighed. She looked at the other two helplessly, thinking they had no tact at all. Sanver stood there with a blank face. What did I do? She felt hopeless. The greatest swordsman on the continent has a personality like this? He checked on Aaron. You've been through a lot, princess. She was startled and stammered. What did I do? It's just because Sanver is here so. Seeing him sitting right next to her, she screamed and quickly leaned back. When did you sit next to me? He calmly replied. I've been standing for a while and my legs got tired, so I sat down. Is that not allowed? The princess was embarrassed. No, it's not that it's not allowed. Limus felt helpless once again. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. That person has such a terrible personality, Aaron said. Thank you, Sanver replied. Limus thought to herself that Lord Sanver had absolutely no tact. He walked to the door. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Luel won't be able to touch the princess for the time being, so I'll be going now. Limus felt he was a lost cause. Yes, be careful on your way. He really just does his job and leaves, doesn't he? An angry Luel pinned Ale against the wall. What are you going to do about this? He roared in anger. Didn't you say it was a perfect plan? The people we were supposed to kill are still alive and well. And on top of that, I've lost my father's trust. Ale quickly tried to calm him down. Well, it wasn't a complete failure. Ale thought to himself, he's like a wild beast. This isn't good. I'm supposed to be the savior of this damn empire of Eufen. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind, saying, there are still some results to be had. He was a little startled. The man carefully introduced himself as Boris Wynnum, a subordinate under Prince Luel's command. Hearing this, Luel became even angrier. Where have you been all this time? Boris bowed his head. I was completing the mission you entrusted to me. Only now did I have the opportunity for an audience. Ale asked Boris. I heard the girl named Emily has gone missing. Did she overstep her authority? Boris held a stone in his hand and said mysteriously, we underestimated the people around Princess Erin. Luel scowled at Boris. So what? Are you trying to apologize? The man replied, never. The prince has no need to apologize. He held out a purple stone. Look at this. This is a crystal containing the magical energy used in the battle with Princess Erin's group. Most of the magical energy is just normal. He cast a spell on the stone. The magical energy you are seeing now is a very rare type. Depending on the era, it can be considered evil and extremely unpleasant. He smugly introduced, this is the energy of a demon sword. Boris analyzed further. It's not holy. Someone in Princess Erin's group possesses a demon sword. Looking at the food on the table, Brian was bewildered. This dish is clearly called grilled crab cheeks, so why does it look so grotesque? He looked hesitantly at the two who were eating heartily. Why didn't they see anything unusual? The brown-haired girl smiled. Just take your time and eat. The more Brian looked at the plate of food, the more disgusted Brian felt. It seemed like the food had just moved. Sanver put his hand down on the table. I'm full. The brown-haired girl was surprised. Already? Eat some more. He wiped his mouth and said softly, I can't. If I stay any longer, they might catch me soon. She slammed the table in anger. You jerk, Sanver explained. I only came to check if you were safe. It's still dangerous. If you need anything, send Brian. They will be watching the area around the hideout. For now, this is the safest place. He bid them farewell. I'm leaving now, the brown-haired girl said sadly. You have to come back. He gave them a few more instructions. All right, don't worry. While I'm away, take good care of Brian. Brian turned to look at him with a reluctant expression. Yes, young master. He stepped outside, and suddenly a voice said, You sure have it good? The mysterious person asked him. So, are you going to explain now? The mysterious woman pressed. About the matron's banquet and the death of my fiancé? How did you know and act with such precision? As if you knew the future? She threatened him. You should think carefully before you answer. Depending on your response, I could become your enemy, he thought. She's crazy. Who are you, really? In the gloomy city, word of a bloody party spread. A man's face filled with cunning as he heard about my fiancé's death. A purple-haired woman frowned, her expression sharp and cold. There's no way you could have heard that he was engaged to me. But how do you know? San looked at her and replied calmly. Drainian was a target for purification anyway. Does that really matter? The other person replied. Naturally, her expression grew more hostile. She asked, What if you're a spy from another organization? San frowned and retorted, If that's true, what do you plan to do to me? Hearing this, the woman drew her weapon to attack him. She said, What a stupid question. At that moment, a streak of red light flashed in front of San. A loud crash echoed as someone appeared, blocking the purple-haired woman's attack just in time to protect San. The purple-haired woman was knocked back, and she sneered, Are you planning to stick your nose in this? Karam appeared, shielding San, and said, It seems you haven't learned a thing, have you? Didn't I warn you not to mess with my master? The purple-haired woman showed no restraint and charged forward again, saying, You're the one who hasn't learned. Oh, Missy, you have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this. Hearing that, Karam grew even more irritated, a vein throbbing on her cheek, and raised her hand to counter the attack, gritting her teeth and saying, So you'd rather do this the hard way? Then the two charged at each other, trading blows back and forth. You get a move? I get a move. Karam gathered a sphere of energy in front of her chest and said with a grin, All right then, let me show you a thing or two. The purple-haired woman was also in a state of excitement. She smiled to herself, thinking, Here we go. Karam shouted, Power of the indomitable black mist, and hurled the energy sphere down from above, instantly cracking the ground open. The purple-haired woman dodged it with a slight tilt of her body and said with a laugh, A powerful move, but all I needed was a light dodge. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she finished her sentence, the energy sphere exploded behind her, creating a massive blast. The purple-haired woman glanced behind her in surprise, and thought to herself, Is that Karam's true power? If I had been hit by that or tried to counter it, I would have been a goner. She looked at Karam, who was standing there disdainfully, and thought, No wonder she prefers to stay in her sword form. If Karam really gets involved in a fight, wiping out the entire city would be easy. She looked at the devastation created by Karam's attack and continued to think, Only someone on the level of a demon king could block an attack like that. Karam licked her lips and got back into her fighting stance, saying, All right, get ready. That was just a warm-up. The purple-haired woman replied with an excited laugh. I've been waiting, Karam. I'll be using my full power as well. But before she could finish, a voice cut in, restraining the demon sword. The moment the voice spoke, Karam, who had been standing tall, was suddenly slammed flat on the ground as if crushed by an immense weight. Pinned to the ground, Karam whined, Hey! Seriously, I was just getting started! San was also getting annoyed. He said through a forced smile, You're making too much of a scene. San said irritably, We're gonna get discovered at this rate. That idiot Karam was startled into silence. The purple-haired woman just watched with a bewildered expression. Oh, right, San continued. I'll tell them to move to the new location. Then he left the two of them behind and went inside the house, saying, You two clean up this mess. With that, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Karam and the purple-haired woman were left outside in silence. San rubbed his forehead and said, Whew, change of plans. Pack your things, quickly. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making San suspicious. Senior, you're here? Luna said. We only met a short while ago, but your family has certainly grown. Brian looked at San and said, My apologies, young master. I was cleaning, and she just appeared out of nowhere. San looked at Luna, thinking, She managed to get past the barrier and the watch? Then he asked, How did you find this place? San thought. Does this mean this girl is even more powerful than I imagined? Luna said. This is just one of my many talents. Don't worry. No one else knows about this place. Luna continued. Well, I guess there's nothing to be concerned about anymore. But what was all that commotion just now? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at San with questioning expressions. San was at a loss for words and could only say, Let's just drop it. Why are you here? Luna replied. To thank you, Senior. I came here to tell you that, San asked, confused. I didn't do anything. Why are you thanking me? Luna said. It's all right, I know everything. She rested her cheek on her hand and said with a radiant smile, That day, when you went deep inside of me. Hearing this, everyone else in the room tensed up, breaking into a cold sweat as they stared intently at San. What does she mean by that? Does she mean that? Huh? San recalled what happened then, and thought to himself, I thought she was unconscious at the time. Luna held out her hands. A current of ice element appeared in her left, and a flame ignited in her right. Luna brought her hands together, and the two elements in her hands seemed to harmonize with each other. Luna said, I can use the magic of every element, as well as combine or alter them at will. Tracking someone's flow of magical power is a simple matter for me. Luna's expression darkened slightly as she continued. It sounds amazing, doesn't it? This was a gift left to me by my grandfather. San replied with a frown. It sounds more like a curse to me. Your body is getting hurt, Luna. Hearing this, Luna looked up with a joyful expression and asked, So it really was you? Instead of answering, San said, Let's talk somewhere else. San glanced at Brian and Emily, who were whispering to each other in the background. He gritted his teeth and said, You two, get packing. If you're not done by the time I get back, you'll have me to answer to. Hearing this, Emily asked, Young master, where are we going? Sean looked at her and replied, To Ren Academy. Emily's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling as she said, Really? Then I can take care of you all day, young master. Hearing this, Brian had a complicated expression. He remembered the horrifying dishes Emily used to make. Seeing Brian's expression, Anna innocently asked, Brian, what's wrong? Brian replied helplessly, I'm just feeling a mix of joy and sorrow all of a sudden. Luna thought about her past and confided in Sean. My childhood years were spent in a place that was both dark and cold. There, they conducted all sorts of the most painful experiments on my body, but I could only endure it in silence. Luna recalled her own desperate image and continued, because, in her mind, the image of her strict grandfather appeared, saying, That is what I must do as the granddaughter of Regan Rain River. Luna and Sean walked together on a nearby bridge. Luna asked, Senior, do you have something you must do? Sean replied, I don't. Luna continued to ask, Then why don't you just say that you saved everyone? Sean let out a lazy sigh and answered, Don't you already know the reason? What's the point? It would only bring more trouble. Luna stopped walking and said slowly, The reason? A sphere of dark elemental energy appeared in her hand. She said, That's right, your mana element. At first, I just thought it was the dark type. Luna recalled her first meeting with Sean and continued, I managed to collect a little of it the day we first met at dinner. Hearing this, Sean glanced at Luna, thinking to himself, So, she can see through mana flows just by making contact. I never knew this in my past life. Luna continued, And on the day I passed out, the mana you transferred into me. The dark magic in Luna's hand suddenly amplified. Luna looked at Sean seriously and asked, What exactly is this? It seems to be your own, yet it doesn't seem to belong to this world either. With a calm expression, Sean said, I think I understand why you came to me. Are you planning to give this to Regan? Luna clenched her fist, and the dark magic vanished at the same time. She answered, No. Luna brought her hand to her chest and said with a smile, What would I gain from doing that? It would only bring more trouble. Sean also smiled and asked, What's this? Are you planning to betray your river bloodline? Luna slowly approached Sean, replying, Don't you already know the reason, Senior? Luna leaned lightly against Sean, surprising him. She said, Thank you, Senior Sean, for helping to ease the pain I once carried. Sean thought, Luna's body is like a pot of violently boiling water, a pot that, thanks to the mana from all elements, continues to boil day and night, but in a very chaotic way. Sean continued to think, and someone had extinguished the fire under that pot. In his mind, Sean imagined a pot of boiling stew with its lid sealed shut. He mused that the mana would no longer be lost, but because it had been boiling for too long, Sean thought that the excess mana began to burn away even the embers of her life force, bringing Luna closer and closer to death. Sean's gaze softened. He took Luna by the shoulders and gently pushed her away. He thought that she was just like someone else's puppet, and that made it impossible for him to just stand by and watch. Sean patted Luna's shoulder twice and said, There's nothing to thank me for. Now that this is settled, I'll be going. Please keep this a secret for me, Junior. With that, Sean immediately turned to leave. He turned back, waved at Luna, and added, Oh, and be careful not to overexert yourself again. I'm off. Luna watched Sean's retreating figure and smiled faintly. How cute. Luna mumbled to herself. Just as I thought, you really are a good person, Senior. Elsewhere, at the main office of the Garum Council, a loud voice boomed. What? Old man Ridgens slammed his fist on the table in anger. His butler bowed and said, Sir, thankfully, the young lady has been released, without facing any criminal charges. We must quickly send a petition to the Empire of Yufan. Regan said, No, that's not it. He lifted his scowling face and ordered through gritted teeth. Luna is lingering somewhere before returning here. Track her down and bring her to me. The next morning, a horse-drawn carriage was rattling along a dirt road. Emily was sitting in the carriage with an extremely joyful and happy expression. Seeing Emily's radiant face, Sean asked, You seem very happy? Emily replied with a bright smile. Yes, because I can serve you again, young master. Emily asked, But aren't maids forbidden at the academy? Sean sat with his arms crossed and replied, "Perhaps if I'm the one asking, they'll make an exception." Mr. Uncle's expression was stern. He said, "Not allowed, absolutely not." Sean stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "I won't let anyone find out. Please allow it, sir." Uncle asked Sean in return, "Tell me why you should be granted an exception." Sean averted his eyes and said quietly, "I won't skip any classes." Mr. Uncle slammed the table angrily and said, "That's a given. Besides, are you planning to bring in not just one, but two maids?" Then Mr. Uncle said, "Ha, then just answer me one thing," he asked Sean with a serious expression. "Is this related to the bloody banquet? For you to insist this much, it must not be for a simple reason," Mr. Unkel urged. "Speak," Sean slowly replied. "About that," Sean then said, "if you grant my request, I'll tell you." Mr. Unkel turned slightly, forced to compromise. "Fine, do whatever you want. Even if I didn't allow it, you'd find a way to do it your way anyway." Seeing his request was granted, Sean said, "Actually, it's not very convenient to explain right now, but there is one thing I can assure you of." Sean pointed a hand at his own face, his two eyes glowing with a strange red light. Sean said, "I am not the mastermind behind the bloody banquet." "Isn't that what you wanted to know?" she asked, looking intently at Cyan. "Are you sure?" Cyan said with a dark expression. "In the end." Cyan's face suddenly showed his frustration. He said, "How terrible do you think I am?" Headmaster Kundell replied, "Ahem, remember not to skip any classes." The conversation between the two ended. Cyan sighed in relief. The conversation with Headmaster Kundell had gone smoothly. Cyan walked down the academy's hallway, wondering how he would react if he found out his own grandchild was the mastermind behind the massacre. Cyan remembered Luenell's face. He pondered, "From what I know, Luenell isn't that smart." Cyan then remembered the two people beside Luenell, including Boris, and speculated that perhaps the plan was devised by the other person and executed by Boris. Cyan confirmed his own thoughts. It's always like that. As Cyan was lost in thought, he was suddenly startled to see a white-haired person doing continuous push-ups in front of his door. The white-haired person was continuously doing push-ups while counting 1,285, 1,286, 1,287, 1,288, 1,289. Cyan looked at him helplessly, thinking, "It's him again." The white-haired person noticed him but didn't stop doing push-ups and said, "You're here, my friend?" The white-haired person sprang to his feet. He put his hands on his hips, smiled at Cyan, and said, "Let's fight to see who is stronger." Cyan ignored him and went straight into his room, closing the door, which left the white-haired guy frozen stiff. Cyan looked at the door being pounded on and thought, "It's been 2 whole years, and he still hasn't missed a single day." The white-haired guy was still making a racket outside the door. "So busy, my friend. Well, see you next time." As Cyan was walking, he suddenly bumped into the hand of someone lying on the ground. Cyan looked down and discovered it was Brian. It was unclear what kind of potent poison Brian had ingested to be lying sprawled on the ground. Cyan's expression suddenly turned serious. He thought, "Is he dead?" Just then, Emily spoke up. "Ah, you're here, young master." Cyan was startled and pointed down at Brian, asking, "Emily, why is he like this?" Emily and Anna were holding 2 plates of bizarrely shaped food. Emily said while eating, "I don't know. He ate the cookies I made for you, young master, and then just fell asleep. I'm fine, though." Emily held out the plate of horrifyingly shaped cookies towards Cyan and asked, "Would you like to have one?" Cyan pointed at Emily and said, "Emily, from now on, don't cook anything for Brian." Emily said unhappily, "Huh? Why?" Cyan replied seriously, "That's an order. Don't do it." Emily said with a pouting face, "You're so mean." Cyan sat down on a chair, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, "I'm really worried about the future." Cyan saw a letter on the table and asked, "Where did this letter come from?" Emily, still annoyed, replied, "Brian received it. I don't know." Cyan picked up the letter and opened it to read. From Luna. Then suddenly a voice called out, "Cyan." Cyan turned in surprise to look at the owner of the voice and asked, "Why are you here?" Emily, on guard, immediately ran to stand in front of Cyan and said, "Who are you?" Luna, with a bright smile, looked at Cyan and asked, "How have you been?" "I've run away from home." At the same time, in an underground sewer, 2 people in black cloaks were walking and talking. One said, "The guards from the Garum Association will be here soon." The other replied, "Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything." The man in the black cloak reminded, "Don't forget, this is the only way to stop Raigan's Rain River." The woman in the black and white cloak replied with a faint smile, "Oh, are you afraid I'll have a guilty conscience?" The man said, "He was your student once, after all." The woman replied, "A student?" That cloaked woman was the Lewin Academy instructor, Nella Aronis. She replied to the man, "No, I'm not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like him." The man in the black cloak, feeling reassured, replied, "Then that's good." Nella said, "Anyway, I'm heading to the meeting point. Our comrades have probably contacted Luna by now." After that, the 2 of them split up. The man in the black cloak placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, May glory come to the Garam kingdom. Meanwhile, Luna and Cyan were sitting together at a drink shop outside the academy. Luna held her own wrist and looked at Cyan teasingly. You're so rough. I never expected you to drag me out so suddenly. Cyan looked at Luna and said, the dormitory gate has a barrier spell on it. How did you dispel it? Luna explained, I just analyzed the flow of mana in the barrier and then used a dispel magic. Impressive, right? Cyan thought pensively. That's ridiculously overpowered. Just analyzing the magic and dispelling it is no different from being able to do it with just a glance. Luna smiled brightly at Cyan and asked, have you read the letter yet? Cyan looked at Luna helplessly and replied, I didn't get to finish it before you showed up. Luna rested her chin on her hands, smiled, and said, I couldn't wait for a reply, so I came straight here. Cyan asked, did Riggins tell you to do this? Hearing that, Luna's expression suddenly darkened. Cyan asked Luna with a serious face, did that old man tell you to approach me? Tell me. Luna picked up her teacup and replied slowly with a troubled expression. At first, yes, but not anymore, Luna said. It's up to you whether you believe me or not, Cyan replied. I don't trust people easily. What is your purpose? Luna, still holding her teacup, answered. Recently, some unpleasant things have been happening in the Garam Association. She began to explain that 2 dragons the association was in contact with had suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Luwin region. Luna continued, saying that people involved in smuggling goods from other nations were found one by one, their bodies cold. And from what I know, Luna paused for a moment before continuing, you were involved in all of them. Luna looked at Cyan with a faint smile and said, at first, it was just a guess, but now I'm certain. Cyan closed his eyes and thought, I can't believe the Garam Association is involved with dragons now. He laughed and said, ha, all right, so what are you planning to do to me? Luna suddenly said, I'm going to die soon. This startled Sean, who looked at her. Luna lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes, and continued, even though you helped me before, I know my own body better than anyone, Luna said softly. It's completely broken. She placed a hand on her chest and said, I probably have about 3 years left, all thanks to you, Sean said with a serious expression. I don't believe it. How can you be so calm? You're about to die and you're not shaken at all? Luna smiled, but her expression was filled with pain. She said, I wish that were the case. Sean's expression hardened, and he frowned, thinking, what a pain. Then, Sean pushed himself up from the table, stood up without looking at Luna, and said, well, it's not my problem. I'm leaving. Luna asked, are you leaving? Sean turned his back to leave and said, yeah, I hate troublesome things. Luna, still seated behind him, waved and replied, all right then, see you next time. Karam, in the form of a black orb, appeared beside Sean and asked, what kind of attitude is that? Is it really okay to just leave her like that? Sean thought with a blank expression, it's best to get out of here now. He thought that the guys from the Garam Association had been waiting for a while now. Just as he thought, Luna was now surrounded by members of the Garam Association. Luna mumbled, I thought I had snuck out successfully. Luna looked down and said, you guys got here fast, huh? One of the Garam members said, let's go, Luna, Lord Regans is looking for you. Luna looked at the person who just spoke with a blank expression, and that person, seeing her expression, asked, what's wrong, miss? Luna frowned and said, the one who always comes to get me is Sir Victor. What unit are you from? The person replied awkwardly, ah, Sir Victor was busy today, so I came instead. We're from the 6th Guard unit. Luna laughed and said, lies, there's no one named Victor here. Immediately, Luna sprang up, using a wind palm strike to send the men around her flying. One of them shouted, she's escaping! After her! Luna tried to get away. She glanced at the pursuers behind her, gritting her teeth and thinking, are they extremists? But she didn't notice someone was already blocking her path ahead. Luna thought she had to escape first. Just as she finished that thought, a hand covered in magic was placed on her forehead. The person used a sleep spell. Luna was hit by the magic and immediately fell into a deep sleep, collapsing to the ground. One of the men laughed. Ha! I knew it wouldn't be easy. He took off his hood, revealing a bald head, and said with a grin, but I didn't expect to be found out so quickly. Put her in the carriage. Another man replied, yes, sir. Luna was deep in sleep, lying on the ground, completely unaware. Karam seemed to sense something and turned its head. Huh, Karam said. It looks like they're fighting. Sean stopped in his tracks, glancing back in the direction he just came from, thinking, aren't they from Garam? Sean's face was contemplative. Somewhere else, the sound of carriage wheels rolled continuously through the late night. The voice of the bald man who kidnapped Luna rang out. Wait here for a moment. His subordinates replied, yes, sir. The bald man entered the cathedral and said, I've brought Lunavin River. A strange voice echoed, excellent. A person in a black cloak was sitting on a chair in the cathedral. That person said, what a pitiful child, tormented in experiments her whole life, only to be mercilessly discarded in the end. The speaker was Nenla, and she said, we will use her. Nella continued, speaking more cryptically. Outside the cathedral, A strange red mist spread across the ground, slowly creeping toward the carriage. The subordinate standing guard noticed it. He looked around and saw that a black fog had spread everywhere, and he spoke up. What is this black fog? The person opposite him said, Wait, could it be? But before he could finish his sentence, a red flash slashed across his head. He was startled and said, Mar! He frantically turned around only to see that his other comrades had also been attacked. He was bewildered, his face filled with terror. He stammered. What? What's happening? He cried out in panic. Stop! No! Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure appeared above his head. His loud scream echoed into the cathedral, catching the bald man's attention. The bald man peeked outside. Nenla asked, Do we have another guest? The bald man replied, It seems someone is watching us. Nenla remained calm and said, Ah, so it's an enemy? Raf, show them the fate of those who stand in our way. Hearing this, Raf's fighting spirit ignited, and he replied, Yes, ma'am, I'll shut them up right away. Karam, who had transformed into a short sword in his hand, said, This is going more smoothly than I thought. Sean replied, It's not over yet. The stronger one is in the church. Raf stepped out of the cathedral and said, Not bad, kid. You came all alone? Sean said, But it looks like you didn't. He thought Raf resembled Luan, then changed his mind. No, he seems more unstable. Just then, Raf charged forward to attack Sean, saying arrogantly, I'm more than enough to deal with you. He aimed straight for Sean and continued, With the likes of you. After waiting inside for a while, Nella also stepped outside and said, Are you done yet, Raf? But as soon as she came out, she was stunned and mumbled, She saw Raf, defeated, collapsed in front of Sean, and she mumbled, Why isn't this going as I predicted? Raf had been beaten to a pulp by Sean and was lying collapsed on the ground. Sean looked up at Nenla and asked, You're the last one, right? Why did you want to take Luna? Nenla gathered her magic, preparing to attack Sean. She said, Oh, asking so many questions won't win you any points with the ladies. If you want to know, find out for yourself. Cyan looked at the attribute in her hand and recalled how Luna used to handle magical elements, thinking she could combine them at will. Cyan's eyes lit up. He thought it was just like Luna unleashing lightning flame, and he quickly attacked straight at Nella. Cyan nimbly dodged the move, thinking he still had many other things to ask her. He raised his short sword. Nella's face was filled with disbelief. He used his short sword to continuously slash through her attacks, causing her to say in surprise, You blocked my attack with just a dagger? Before she could do anything else, Cyan rushed right in front of her and said, Got you now. This made Nella cry out. She quickly used Wind Leap, launching herself into the air to dodge Cyan's slash. Another form of magic quickly condensed in her hand. She gritted her teeth, thinking, This brat is too dangerous. I have to eliminate him right now. As Nella was using Lightning Strike, a strange red aura suddenly flashed before her eyes. Karam appeared behind Nella, saying, Look over here too. This startled her, and she only had time to think, It's not just him? Before Nella could react, Karam grabbed her tightly. She cried out, Ugh! Nella still struggled to break free, condensing magic in her hand and screaming, Let me go! Her spell went wild, striking the ground randomly. A massive wave of magic swept straight from the ground up the cathedral wall. Cyan watched the magical blast sweep past him. He thought, Her power is no joke. Held fast by Karam's spell, Nella gritted her teeth and screamed, Humph, aren't you listening to me? Karam stood behind her, dusting off his hands and saying, Stop struggling. No human can escape this. Cyan stepped in front of Nella and asked, Who hired you to kidnap Luna? Cyan continued, How many more like you are there? Nella lowered her head and laughed. Haha, this kid is interesting. You'll find out soon enough. When she looked up, her face was covered in blood, and her body began to dissipate. She said with a laugh, Because we will definitely find you. See you in hell. Karam touched his chin and said, That reaction is from the Heartstopper. Cyan also stroked his chin, speculating that it was a divine artifact that suppressed the wearer's mana in their heart, preventing it from circulating and causing it to build up in the body. Karam laughed and said, It seems Luna has something similar in her body. Nella asked in a panic, How do you know that? Cyan replied, The monster organization created from the Garam Association's experiments is called the Path of Evolution, isn't it? Nella grew even more frantic. Wait, who are you two? Cyan patted Nella's slowly fading head and replied, If you want to know, you can find out for yourself in hell. Nella cried, tears mixed with blood. What did she say? No. Cyan thrust his hand straight into Nella's stomach, finishing her off and making her cry out. Cyan recalled an ancient book he had seen in his past life. He remembered finding an ancient text in a research lab in the Kingdom of Garam, which detailed how to use the artifact called the Heartstopper, as well as research on how to control it. In Cyan's hand was an object emitting a faint light, and he thought, it also recorded how to remove it in case of failure. Cyan looked at the stone in his hand and said, Good thing it still works. Karam asked, What are you planning to do with that? Cyan looked at Karam and said, Karam, help me get Luna out of the carriage. Karam shot back, No, why should I do that? Cyan immediately asked. Do you want to be controlled too? Hearing that, Karam obediently followed Cyan's orders and carried Luna out of the carriage. Cyan stepped closer, saying, This is my first time doing this. Cyan held the stone out in front of him, saying, So I don't know if it will work. Then he crushed the stone. Cyan brought the fragments of the stone close to Luna's body. He thought, if Luna has one of these in her heart too, then I can use the same method to destroy it. A strange reaction occurred on Luna's chest as a blue light pulsed from it. Then, Luna's eyes suddenly shot open. Her eyes glowed with a beautiful light. The next day, at the main building of the Garam Association, Luna opened her eyes and mumbled, What is this feeling? She raised her hand in front of her face to look at it. She continued, My body feels so much lighter, as if a heavy weight that was always pressing down on me has vanished. Luna added in a daze, And why can I sense my senior so clearly? Karam and Cyan were standing on the roof of a building not far away. Karam asked, What are you planning to do? Cyan answered, Thinking about it, she might be useful later on. It would be a waste to just kill her. Karam crossed his arms and asked again, How is that any different from helping someone else? What if she comes back and stabs you in the back later? Cyan laughed and said, You're one to talk, aren't you? Karam replied, Your body will be mine eventually anyway, so you'd better take good care of it. Cyan gave a dismissive reply. Then he stood up and said, Let's go. There's no benefit to staying here any longer. Old man Reagans tapped his fingers on the desk, saying, So after you were kidnapped, you don't remember anything else, but someone brought you here? Luna, standing before him, replied, Yes, grandfather. I don't remember anything else. Old man Reagans' expression grew cold. He slammed his hand on the desk and said, You think I'm going to believe that? The entire kingdom is in an uproar over that bloodbath of a party. Yet you're this calm? The old butler standing nearby quickly interjected, My apologies, Lord Reagans. It is all my fault. I should have brought Lady Luna here sooner. Old man Reagans stood up and walked around his desk, saying, This is all because the girl insists on doing whatever she wants. It is not your fault. The old butler bowed deeply and said, Thank you for your generosity. Reagans placed a hand on the butler's shoulder and said, You always have to suffer because of my granddaughter. The butler replied, I was only fulfilling my duty. Reagans offered words of encouragement. Well, you've worked hard. Then suddenly, a flame erupted from Reagans' hand, setting the butler's shoulder on fire. The butler said in a panic, Chairman. Reagans' expression was cold.